Hello. Can you guys hear me okay? Can you hear me okay? Hello, hello, hello. Everything should be working. I'm using a different microphone app today, so I hope that it's working. Your message just popped up in my screen.
Sorry.
Dee would like you guys to know. Oh my god, my alerts, why are they so large? Dee would like you to know that they're drinking Hawaiian Punch Frosties right now. Hello, everybody. Hello. Whoa, 3-month Poggy. Fly on. Love Ravenwood, Team Derek Law. Also, Heidi. Thank you, Simple Kiwi. Hello. Thank you for being here. We're going to be getting started very, very soon, but I wanted to lay out the everything for everyone before we get started because, you know, some people, this might be their first time here live. This might be their first time watching in general, or their first time seeing the, sorry, they are still on my screen, so I'm getting distracted by them. But yeah, so this might be everyone's first time watching or first time being at the D&D stream, so I wanted to lay everything out for you guys. Jazz is choking D on my end. How are you guys? Hello. You're getting the merch soon. Oh my god, thank you. If you guys do ! Ravenwood merch, you can see the link for this bad boy, which is pretty fucking cool. So I'm very excited. We also have mugs available that have all of the house symbols on them, so you can get them from there if you would like to. Basically, to lay down all the ground rules about everything so you guys know what's going on, this is a D&D stream. Essentially what it is all of us hanging out and role-playing together. I am the DM, so I will be illustrating the story basically for everyone watching and everyone playing. We are playing with Theo, we are playing with James, we are playing with Vay, Dee, and Jazz. So very, very excited. Is my Ravenwood merch thingy working? I hope the command's working. I'll be very upset if it isn't. But hello. I'm so excited you guys are here. I do have to throw out that I will not be reading chat when we are actually playing. I will read chat afterwards. I'll probably talk to you guys for a little bit after the campaign is over. Hopefully my commands are working. They seem like they don't want to be working. So I think after we get going, hopefully they will work. Sometimes it takes a little bit before they start making up their mind and deciding to work. So we'll go from there. But I am so excited to be back and doing this again. I am very, very stressed, as I am always stressed. But it's going to be a good time, and I'm excited. But yeah, so I will not be checking chat as much as I'm going to be fully paying attention to everyone that is playing and making sure that the story is going as it should be going. I'm trying to refresh my commands really quick for you guys. Hopefully it will work. Hopefully it decides that it wants to work. I'm going to just turn them on. Oh, they're turned off. Why are they turned off? I'll never fucking know. They were turned off. They should work now, my loves. They should work now. So yeah. So I'm very excited. If you guys have any questions, let me know. But we do have some members, and I think we have a couple mods in the chat that probably we can answer some questions. And I will try to answer questions as much as I can when they are role-playing and they're busy. So we do have, before we begin, we have a little recap for you guys, which is really exciting. The recap is entirely out of context, so it might not make sense to some of you who haven't seen episode 1. But if you haven't seen episode 1, essentially what this is, it is a group of 5 players who are all basically attending an earthly school. They've all crash landed here essentially through a big portal mishap where these portals exploded. And so they've all basically landed here through this crazy chaotic means of teleportation. And some people don't know where their families are. Some people don't know who they are anymore. Some people have gotten their entire life. Basically, everyone's had their entire life completely flipped upside down. And now the humans are making them attend a school if they're of age. So that is essentially the concept for those of you who have not seen the first part. But yeah, so we're going to jump over onto the recap. You guys have a little out of context recap. I'm so glad you're all here. Thank you for being here. We'll continue to simp in chat. Honestly, even though I can't respond to chat. I do read it, and last time, looking back, also when rewatching the episode and reading everything that you guys were saying was so hilarious. I loved it so much. So I really appreciate you guys being chatty. Larry, I'm not sure how long this is going to be, unfortunately. It is going to be however long the session takes that with what I've written out, essentially. But no stress if you can't stay until the very end, because I know it's a long thing, and I know this is everyone's Friday, so if you cannot stay, that is totally fine. This will be posted later, so as soon as it is over, it will be posted on YouTube for you guys to watch, so that's pretty cool. But we're going to jump to the recap. I'm going to tell everyone in the chat that we're going to do the recap, and we're going to go from there. Let me double check that everything is hooked up for me. Okay, yeah, seems like it's good. Okay. So yeah, it's gonna be recap time. Time to return to the mysterious halls of Ravenwood Academy, aka the world where Faye falls for everyone. You're fucking right. What lies within for our heroes? Find out today. Thank you, Gcast. You need to be my like promotional like cast. But all right, we're gonna jump to the recap. I'm gonna tell everyone that we're jumping to the recap so they can watch as well, because they're all in the chat staring at me. And so we will go from there. I'm really excited. Thank you all for being here. All the commands are in the description below, so if you need to use any commands or have any questions, those can also help you. But yeah, I'm very excited, and I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. You can see Sherlock's messy area back there. I promise it's Sherlock being a mess, but he's asleep now. So, all right, we're going to jump to the recap. I'm going to let everyone know that the recap is starting on stream. Hello, my lovelies. I'm going to start the recap now if you would like to watch it on the stream. I love you. Okay, so now they know. We're going to jump to the recap, and I hope you guys enjoy. And I will see you with everyone else as soon as the recap is over. So, mwah, love you. We're going to do something fun today. Or awkward. Depends on who you are, I guess. Let's fucking get into it, boys. Let's fucking get into it.
We live like this?
Don't romance the dean, okay? To attend classes, live in structured dormitories, and wander our towns within regulation. If opportunity doesn't come knocking, build a door. Creatures of all kinds,
Whoa, satyr.
Yeah. My name is Mr. Wilson, but you guys can call me Frank if you want. Right. Mr. Winchester said I needed to try and bit about myself, so, I've got a small cat at home named McQueen. She's my everything. I should probably tell you what homeroom is. So, this is your homeroom. Yeah. Meeting an alien when you're naked it's a really vulnerable thing. Julien Archambo.
This is so cool!
Andromeda, crying in a coma? Chrysocoma. Aria Lux, Theron, Rasbour, Arlow? Do I have an Arlow? Just Arlow? I need you guys to roll for initiative. This is a Jenga tower.
No.
So, let's go. The entire tower falls.
Does that mean I have to answer all the questions? On that note, can we go for attraction?
He's like this shining golden light of a goat man. You think that
There was this duck, and he was waddling, and he tripped, and I laughed on the inside.
Theron? Something funny?
a one?
Why is it that everyone else's towers don't fall, but ours do? Can we have a new tower, please?
Hey!
Perhaps I would go into a meadow and lay down. And then nothing could eat me. Because they cannot see me.
Safety first.
My first rule would be that all the other rules are decided by me.
Can I roll for attraction for Julien?
It just goes immediately through the whole Jenga tower.
The old tower sabotaged me. I think I would probably spend it on food. Like a potluck would be fun. So maybe every week we could have Potato Saturday.
What do you think makes a good friend?
Aww. Sometimes you can heal people with your heart.
This is Chuz's sun pass.
I didn't know what a potato was until today. Should I take it off?
I believe you.
My favorite color is red. My favorite color is blue. I have two favorite colors.
I am a dragon.
But you are a dragon because I'm looking at you and you look like a dragon, dude.
You don't look like a mushroom kind of gal.
Well, you'd be right, because my favorite food is a strawberry.
Baby blues!
Hey!
Hello, Layla.
Hey, yo!
Oh.
You have to take it up with Krekbrog. He gets kind of close to you. You can smell him. He doesn't just nod his head at you.
Oh my
Gives
God.
you like a little once over.
As he should. As he fucking should.
He was right in front of me and he was speaking to me.
That's not possible because he did the unalive. He's not alive no more.
Oh my God, I'm frightened. So you're a leopard. Fish.
He is currently not wearing a shirt.
Oh,
He's ready. Oh, geez.
That's a wonderful compliment. I moisturize.
I'm gonna have her roll for attraction real quick.
I sleep like a bear. Or I suppose in this case a lion. I do prefer to sleep without a shirt.
There's no issues with that.
My name is Arthros.
Arlow was a gay man.
Hello, I saw your keep out sign, but I decided to come in anyways, not as a sign of protest against your warning, but because of necessity for housing.
I just don't wear pants. Oh, nice hair. Like a plant lady.
Tree.
Tree lady. Even better.
I didn't know I was sexy.
Lying is fine, as long as you tell the truth shortly after. Sometimes at night,
Yes.
I fall off the bed.
Really?
No, it's a lie!
Oh!
Yes. My dad's name was Dirt.
What was your mother's name?
My mother's name was Barbara.
Oh. I've met. Oh.
I don't know where my dad is, unfortunately. If you want sometime, we could go out into the field and lay and watch the stars together. I just think that once we're laying together on the field looking at the stars, the romance will be so strong that I'm not sure we could resist.
Julien talks a lot.
Just let me know, and I will be emotionally available for you.
Can I roll for attraction?
This is only the first session, y'all.
Keep your handbooks close, your TCDs charged, and your actions in line. And I, as Dean of the Academy, welcome you to Ravenwood. Fly on, students. Hello, hello. I hope you enjoyed the recap. All right, so I'm gonna jump over to everyone in the adventuring screen and we're gonna get started, boys. So I hope you're excited. So let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Everyone
We
in
ain't
their
done
rightful
yet.
space. You aren't done yet? I know. It finished for me on my stream.
Oh, it just finished for me too. That was so great.
I'm so glad.
Oh my god. Amazing.
Thank you.
Gotta turn you down.
Oh, turn me down?
No, the stream on my phone, so I would.
Yeah, valid. Gotcha.
Oh, God, that was so
Jim
good.
said that he's pretty far behind us. Just-
Oh, valid. With a stream. That's valid. You take all the time you
Okay.
need. All the times. All Gucci. We're just getting everything set up, so.
But I'm good.
Cowboys. I didn't know we
Recap
were on the
times.
screen.
You're on the screen now.
Oh, we're on.
How do they sound, chat? If you guys can also listen to how we sound, that would be great. In comparison,
Always
like
do.
my voice in comparison to you
Oh,
guys.
I just muted it.
Oops.
Alright.
Because I have you turned up pretty loud. Hi, James.
Hello.
Welcome back. Bliss.
Here, one second, I'll listen.
Someone in chat said that I make all of the NPCs purposely hot.
We're sounding good.
Mm-hmm.
Duh.
Sound-
Can't help it. You're a wonderful artist.
Oh, thank you. Bless.
I just love them.
Alexi said, "What the fuck?"
I saw that. What does that mean? I don't speak
Thank
that
you, Alexi.
lingo.
Like
We all
we're
look good.
dripping.
Is that
Yeah.
is that it? We all look
gold.
hot. Thank you,
Dripping
Alexi.
that
The new
money.
lingo, I guess.
I that's that new
Yes.
lingo.
What them kids say nowadays?
Is that what the kids say nowadays? They all sound good, Pog. Volume check. Theo eats mic.
Object.
Did you try to eat your mic?
Yeah, and I
Pog
did.
check.
I did
Oh.
do that.
I did do
I
that.
feel like because of you
Bless.
guys, I'm going to get a cowboy hat.
You should. As you should.
Yeah.
Theo, we're
Just
starting
like-
a trend.
Starting a
Guys, look at
trend.
this.
This was you. I followed your lead. You are the queen.
I
You are the
followed your
trendsetter.
lead.
The trend.
You are the she-they moment.
As it
Let my
should
power
be.
take over.
As it fucking should be. Alright, how are you
Guys,
guys feeling?
Amazing.
It's
Awesome.
okay, Theo. What were you gonna
Excited.
say?
Never mind.
No, why? Why never
I'm
mind?
curious.
I was gonna say Jazz sucks out the power of every living being that's not wearing a cowboy hat.
You're fucking
That's
right.
literally what
And
I'm
I was
doing
like,
right
that's
now.
kind of violent, but it
They're a
goes like-
succubus, but like in a different
like a
version.
dementor.
A cowboy succubus.
Amazing.
Also, can everybody appreciate that we're
Woo!
I know. We have to get Haley and James one. Haley and James gotta
I
get
don't have one
there.
yet.
Don't even think
We
about
got-
it.
it's all
Do
right.
not even think about it, James. I'm getting you one. You're not allowed to get one yet.
We're absolutely also getting mugs for the house too, so
and also
Woo! I want a mug.
I got
Yes,
we
we're
gotta
getting
get
mugs.
mugs. Mugs are
I
on
want a
them.
hat.
needed in
I
my
want a
life.
baseball cap.
I need to
What?
do a baseball cap. That'd be so
Imagine
cute.
a baseball cap.
Yes.
I would wear that.
I would wear the fuck
Me
out of that.
too.
I need
I would
it.
wear the. What if we got a cowboy hat too, though?
Absolutely.
Wait.
A Ravenwood.
Ravenwood cowboy hat.
Raven.
Ravenwood
Ravenwood
cowboy
putting
hat.
on my cowboy hat.
We
That
should
would be
have an
cute.
episode where we get stuck in the Western times, like a musical episode, but
Oh,
it's
Don't fucking tempt
God.
me. Don't fucking tempt me.
Where are we?
Where are we?
I would cosplay.
Wow, wow,
I would
West.
cosplay Cowboy Arlow just for that.
It would be
I will
beautiful.
cosplay.
Arlo would not survive, but it would be beautiful.
Fine.
You'd be like-
He'd be
you'd be
like
like-
Ringo.
You'd be frantically
Okay.
spraying the bottle.
I'll like hand out spray bottles to everyone just so like when they think about it, they just spray me.
It would be a beautiful event.
Whenever he sings.
Are you guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
I'm so nervous.
D.
Deep
No,
breaths.
it's perfect.
Deep breaths. Deep breaths.
What?
Oh, that was so
Take a
loud.
deep breath.
So
So
wet.
much.
That was
Sorry.
pretty. That was pretty wet.
So wet.
Are we all excited? Are we all good?
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
yeehaw, partner.
All right, chat. All
Yeehaw.
right, lovelies. Are you ready to let's fucking do this? Theo has his Arlo
Rumble.
dice that I got him.
20.
I'm honored.
Manifest it.
20. Manifested 20. Manifested 12.
You guys see?
Those are so pretty. I love those, Haley.
What?
Oh my
Whoa!
God.
Yeah, I have to pick one that I'm not gonna need so I don't lose it.
No
I
joke. I got it. I got a D12. I got a 12.
As you should.
My tongue's red.
Wait, I'm gonna roll my hat
Wait,
too. I'm gonna absolutely roll my hat.
Look.
What'd I get? I got a
I got a 1.
I got a 1.
Oh,
my god!
Starting off the day well.
I got twins.
I got it.
Haley, we stick together.
Starting off the day with style.
Love
I'll
ones
use
stick
these
together.
ones. I'll use these pretty ones. Here we
James,
go.
what'd you get? What'd you roll, James? James? What'd you
James,
roll,
James, which one? Which one?
The clear ones.
Okay.
2? Okay. So we're
2?
gonna be in problems.
All right, we're doing great. We're doing great. The luck is good today, guys. The luck is good. All right, I need to stop putting my
It's
mouse
also
on the
so
screen.
wonderful.
The Sims give us strength, they.
My tongue
Sims
is
give
super
us
red.
strength.
Eh.
I'll get into it. All right, are you ready?
Oops.
Simply.
Guys, gals, non-binary pals. I've been waiting 2 weeks for this. I missed you all so much, and I missed all your characters so much.
Same.
And that's the
Oh.
fucking tea.
Let's see if I remember my character
I'm
voice.
so, I missed it already.
You're gonna be great. You guys are gonna be so good.
This is why me
Okay.
and they just don't do character voices because
It's
Like how
totally
it
fine.
is.
It's so
Valid.
valid.
Skills.
So valid.
I would love to.
You guys are doing amazing. You're totally fine.
I don't have skill.
All right, I'm trying to make
I don't have
sure
any talent.
everyone's in the
Hey.
right place.
Vocal talent at all. I don't have it.
Lexi, we're not rolling for anything, my guy. We were just rolling to see how well our luck would be.
Survives.
Alexis joined the chat. All right,
Let's go.
are you guys ready? Steady?
Oh my god.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, don't worry.
Go, let's go.
It's also a chill session, but we got fun things going on. Okay.
Chill times.
All
chill
right.
times.
I've titled this session into the fray, because I felt like that was fitting.
Which doesn't sound like a chill time. I'm just gonna throw that out.
It doesn't sound chill. Into the fray. All right. And as you guys know, you have your little session chat that you guys are more than welcome to chat in if you would like to. Use all your little emotes, for fuck's sake. Alrighty, tighty.
Hey, show me your fingers, bro.
Sup, bitches?
Sorry, wait.
What?
Let me see your fingers.
Show me the
Bit
fingers.
of an odd request.
We got e-boy rings. We got e-boy rings.
Folks, we got some e-boy rings going on.
Yes! Those are beautiful. Mine is just mine's an anxiety ring.
My Raven ring.
I love
I don't know
that.
if it looks like
Yes. Theming. That's some theming.
That is some
to be
theming.
like the hottest dude alive. All the
I'm
time.
right here.
You are the sexiest
I'm
dude
yelling.
alive. You're the sexiest dude alive.
I'm the
True.
Sexiest.
I don't believe
I
that
know how to
to
make
be
the
true.
boys blush. I'm a lesbian. I know how to make a blush.
I'm a lesbian.
I'm a lesbian. All right. Are you ready?
Lesbian Cowboys, let's go.
You ready to do this? Okay. In our last session, our students were brought to Ravenwood Academy to be part of a program designed to help merge outsiders, as the humans call you, with society on 2050 Earth. It was an interesting series of events. You listened to a very interesting speech from the Dean of the Academy. You met your head house advisors, discovered you have a thing called a homeroom with a human in charge that really probably shouldn't be in charge, and met the other outsiders you'll be sharing a room with for the foreseeable future, your roommates. It was all very busy, overwhelming, and the onslaught of information surely exhausted you. At the end of your unofficial first day, you found yourself hitting the mattress of your small dormitory bed harder than expected. For some of you, sleep came easily, with how tired you felt. For some, sleep was irritably hard to find. Either way, we now continue our story with our students rising from their colorful sheets and beginning the day anew. You all awake, clad in your Ravenwood-provided pajamas, which, for you guys, I forgot to lay into context, is a simple button-up shirt in your house colors with the crest on the side and colorful matching trousers. So you all look very adorable. We're gonna start with Arlow,
Oh my
baby
God.
boy. Oh my god.
Oh,
All right, Arlow, can you roll a d12 for me, please?
I would love to. Is this one a 12? No, that's not a 12.
It's like the hexagon kind of vibe.
About him.
Hey,
I'm new
yo.
to this.
Good job, guys.
It's okay, he has dice now.
I got the 5.
Okay. So you don't sleep particularly well. You wake up kind of feeling very out of place. You don't feel like you just didn't have a very good sleep in your first day here in Ravenwood. You feel that you've had plenty better nights in the sector. And just your head, the pillow felt too hard and the mattress just felt too soft and everything just didn't feel right, and you're just not comfortable. You're waking up with like aches and pains, like you might have slept weird on your neck, and you're not vibing this morning. When you wake up, you look to the side of your roommate's room, of your roommate's side of the room, and notice that they're not there. She is not present at the moment. On the side of your bed, you see the portrait of Hazel and Bruce that you remember having someone that visited the inn paint for you guys. And you all look very cute. And
I kiss it.
okay, all right. Do you? Okay, so you kiss it. All right. And after you kiss it, as you go to put the photo back down on the bedside table, you've kind of put it like it's resting against your lamp there. You maybe wonder about them, where they are. You wonder if they're even alive. You wonder if they're on Earth with you too. But as of this moment, you don't know what their fate was. And as you're looking, you see that next to your lamp and where you had the photo, there is a folded up piece of paper.
Okay.
What do you do?
I unfold it.
Okay.
I'm very curious.
Are you feeling?
I use
nervous?
it as a distraction of not crying because I want to cry over my parents for sure.
Oh,
I'm,
that's
very
valid.
worried. And then I'm like, anyways, there's a piece of paper here.
Okay. All right. Poor little Arlow.
You said.
When you take it in your hand, you can
Yeah.
clearly see that probably Arlow doesn't know, but you as a party member would know that this is probably from one of these school-provided notebooks that they had given you that are all tucked away in your backpack for your first day of school supplies. And it's clear that it was just torn straight out of a notebook and something was scribbled on it in pencil.
Okay.
The note reads, "My name is Nari, thought you should know," in pencil. And
Nari.
below that, there's the indentation of a smiley face with cat ears that has been furiously erased.
Sorry.
And like she tried to get rid of that, but the evidence is too clear that she probably doesn't have much use with pencils, that she didn't really scrub hard enough. Yeah. So since you guys weren't actually properly introduced, she knew, I believe you said that your name was Arlow, but she doesn't know, she didn't introduce herself to you.
Right. This is true.
Yeah, she's a little bit of a bitch, and maybe she's aware of that. So, do you have any morning routine that you'd like to take part in before
Oh, this is great.
possibly
He
getting
definitely.
ready?
Sorry, he definitely talks to
You're
himself.
good.
He absolutely likes it, and he was like, "You can't hide it from me," and I was like, he's so happy about it. What does he do in the morning? Okay, so this man, I can imagine that he just wants to hydrate himself, so he gets his
So valid.
like chapstick out,
Mhm.
gets the moisturizer out. He gets in the bath for a while. He drinks like 5 bottles of water before he even like gets out of bed. He's like, he goes and like squeezes them, crunches them, and like puts them in the recycling.
I imagine that he has like a back stock of water bottles for this purpose.
Yes.
So he probably
He should
like
get a reusable one though. He should
Okay.
Get, and you know what? He has a reusable.
you might have a chance of getting that today. So
Never
hold on
mind.
to
I
that
would like to get
thought.
one. Sorry.
No, you're good. Hold that thought, because that's a really good thing to keep in mind. So I imagine probably in the sector, he probably found water bottles that they had given to him, and he probably hoarded them a little bit. So maybe his method was telling them that he was really thirsty and that he didn't get his water that day, and so he just kept getting extra and extra and extra until he had a little hoard of water bottles that he brought with him in his suitcase to Ravenwood.
I love that.
Which, that tracks.
I know.
Do you style yourself in any specific clothing today? Do you wear your vest? Do you wear your tie? Do you wear trousers? Do you wear a skirt? He's more than welcome to wear a skirt if he likes.
So he will wear a skirt at some point. That's for sure. I think for now he wears just like long trousers with definitely a tie. I think he's trying to impress the first day.
Valid.
He just wants people to like him. He wants to look like he doesn't want to be a bother. Possibly could he message? I think he would message Aria because they walk together.
Valid.
Is that possible? If not, it's okay.
Today, when you're out with them, ask them for their essentially
Number?
me mooching off a fucking Nintendo Switch, their friend code, and
sick.
they
Okay.
will give you. They have it on your little profile. You have a certain amount of digits that you can give to people, and they can add you as a friend on the messaging app that you guys have. The messaging app is limited to how many messages you can send a day, and you can only send up to 20 characters.
Oh my god!
Yes.
You better get good at
It's Twitter, except like Twitter on fucking speed dial.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So does he wear his little blazer? I assume too, if he's trying to look his best.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, his
Absolutely.
blazer with his little Aquafin badge and his belt, and he wears his little tie. Does he
Yes.
go for the vest over the tie and the shirt, or is he just free goosey loosey with the tie?
I think he goes for the best for first day.
Okay. All right. So
He's
he's decked out. He's in the full outfit.
Fuck yeah.
Okay. All right. And so from there, we're going to jump to Aria. Hello. Hello, my love.
Hello. Hello, darling.
Can you also roll a d12 for me, please?
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Oh, 12.
Okay.
No joke. No joke.
All
Literal
right.
12.
So, Aria, when you wake up, you feel like you have slept better than you have slept in a year. Every day in the sector, you feel like you were always just so uncomfortable waking up. You never felt like you had a good rest. And for the first time, you finally feel like you have had a good rest since landing here on Earth. Your back isn't aching, your shoulders aren't aching, your legs, everything is so cushioned in the mattress. The mattress is 10 times more comfortable than any sector mattress you've ever laid on. You felt such the perfect temperature the entire night. You didn't have to do the one leg out of the blanket, one leg in. You didn't have to come on top of the blankets. You were just tucked, snuggled up in the blanket. The pillow was the perfect softness. Everything was so pristinely comfortable for you. You're feeling good. You're waking up optimistic for the first day of school.
And I got a pretty lion boy in my bedroom.
As you look to the side of the room, you see that 𝐸 is still asleep. He is snuggled around his pillow, basically hugging it like he's like cuddling it. And he's hugging it so tightly that you can see his claws just slightly tearing the fabric. Essentially, what do you do?
So do I have any concept of time right now?
So I forgot to preface. There was probably a bell that went off as like a resounding time that they suggest you should get up for classes. Your classes start around, I believe, like 6:30 a.m. around that time. So you probably get a bell to wake everyone up, maybe around 5 in the morning. That goes off throughout the school.
Okay.
If you want to wake up, you can. If not, you don't have to. They also do a bell 10 minutes before classes are starting. So if you really needed to, you could fucking dart just to class.
I think, given Aria slept so well, but I think that she is the type of person that she's a very light sleeper. I always thought of her as a very light sleeper. So if she heard the bell, she probably would have gotten up at 5.
Valid.
So she's gonna just kind of look over at 𝐸 and just, and she's gonna kind of like look around and like grab for her. Did we all get robes? I can't remember. Or is that something that we get in the?
You can get that in one of the merchandise stores. Mm-hmm.
Got it.
They have them.
So then, she's gonna grab her little trench coat, and kind of just like wrap it around her like a blanket,
Valid.
and then, in the most like clumsy way, just like sleep, half awake but like cozy. She's just gonna kind of waddle off into, her bathroom, and you know when like your mom tries to like be quiet in the mornings when you're sleeping, but she's like making the literal most amount of noise she can. That is literally what Aria is doing right now. She keeps bumping into things, and she's like, "Oh, sorry." And she kind of like tries to close the door, but it kind of is like slips from her hands because they're still like kind of waking up like from being so slumbered, like slept on, where they're like that numb, you know. That she kind of just goes boom with the door.
Valid.
And it just starts to go through her morning routine, which I'm assuming the night before when she was going through her night routine, she laid out her like school clothes.
Okay.
So she has like her little like handmade corset and her button up and her vest, and then I'm thinking that she's probably going to wear just the blazer today.
Okay.
And then some trousers and then her big boots.
Okay. Are you trying your best not to wake 𝐸?
Yes, she's trying.
Okay. Can you roll for dexterity for me?
Yeah. Dex. Okay.
Mm-hmm. You have a -1. As your
Oh,
modifier.
goody! We're going against the good. Okay, and is it a 12?
A D12, yeah.
That's gonna be a 7.
-1, so a 6.
No,
okay.
no, it's gonna be a 8 minus 1.
Oh, okay. Okay, so a 7. Okay. So, as you're going about this and making a lot of noise, it doesn't startle him awake in any way, like, uncomfortably. But he does start to, like, do like this little snuffling, like a little bit of like he's slowly starting to wake up. Like he's rising from like a little like snuffles, and his hands do like the little like biscuit making thing. Like he's baking biscuits, and then he like slowly stretches out his fingers a little bit, and his eyes start to open up, and he does like a little shake type thing. His mane kind of floofs up, and he like turns and he's looking around. And are you in the bathroom at this point, or are you in the room?
I probably should have rolled before I left, so probably not.
Valid. Okay.
It took her a minute to find the bathroom.
That's valid. Okay. So then he meets your eyes for a moment, and he looks up at you, and he just kind of says, "Good morning, Aria," and like smiles up at you.
Coo, it's a what? Go back to sleep. I'm so sorry I woke you. I didn't mean to. I'm kind of clumsy in the mornings. I'm so sorry.
He kind of stretches a little bit. He like scratches with his claws at his like ear, and then he's kind of like, "Not a problem. I should be up anyways." And he kind of like cracks his back a little bit, and he sits upwards on his bed, and he says, "I have a very arduous moisturing routine." And then he kind of he gets to his feet, and it's very clear he did not sleep in his shirt, as he warned you about. So big lion man. He's he gets up. He's wearing the bottoms of his Ravenwood pajamas. So he's wearing these like colorful blue pajamas.
He's adorable.
And he slips on his little blue slippers that he has underneath his bed. And he kind of shuffles towards the bathroom. And before he opens the door, he kind of turns over to you, and he's like, "Good luck with your morning routine and your day."
Oh, thank you. That's very sweet of you. You as well with your moisturizing routine?
And he nods, and he said, "I'm gonna come out so silky smooth." And then he opens his door, walks inside, and then closes the door softly behind him.
Oh, sure you will.
Do you have any morning routine that you want to do before you put on your clothes and start to head towards the door?
I think that she's definitely the type of person who like puts her hair up in like the messiest bun possible, so when she wakes up her hair is like everywhere.
Okay.
So she's probably like trying to like untangle the knots of her hair and trying to like get it out of her face.
Valid.
I think her hair is her most important thing, that she likes to make sure that the braid looks really nice and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's a night shower person. I don't think she's a morning shower person. She's
so
definitely
valid.
a night shower. And
a woman after my own heart.
And so I think she'll probably just brush through her hair, do up like a little bit of like her freckles or her little blushies.
Okay.
Put some product in her little bean brows, because there's no way that those are just like always perfectly that red.
Perfectly bean browy.
Perfectly beamed. Probably shakes away a few little like
So
hairs
valid.
around her face and stuff. And then start getting dressed.
All right. So then from
She's
there,
Tough to do. She likes to be looking
she's got a
nice.
little routine. It's okay. Arlow has one too. He talks to himself, and he
That's
sprays himself, and he drinks lots of water. It's very good.
He's a night and a morning shower person.
Hey,
yo!
That is
He
so
said blindly.
understandable.
No, never mind.
From there, we're gonna jump to Theron. Hello,
Oh!
mister.
I got excited.
Hello.
Not a dragon!
I'm not a dragon!
I'm not a dragon. Let's go.
Let's get this clear.
I'm gonna make
All
that his
right.
like, middle name. It's Theron, not a dragon, Raspor.
That makes so much sense.
I
I
had so much fun with that this round.
They're
I'm so
not a
excited.
dragon for some
Aw.
reason. I don't know why.
I'm gonna be so mad at you.
So, Theron, if you can also roll a d12 for me.
Oh, also, boss, I have a question.
Yes.
So if Aria and Ku woke up at the same time, do you think that they, like, Aria probably took longer to get ready?
Mm-hmm.
Or do you think Ku took longer to get ready?
Ku took a good while. He's like going like 20 minutes before classes start, because he kind of knows where he's walking too, because he's been there a little bit longer. So he has like a pretty big routine that he gets started on, but if you want to walk to class with him, you can. You both have obviously different homerooms, so you'd be going to different homerooms. But if you would like to, absolutely.
I think that she would probably wait because she'd want to apologize. for
That's
waking him
valid.
up.
That's so valid. That is so valid.
But yeah.
Okay. Mr.
Okay.
Theron.
I rolled a 5. So
5. Okay. So, when you wake up, you, much like Arlow, did not sleep well at all. You fell asleep okay. Like, you feel like when you fell asleep, you fell asleep kind of with ease. But when you wake up, you feel like you just slept in the oddest of positions. You wake up with, like, your tail all bunched up underneath you, like you were sleeping on that thing not well, and you get, like, your horn kind of stuck against, like, the wall because you were cuddled kind of towards the wall, and, like, you just kind of, like, scrapes against the wall when you pull your head off, and you just feel like maybe the pillow was not big enough for you. You are a big man, and you feel like just everything was too small. The blanket was too small, your toes were cold all night. You just weren't having a good time with your sleep pattern last night. As you get up, you start to feel a weird sensation on your spine. And it's a sensation that you're familiar with. You've been feeling it since you landed on Earth. And it's just like this weird snap, crackle, pop. It kind of feels like something is kind of like just clutching hold of your spine. And as you stretch, you kind of pop it out, and it seems to go away when you pop it out, but there's that, like, dull ache there. Like, it was there, and you're aware that it was there. When you look over to Arthros' side of the room, you see that she is sitting at her desk, and she is fully clothed already in her uniform. She is wearing the masculine designated uniform, so she is wearing the... She's wearing her trousers. She's wearing the trousers rather than the skirt, and she's wearing the white button down with the tie, and she's also wearing a vest over it. She's not wearing her blazer today. Yes, and her hair is a little bit different than how it looked yesterday, or the last time you saw her, which was yesterday for you technically. 2 weeks for us is crazy. And feels like yesterday. And her hair is half up, half down. So she's got bangs resting on her forehead per usual, her little bangs with her, like, pink, muted pink hair. And most of it is pulled back into, like, a tiny little ponytail. And it's a little messy because her hair is at that weird length where it's like some pieces just fall out naturally, that they don't fit up in the ponytail. And she's got that small braid still there that she always has in her hair, but this time it's tied back into the ponytail, so it's just kind of along the side of her head. And her glasses are resting on her nose, her little golden glasses. And when she hears a little bit of, like, ruffling, she hears you kind of stretch out your back and stuff.
The scrape of my horn against the wall.
The scrape of your horn against the wall, and the click-clack of your bones as you're stretching. She looks over at you, and she jumps to her feet, and she kind of comes towards your bedside, but she doesn't come all the way onto your side. She has her respect. And she kind of stands there, and she looks at you, and she says, "Theron, I so hope you slept well. I have something to tell you. Is it all right that I tell you something?"
He is still half asleep.
So
Not a
valid.
morning person in the
He also
slightest.
didn't even sleep well, so that adds.
He didn't even sleep well on top of that. So he's just like, huh?
I have some great news, and I really would like to tell you it, but I want to be able to tell you it when it's not going to disturb you. So for now, it's not a good time. I won't tell you now. But if you feel that right now you could take it in and accept it, then I will tell you right now.
He'll just be like, you might have to remind me, but go ahead.
She, like, nods very, like, frantically, and she's like, so I stayed up all night, and I got a nickname for you. And she's, like, she's practically, like, vibrating. She's so excited.
He's a little bit more awake now. His
Valid.
consciousness has been peaked. He's just, like, squints a little bit. It's like, oh,
Valid.
what'd you come up with?
So she runs back over to her bed, or not her bed, her desk, and there's a book on top of it. And she grabs this book and she shows it to you. And it's an English book, so you don't really recognize, or you can't really read the name too clearly. But you see that it is in human language, and you wonder how she went about getting this book, and also how she went about reading this book. And she holds it up to you, and she says, I was reading this human piece of work, and it was amazing, and I really liked the writing style, and so I looked up a little bit more about it, and I found out that the person who wrote this book has a brother who wrote another book. And she's kind of going on this little ramble, and you do not recognize this cover as Theron, but as 𝐻𝐸, the cover is the Sherlock Holmes book. So, and it's The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes by Arthur Conan Doyle. And
I'm sorry, what?
and she's getting so excited about it, and she reaches over and she grabs another book from the desk, and she lifts it up, and she says, I don't quite know the title of this one. I haven't gotten to deciphering it yet. It kind of confuses me. It's a weird human language thing. Quite a barrier here. And she lifts it up and she says, but this was written by the person that wrote the other one. And, or the brother of the person that wrote the other one. I get them mixed up sometimes. There's lots of books. And as she's going on, she's going on, and she informs you that in this book, there is a character that was created by the brother of Arthur Conan Doyle, who you do not know who the fuck Arthur Conan Doyle is, but that this brother had a character that had a nickname, and I want to give you the exact name, so give me 2 seconds. I have it in my notes, if my thing wants to load. Uno momento. Okay, so she informs you that she basically says, there's this character, and his name is Arthur J. Raffles, and I thought Raffles would be the best name for you, because it just sounds very cute, and it also reminded me of Rasball, so Raffles just sounded really cute. And she says that in the book, he's supposed to be the opposite of his brother's character, where his brother's character is like this detective-y type character, you know? Like, he works for the human equivalent of, like, the authority that comes up with things and stops bad things from happening. And his character is a gentleman thief. And I don't mean to call you a thief. I don't mean that in any sense of the way. But you seem like you're very, like, knowledgeable. And this character was very knowledgeable. And I feel like he's very cunning. And you give me cunning vibes. And so I went with Raffles. And I really hope that you enjoy that name, Raffles. And she's just, like, standing and looking at you, smiling really wide.
Jade, why you do this?
I'm sorry.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh. The simping. Okay.
The simping.
He doesn't follow all of that. He is still waking up. He's a little
So valid.
rotten. Okay.
It was a lot,
was
and
a
a lot
lot
of words
in
that
there.
you don't know.
But he's somewhat flattered, and maybe a little like he's not sure if you should be flattered or offended.
That's so valid.
He's like, you've met me for like maybe like one time, like, for 30 minutes, and you think I'm a thief?
I mean,
That's what
she
he got for a bit.
backtracked.
What do you nice.
A
He's just
gentleman
like-
thief. Don't forget the
Internally,
gentleman.
he's like, that's kind of sexy.
And he's just like, oh, well that actually oddly fits. I like it, thank you.
And she like nods, and she's like, yes, of course. And I checked online. I saw that under the schedules, you can look up like people's schedules. I looked up your schedule, and we have our last class together. So I look forward to seeing you. And I was hoping that maybe after class we could get coffee or something.
Or we could get coffee before class if we have time.
I suppose that we could. I don't know if they're opening times, but I can check.
That would be delightful.
She's just smiling. She's just smiling at you.
Bag it.
Bag it.
First of all, he's very tired. Second of all, she's
That is so
very
valid.
pissed.
So valid.
He needs coffee.
He needs coffee.
And he doesn't mind spending more time with her.
That is so valid.
Is
Do
it
you-
open or?
It's actually closed, but she will look it up for you and let you know. Rip.
Devastating news.
Devastating news. But do you have a sort of like bathroom preparation thing, a bathroom routine, or a? Do you have a bathroom?
I actually have to
Yes,
use
you
it
do.
right now.
I actually have to bathroom. I have to bathroom
Oh,
right
okay.
this moment.
He
Do you
has
have
no
a
routine.
no morning
He has
routine?
Zero routine. He rolls
That is so
out of
valid.
bed,
He's a scaly
grabs
boy.
clothes of some sort. He is
What
aware
is
of her presence, so he
valid?
might like
Change in the
put
bathroom.
clothes into the bathroom.
That's valid.
Ordinarily he wouldn't, but
That's valid. What do you change into? Do you change into the full look? Do you do like kind of a lazy, like just the white shirt with the tie and like the trousers? Do you do a skirt? Does Theron wear a skirt?
he probably doesn't wear a skirt.
That's
So it
valid.
would be a little bit more freeing for his tail. I'm
That's
sure.
true.
He might lean into that later on.
Arlo and
As
Theron's
he
wear
should.
skirts episode.
Oh,
Julian, gotta get in it too.
Skirt episode. Skirt episode.
Please, Julian.
just like
Then I would not be able to do this him.
Skirt episode. Skirt episode.
Julian in a skirt.
I love.
But no, he just grabs the usual pants and
Okay.
t-shirt.
Okay.
He does his tie, but not very well.
A little bit
Really
loose.
nice tie, so it's
Valid.
kind of loose, kind of messy, but it's there. And then he
Okay.
grabs his blazer and he doesn't put it on. He just holds it just in case.
Valid. And I assume you come out of the bathroom with these things and dressed in these things. And as you come out of the bathroom, Arthros is kind of just like standing there, like smiling, like she was waiting for you to come out of the bathroom.
Oh no.
And she like is smiling at you, and she's like, "So unfortunately, the coffee place is closed, but it does open, and so we could go after school if you would like. Also, your tie is slightly loose. I do know how to tie a tie. Would you like my help?"
Would she like to be my wife? He doesn't say that. He thinks it though.
Do you want to be my
Um,
wife?
He seems, he's pretty sad. Like he's like,
Yeah.
okay, well that sucks about the coffee, but afterwards that sounds nice. It's
She,
gonna
like,
be a long
nods.
day without it.
So valid.
And yeah, I've never used one of these before, so if you want to help, that's okay.
She nods and she's like, "Oh yes, I had to do my brother's and my father's all the time, so I can do it. I'm very good at it." And she comes over and she's like very much like a little bit anxious. She's like, "May I?"
Go ahead.
All right. And so she goes and she starts fixing your tie, and she's like very transfixed on the tie so that she doesn't make eye contact with you because she's very nervous.
He's just,
Yeah, so she's
staring
like,
down at her.
she's like
trying to like memorize what she's doing.
and she's like, she starts kind of like humming to herself, and you don't really know what she's humming. She's just humming some kind of thing. She's like, and then as she finishes, she kind of like steps away, and she's like, "Right, so I'm gonna go." Yes, and so she kind of like gives herself like a little bit of like a yes, and she like goes over to her desk, grabs like 4 books, grabs her backpack, throws it on her shoulder, and looks at you and like looks you up and down really quick, gives you kind of a once over, and goes, "Have a nice day."
You as well.
She goes, "Okay," and then she quickly just like runs out of the room.
Oh
All
my
right.
god.
Raffles. So Raffles.
I love you for that.
I couldn't believe when I found that Arthur Conan Doyle had a brother who wrote a character named Arthur J. Raffles, and I was like, Raffles, bruh.
Raffles.
And the
God,
gentleman
the amount of
thief.
research you did for that.
It had to be perfect.
Oh, and it is.
Thank you. So with that, we're gonna jump to Julien, my love, gentleman, my gentleman genius. Let's go.
The man who knows everything.
The man who knows everything.
Oh,
My favorite part of the little recap is just Andromeda being like, Julien talks a lot. Just like briefly in the little brief. Julien talks a lot.
A dumb character because I don't know things, so I don't know how you are actually.
James is just
you know these
extremely smart, literally. James is a genius.
Just can like off the cuff be like, yeah, I know what that is, and I can explain.
Why do you
it in
think
depth.
my first D&D character is also a dumbass? Because I know nothing. Has an intelligence of like 5. Okay. So, Julien, can you roll a d12 for me as well, please, sir?
Yep.
Thank you.
9.
Oh, okay. So, you wake up, and you feel like your morning is starting quite above average. It could be better, but it feels pretty good. You wake up and you feel like, kind of just feels like you slept like how you would have slept in the sector, but a tiny bit better. Almost as if just like the bed is just that much comfier, or maybe it's having the company in the room, or maybe not as much company because you never see her. And maybe it's just that, you know, the temperature is just really, really well done in the dormitories. You don't get too cold, you don't get too warm. You're just all around comfy. Like, not like Aria where she felt like this is the best sleep she's ever had, but just like you're comfy. You slept well. You didn't even sleep average. You slept well. And as you wake up, if you look around the room, you see that Silky has made an appearance once more. She is sitting on top of her desk, and she is scribbling furiously with a blue pen onto a sticky note. The same sticky notes that you are familiar with from the day before. And she's trying to scribbling really aggressively, and she's got her backpack sitting next to her, and her backpack is basically your backpack, but bite size. It is absolutely tiny. It's like someone had to sew this because there's no way they make backpacks this small. It's probably from a dollhouse. It's probably a kid's toy backpack. So cute. I assume that you're starting to wake up a little bit, and Sylvie kind of like glances over at you, kind of hears you starting to rise from your bed, and she just kind of looks over at you and she said, "Morning, sunshine!" And she like kind of calls it, and it's a little bit like she holds it out very kind of. She sounds excited, but also still on her guard, essentially. What do you do?
Good morning. You seem very lively compared to the other day.
She like nods like pretty erratically, and she's like, "Yeah, I actually stayed up all night like preparing this, and so now I have the perfect method to make sure that we don't get any trespassers coming in here and any unwanted attention, you know?" And she kind of like, you see her pile up her sticky notes, and it looks like she's holding about like 6 sticky notes in her hands, and she's kind of struggling to lift them up. They're a little bit heavy, and she kind of just like nods them at you. She's like pointing at what she has.
Right?
Ever confused. She just keeps staring at you.
Julien just keeps staring back.
And she kind of is just like, whenever you're ready, whenever you're ready with, ready to go to school and stuff, can you give me a hand with these? You don't need to do everything. Like, I can handle it, but like, it'll go quicker, and then I don't have to worry about being late for class, because it's a bit of a process.
Yes. And Julien will go ahead and rush through his morning routine.
Okay.
And then come back.
Does he do anything specific? Does he have a specific routine?
I
imagine he has some
usually
volume.
does, but because of circumstance and because of not having stuff that you usually have back
Valid.
home, sort of just rushing through it, not really doing
He's just
things
like,
as he usually does.
and that's it. He's like, puts a hand through the hair. He's just naturally has the volume, honestly.
Whenever James is on, it turns into an episode of The Office.
Yes. Julien is like he's on The Office, and I love it so much. So then as you were coming out of the bathroom, I assume that you changed in the bathroom. Do you wear any specific clothing? Do you wear like the full get-up, like vest, blazer, tie, everything?
Full getup.
Full get-up. Okay.
Julien wears the full getup.
Full get-up. All right. And as you do so, as you're walking out towards the door, you see that Silky has a bunch of books stacked that lead towards the door handle. Like she doesn't want to ask you to open this door for her. She doesn't want to ask anyone to open this door for her. And she sees that you're ready, and she like straightens her tie a little bit. She's wearing her little blazer too over her like tie and shirt. And she jumps up on the books, and she jumps in one like big leap, and she grabs onto the handle, and it kind of weighs down a little bit with her, but in that sense that like it just starts to slowly like open because she's just pushing on the handle. And she falls to the floor, she drops off, and then pushes the rest of the door open with her hands in a way to open it for you rather than you opening it for her. And she kind of like looks at you, she's got the sticky notes in her hand, and she goes like this, and then she runs around outside the door, disappears into the hall. I assume you follow her.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and as you do, you walk out the door and you see that she has more books on the outside of the room that she has stacked up to the door handle. And she jumps onto these books, jumps all the way up, looks at you, and hands you 3 sticky notes. And she says, "Can you just put these on the door? It doesn't have to be in any sort of order, doesn't have to look pretty, just put them on the door."
Okay. He picks it up, starts pressing it randomly.
Okay. And as you're posting these sticky notes, she ends up slapping 3 sticky notes on the door as well. And each of these sticky notes, the first one says, "Stay out," and it's in common, so it's in your language. The second one says, "Stay out," but it's in human language. She's very clearly like taken her TCD and she's plugged in how to translate "stay out," and she's written it as best she can onto the sticky note. One of the other sticky notes says, "Don't even think about it," in common. Another one of the sticky notes says, "Keep out, pissant," in common. And another sticky note says, "Try it, I dare you," in common. And the last sticky note says, "Silky's terrain," in parentheses, and Julien's in a small scribbled writing. And as she finishes slapping the last one on the door, she looks at it, she like crosses her arms over, and she's like, "Good work, Julien." And she like looks at you, and she kind of lifts up like a hand, like she wants like a high five or something of that sort. And she just like presents it to you.
Julien goes for it.
It's like a little tap, or a little finger five. And she just like nods, and she looks at you and she says, "Well, see you later." And she jumps off of her books and she scampers down the hall.
My mommy issues right now.
With Silky? She's a mouse!
He's so nurturing, and she's proud of him.
That's
Valid.
true. That's
Valid.
true.
Sibling issues.
She's trying her best. She likes to be independent, you know. Alright. And Julien, I assume that you make your way towards your homeroom class. Which is Mr. Wilson, of course. We all love that guy. And last but not least, we go to Andromeda. Andromeda. Andromeda, can you roll a d12 for me as well?
Wham.
Bwomp.
That's a 1.
Okay. All right.
That's a good old 1 right there.
Andromeda. You wake up like out of you just fucking spring forwards. You're like, holy shit. You didn't have a nightmare or anything. You just woke up with so much like absolute force that you almost feel your neck crack with the force of it as you sit up, and you are like squinting, your whole body aches, your toes are freezing cold because you never wear shoes anyways, and your hair feels so sticky, like the like leaves and vines feel like they've been all folded up. You look down to your pillow and there's a couple leaves that have fallen out, and you just all around feel like, you know how when a bomb goes off and your like hearing goes into that like, you almost hear that as you wake up. it's like your senses are not catching up with you. You're blurry as you wake up. Your ears feel like you can't hear anything. Your mouth feels like you have cotton balls in your mouth. It's like you just wake up so sticky and gross, like you just had the worst sleep. Your sleep felt like it was a little bit fitful, like you were restless, like you woke up and then slept and then woke up and then fell back asleep so many times. And Mud's snoring probably had a little bit to do with that, but not fully. You're used to kind of sleeping, like with the sector, you're used to sleeping with a lot of people, but Mud's is just a little bit more aggressive than most people you've slept with, that it was just a little loud for the first night. And as you sit up, or as you turn and kind of look around the room, you see the dragon of friendship that Mud gave you the day before sitting atop your bedside. Your lock of hair is still tucked around its neck, except this time it's been properly fashioned to look like a scarf. He's kind of folded it over and there's one piece hanging down. And you also see next to it a small folded piece of paper, quite like Arlow saw with Nari. What do you do? Mud is not in the room. You don't see Mud anywhere. You look over to his side and you see like half whittled wood on the carpet. You see that his bed is unmade. The sheets are pulled back and there is like little bits of like coagulated dirt and mud just like sitting across the mattress, like he had dirt on him and when he got up in the morning it just fell off. There's like little pieces of stick kind of like in the pillow and tucked in like the blanket. Stick, not dick, sorry.
Okay.
And
I was like, oh.
Stick, S-T.
I hear that.
And you see that his scarf is folded up on his desk. So he's not wearing his scarf today, wherever he is. Yeah, no scarf today. And yeah, what do you do?
She's gonna kind of like get her bearings, like, you know, like rub an arm across her eyes, do a big stretch, big yawn, and she's gonna like, you know, pop down from her bed and pick up the note and unfold it to read it, see what it says.
Inside the note, it is the same kind of like standardized lined paper that you got from your books that you've been supplied with. And inside the note, in very elegant cursive writing, like this doesn't seem like anything Mud would write. It's elegant. It is like the lines are perfectly cursive. They all just flow so nicely. And the note says, "Good morning, tree. I've gone out on a very important quest for more whittling materials. I do hope I see you in class today. If not, I do hope your day is as sexy as you are. Though this is not quite the tree you are looking for, I hope it is sufficient enough placeholder until we find yours. I bid you every farewell and look forward to setting my eyes upon you later in the day. Sincerely, Mud." And tucked on top of the note is a necklace. And there is a tree that has been carved out of wood. And it is attached to a small piece of string, and it is tucked in the note. And that is why he said it's not quite the tree you're looking for, but hopefully it is a good placeholder for now. And it's kind of like the tree is a lighter color of wood, maybe like birch. Like he looked specifically for wood that maybe looked a little bit golden so that it would fit kind of the golden tree that you were looking for. Mm-hmm. And the vines kind of loop up a little bit, like it's carrying up the piece of string. And all the branches are kind of coming out. There's a few leaves. It's like not a greatly carved tree, but it's a tree. It's very clearly a tree. It's very clear he's probably never made something like this before. Not quite like jewelry. He usually makes the little animals and things of that nature. Yeah. What do you do?
She's gonna, well, first she's gonna actually sniff it, and she's gonna say, birch tree.
Patchwood.
And she's gonna put it on immediately. She's gonna be like,
Aw.
here she puts it on. It's like over her other necklace that she has, her little choker that she has going on.
Mhm.
She slept with it on.
Love that for her.
And she's gonna like, fold up the note, and she's gonna pick up her pillow and put it under the pillow next to her little notebook there. She's gonna put it down, She's happy now, despite how she woke up. She's really happy now.
No.
And she's gonna walk towards the bathroom. I'm assuming she just goes immediately there.
Valid.
To do her little morning
Little
routine.
What kind of morning
she
routine does
does.
she have?
So the first thing she does when she
Oh,
walks
God.
into the bathroom, she stands there
Mhm.
and looks confused.
Oh, yes.
She looks in the mirror and she's like, and she's like, hello? She waves a hand in front of the mirror and she's like,
The person
Oh.
in the mirror does not say anything back. They say the same thing you say.
and she's like, oh, okay. And she's gonna turn. She's gonna face the bathtub. She's gonna look at it very seriously. She's not wearing any clothes. She probably took them off in the midst of her sleeping in the middle
As
of the
she
night.
should.
She's like covered and stuff. She's gonna stand there. She's gonna okay, and she's gonna like walk forward and turn on the faucet, and water comes out, and she's very confused. And she's like, she turns it off. She turns around, she walks towards the mirror, picks up a brush, probably has a
Valid.
brush there or something,
Yes.
finds a brush.
They do supply you with a couple things as well. So you have like a little bit
Oh,
of
nice.
you have like a
Okay.
brush, a toothbrush, things like that in there.
Awesome. She's gonna start
Getting through that.
mowing away at her hair, gets it all, nice, put back in her little pigtails she has, gets her ribbon and ties it up very nicely, turns on the faucet of the sink, looks at it, pokes a finger in it, sniffs her hand, it's water, okay, she's gonna splash her face with it a few times, slaps her face, she's like, okay, she walks back out, gets ready.
Okay.
Gets
Does she
dressed.
wear anything specific? Does she just wear the skirt with the shirt?
So she's gonna wear her shirt. She's gonna put on the skirt as well, very haphazardly.
Mhm.
She's like picking at it as she's like, fixing it and stuff. And that's it. I think
Valid.
she would bring the little tie with her,
Mm-hmm.
but she isn't quite sure on like
If she wants to wear it or how to wear it.
if she wants to wear it or not. She knows like how to tie a tie.
Yeah.
She just isn't like. She's like, nah, I think she puts it in her bag, whatever.
Valid.
For later.
Valid.
And she's all done. She's all ready.
All right. And as you all are basically making your way to class, steadily making your way out of your rooms, walking either with your roommates or without your roommates, walking towards your homeroom, about 10 minutes or towards maybe like 5 or 10 minutes before classes are supposed to officially start, the intercom kind of clicks on, and I'm going to try my little voice memo thing, and hopefully it works okay. Hopefully chat can hear it. If they can't, I'll figure that out at another time. But you guys have to let me know if it works. Can you hear me like a speakerphone? It's working?
Yes. Yes.
Very cool.
Yes.
Okay, so the intercom, close to life. It's like a big and you recognize. Should probably turn this off for now. You recognize Claude's voice come through the speaker, and he says, "Good morning, Ravenwood Academy. It's your captain speaking, Claude Meek of Aquafin here. Let's go Aquafin. I sure do hope you've all settled in, and that you are ready to start your first week as a Ravenwood student. I've got a few guidelines and announcements for all of you before I send you all off for your big day. Your schedules can be found on the Ravenwood Directory app on your TCD. Learn it and love it. Should you get lost on your way to your classes, don't forget to consult the Academy map and your student field guide, or on your TCD.
Teachers and staff will be patrolling the campus as helpful aides for you, so don't stress on that front. I'll be around too, as will my fellow house advisors, so if you have a question, ask it. Lockers are available on all 5 floors of the academic building should you need somewhere to store your things. Simply use your Ravenwood student ID key to unlock and lock them. Most important, students, please remember to keep the Ravenwood 10 in mind at all time. So, if you've forgotten, let's go over them one more time. Keep your gifts to yourself. No magic or spells allowed on campus unless otherwise stated by an administrator or higher authority. Keep your fists away from faces, guys. No arguing, roughhousing, or battling. Hands yourselves, for there is no need to be barbaric in a place of study and education. Even you, barbarians. Keep silver tongues in mouths. Respect your teachers, educators, and other staff. They are here to provide a service for you, humans and outsiders alike. Keep to your curfew, guys. Be sure to be in your dormitory by 2200 hours. Curfew for outsiders within the city is midnight. But for Ravenwood, we expect you within your rooms earlier. Curfew ends at 5 in the morning sharp. Keep your clothing correct. Be sure to follow the dress code, as stated further in your field guide. It is important that you look the part, guys. We gotta look presentable. And that humans can distinguish us as students on Ravenwood grounds. Keep contraband out of the academy. Do not bring illegal magic items, objects, or drugs of any kind onto Ravenwood's grounds. It's strictly forbidden. If there is something you need for religious purposes or perhaps for a family heirloom, you may go to the help desk in the staff building and sign it in. Keep your hands to yourself. We understand there may be temptations awaiting you at Ravenwood, but be sure to keep your fraternizing to a minimum. Anyone caught partaking in coitus publicly or within school property will be punished accordingly. I hate that I have to say that one. Keep your actions appropriate. Don't steal, don't vandalize, don't damage property. Respect Ravenwood as you would your home. Keep to your schedule and your studies. Ravenwood has many activities for you to participate in, but most important is your courses. Skipping class will have its side effects, guys. Keep in your place. Remember, humans are our authority. Respect them, listen to them, and demonstrate that you are willing to learn from them. And may I add, do yourself a favor and come into class today with a positive and optimistic attitude. This is the first step towards bettering all of our futures. Let's make it count. And lastly, as a way to welcome you all to Ravenwood and Earthly Society, the humans have initiated the New Beginnings Market for all of us. Outsider-friendly merchants from around and outside of Ravenwood Academy's walls have connected with our wonderful academy and traveled here to provide you all with an exciting first-day shopping experience after your classes have finished. 100 credits have been added to your student accounts. Spend them wisely, not wildly. Be sure to check out the market and their stalls after your classes, and see some of the things Earth has to offer for you. Those in charge of Ravenwood Academy clubs and sports teams will also be there, providing you with a chance to sign up for some exciting opportunities. Craig Brogg, your dormitory manager, has already been around to deliver flyers to all your dormitory doors. It has also been delivered in a message to your TCD on your Ravenwood app. I better see you all there. And with my announcements over, Ravenwood students, have a fantastic day and fly on.
And it sort of fizzles out of the intercom and the speaker, and it just goes, and that's it. You guys can unmute now. It's so silent.
Sorry.
Thank you. Did that work? Did speaker go through? Did everything come out understandable?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yes.
All
It
right.
was
Yeah.
Okay.
That
Awesome.
was that sounded amazing.
Thank you.
so good.
Finding your way towards the academic classroom is not that hard. It is basically the center point right next to the right next to the Ravenwood big field in the middle of the campus. And with that, for some of you, you're all a lot closer to the academic classrooms than some of the different houses. So Terraclaw, you kind of have to walk over the field a little bit. Aquafin, you're literally right next to the academic classrooms. You walk down a sidewalk and turn, and you're right there. Ignis Ember, you have a very short walk as well. You can go into the secondary entrance of the academic classrooms very easily. It's really close to where your building is. And Kaylee Wing, you have a bit of a farther walk. You have to walk around Ignis Ember, past the guidance offices, and into the academic classroom from there. From there, they have... Oh, I guess you actually would have to go the other way first. That's my brain being stupid. So... that's where your classrooms are, for context. But basically as a thing that they want to set up for you all, you have to go to your homeroom first. Your homeroom is located in the same building that it was in the first time. And so it will have the same teacher as well. You will all be in homeroom together with Mr. Wilson. And
Hey yo, Mr. Wilson! Hey yo!
you kind of, Mr. Wilson.
Yeah.
You kind of all know your way there of a sort. It's very simple. It's just across like the field and it's right there. And if you don't, there are so many teachers and so much staff as well as the house advisors all kind of mingling in the scenic area. You also see when you leave your dormitories, you can see that there are kind of a big crowd of people. Some people are carrying stuff into the field, and it looks like they're starting to get set up for the market for after classes. So in case you guys didn't get it as clear, the school is basically putting on a first day market for you all. So they've given you guys 100 credits that you can spend to buy things. And it's all merchants who are outsider friendly. So it's humans who designate themselves as people who would serve outsiders. And so they've come through with just a bunch of little things that you guys will be able to explore later. And it will be open after your classes. So, as you make your way to your homeroom, that's kind of some of the scenery that you see. You see them getting set up. They're kind of setting up like tents and booths and things like that. Very how a convention hall would look, with just like tables, and some of them have little like sheltered things. And you see that there is people like Chiron is standing outside, kind of standing around in case anyone has any questions. You see the house advisors. You see kind of Claude off in the distance. You see Darien off in the distance. You see just a lot of the house advisors and just some other teachers who are very clearly human, who seem to be kind of hanging around while you find your way to your homerooms in case you have any questions. He's scary. I will say, when I was building your guys' schedule, it was giving me like anxiety because I was thinking about high school and when you got a schedule and like comparing your schedule to your friends, being like, oh my god, what classes do I have? I hope I have friends in classes. Like, I was feeling it.
You
And
said
I was
that
like,
in
oh
chat.
god.
I was literally comparing and being like,
yeah, who do I have in my classes?
yeah.
And I will tell you also that some of you have some of your...
God.
Oh, I made a channel for it. You don't have to look at it. I'm gonna announce it to you guys anyway, so you're good.
But yeah, it was classic.
I just put it in there in case you wanted to look at it. Some of you do share classes.
For a reason.
Some of you do share classes, and some of you have classes with your roommates as well. So,
Julien, we have a class together.
yeah, Julien and Theron have a class together. So, as you make your way to the you make your way to the dormitory or the homeroom from your dormitories, and you see that the halls are insanely busy, as there are other homerooms in this building as well. And there are just students everywhere. Everyone is in their uniforms, wearing their ties, wearing their blazers. You see people of all kinds. You see dragonborns and lizard folk, and you see other tabaxis, and you see other tieflings and other drows and all kinds of different people. Like literally every color under the sun. And as you're walking through, it's a very colorful hallway. I would pay to see that. We lost Faye.
Camera.
Bye, Faye.
Camera died?
Camera died.
Camera died?
Died.
Dearie, oh no.
Boom, clap, shout, my heart, my beakers are
Oh my god, you were talking in session chat and I didn't see any of it.
Oh,
I
we've been
love
talking. I got jump scared by Julien's glasses.
Oh, I fucking love them so much.
Andromeda left the water on for sure.
Oh,
Andromeda delete.
When
That makes sense.
Bro.
Yeah?
When
She definitely
Andromeda
did.
got that necklace, I straight up started crying.
Yeah, literally.
I was like, actually,
I started tearing up
it made me
too.
really like, I don't know, guys.
I know
You're
it's
just
not.
a little
I know it's
today.
not the tree you're looking for,
just a-
but I hope it's a placeholder until we
So
find
sorry, so sorry.
we find it together.
They were
He said he
checking
would
chat
find it
because
with
we had
her.
been talking so
My
much
favorite
today.
ship.
He said he was
and
gonna help you
Bob
find it.
looked, so they were looking in the chat.
Yeah, I'm
you guys
looking
were
looking at the session chat. I didn't see any of this.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So I love that. All right, so welcome back, Vay.
Thank you.
So
Surprised you having like a genuine camera.
it looks so good, so it's worth it.
It's just so
Um,
pretty though.
It is
True
so
that.
pretty.
Is beautiful.
Beautiful. So, I assume you guys all kind of slide into your classes. You all probably get there at kind of different times, depending on how long your routine was, depending on how eager you are to get to your classes. And as you walk in, Mr. Wilson is at the front of the classroom, and he's just kind of standing there very awkwardly. He's like watching you all come in. He's like he seemed like he put in a little bit more effort today in his outfit. Like he knew that this was like the first day for you guys, so his shirt is actually ironed. There's no creases in it, and he's wearing just a very simple brown tie, and he even has like a little like a teacher and staff jacket that has one of the like Ravenwood logos on it, and it says staff underneath the Ravenwood logo. And he looks very smart. His little scruffy gray hair is kind of combed back a little bit today, but he still looks just as awkward as he usually does. He's standing there very kind of like nervous, kind of just like looking around, waiting for you all to file in. And as you guys start to file in, you do see that you see a lot of each other. You recognize that Andromeda, you recognize Theron, you recognize Aria, you recognize Arlow and Julien and Andromeda. You all see each other. And there's no classroom, no place to like sit. There's no, assigned seating. There's no assigned seating or anything. The chairs are just all kind of laid out. But there's also nothing saying that you have to sit down. And as you guys kind of start to file in, there's still guards around, as you should know. There are still plenty of guards around with their big guns and their scanners, and they're kind of standing at all corners. There's especially large amount of them today than the first time you guys were here and had your homerooms, because they are so on edge, because there's so many different outsiders here today. And so as you walk into the classroom, as like the kind of the last person files in, the door closes behind you all, and you're all kind of just standing in a large group. And you recognize everyone as kind of like, you notice a couple other outsiders. These are the same people you were with on the first day, on the day before, essentially, when you first all moved here to Ravenwood. Aria, you kind of turn to the side and you look over and you're looking around the room and you see 𝙍𝙖𝙫𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙀 standing there in all his 3-foot glory, and he kind of starts looking around. He like meets your eye and he does like a little head flick at you.
He has a full body shiver and just looks at him and just
Chaz.
Oh.
And so you recognize, you guys are recognizing baby with those baby blues, baby blues. And so, so you recognize these people, and you feel a tiny bit more comfort knowing that these are like the same faces from before. But as you walk in, no one seems to really sit anywhere because they don't really know if that's what they're supposed to do. Everyone's just kind of standing in a group towards the end of towards the back of the room. And Mr. Wilson kind of clears his throat and he says, hello, welcome back. Yeah,
Hi.
does Arlo say hi? He kind of like turns to Arlo, he like smiles and he's kind of like,
Andromeda looks at Arlo and goes,
Hi.
and he looks at both of you, and he's like, Arlo, Andromeda, hello, how are you?
You remember!
He's made a point to remember your names, and he kind of like, he looks around a little bit and he's like, so this is still your homeroom. This is still a place that you guys will be coming every morning, but you only get 10 minutes with me here. So the 10 minutes is kind of just like a it's like a standardized, you can either chill and just like look around and hang out for a bit, or you can ask me any questions that you might have regarding anything, essentially, within reason that I can answer, because I don't know all the answers, but I'm trying my best to be here for you. So, right. So he kind of like looks around, and he goes to his whiteboard that he loves so much, and he just kind of taps it, and it was a black screen, and now as he taps it, a big 10-minute timer pops up and starts to count down. And I will give you guys officially 10 minutes to hang out, ask him any questions you want before your classes begin. So, are you raising? You can come up to him if you want. As the timer starts, a lot of the other outsiders, they're like kind of a little bit frantic, but some of them just kind of go off into corners. They go on their TCDs, or they're like hanging out, or some of them get out notebooks and they start just like doodling. They're just kind of, they don't have questions. Some kind of rush up to Mr. Wilson to ask him questions. But yeah, so 10 minutes starting now, my lovelies.
I have a question for Mr. Wilson.
Okay, do you go up to him, or are you just standing there raising your
Yes.
hand?
I go up to him and I like go,
Okay.
where's the Jenga?
I'm
really
Fiona!
worried that
Lost
I'm not
the
gonna be
Jenga.
good enough for the finals. I don't know, is there a test? I feel like I'm not gonna do well because we're supposed to learn it, but I'm not very good at it.
Mr. Wilson's kind of looking at you and is like, that's so understandable.
Yeah.
Arlow, just
Yeah.
Arlow. You don't have to play any more Jenga. That was just a first introduction type thing. You can if you want. We have the towers in the back of the room.
It's not gonna be on the test?
No. You don't have a test for me. I'm not one of those teachers. I don't have the authority. I also don't.
So relieved.
Yeah, I also don't have I don't have the degree either. So I'm not giving out any tests. So don't worry.
So true.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. I was worried about that.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I feel so much better. Okay, cool.
Andromeda, can I help you?
Andromeda is standing directly behind Arlo and peeks out from behind him because she moved up behind him.
Mr. Wilson?
Yeah.
I had a question.
Yeah.
So I don't quite know what the structure is, because it's different, I think, where I'm from, but with the roommates, I'm quite confused. Is this our intended betrothal candidate?
And Mr. Wilson's
Like-
face just kind of like freezes for a minute, and he's like, "Wow. No. You're not gonna be. No. Are you? Do you need help? Do you need a new roommate? Are they pressuring you or something?
No. No.
No.
Well, he gave me a betrothal gift. See, it's really pretty. But I'm not quite sure if exactly I'm quite ready for that. Because it's kind of weird.
So, sweetheart, I'm. Oh, Jazz has raised her hand. Jazzy. Hold on.
Amazing. Oh my god!
That's cute.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Hi, Cheryl.
So, Mr. Wilson kind of like looks at you and he goes, "Sweetheart, I'm much older than you, and I'm still single. So, don't think that you have to get with anyone unless you want to.
Really?
Yes, you can stay single the rest of your life and have a cat if you want. That's what I'm gonna do.
What's a cat?
Yeah.
You know, they're great
I
company."
made any noise.
Okay.
The cats are the cat's egg. They say meow.
Mr. Wilson looks at Arlo and says, "Arlo, that was
memory.
that was a great
Like,
impression,
yeah,
Arlo.
no?
That was
Yes.
great."
I just thought like if she had seen a cat but she just couldn't remember it, if I sounded like the cat, it would like all come rushing back.
You're so smart. That's very
I
very
feel
smart.
something
You gotta
rushing
trigger
back.
the memories.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
feel something rushing back. But
Right.
not
I'm
quite sure
gonna
if it's
move
cat.
on from this strange questioning. And Aria, can I help you?
I was gonna ask you, did Aria hear that?
Which part?
Probably.
Depends on where she was standing, I guess.
We're so
I
loud.
mean, she probably.
We're both really loud.
Hey, Mr. Wilson.
Okay. Aria's just gonna like
Are we getting married?
Are we getting married? No, Aria's just gonna walk up behind Andromeda and it's just like, is somebody pressuring you?
No, I mean, he said we could lay in the field and romance would take hold of us, but I'm not quite sure.
Romance would take her.
This makes Mud sound like such an asshole.
His name is Mud. And he is saying that romance will take hold of you in a field?
Yes.
Did Arlo just ask if he's real?
Is this somebody you've made? Is it like, do you have your own Mud that you have relations with that you've made? Or is
What
this
the
like...
hell is going on?
No, I don't
No,
know. That's
It's an orc. I've met an orc.
an
He's green.
orc.
Orc.
Orc. An orc.
Orc.
Oh, okay. Arlo.
Orc.
Oh, okay.
I think it was a C.
Orcs.
Oh, Aussie, did you ask him how to spell
Oh,
it?
Aussie.
No.
Okay.
I'm just
He was green and he
imagining.
had big teeth.
Can you see him right now?
I'm imagining Theron and Julien just standing there listening to this conversation.
No.
Wait,
Theron
Julien knows a lot of things.
immediately
Julien!
after they were like dismissed,
Julien!
went to sit at a desk and laid down and took a nap, or tried to.
Julien!
That's
But he
so
has
valid.
heard every sentence. of
Every
this.
sentence of this conversation.
Wait. Julien
And
knows
it's
a lot
just
of
pretending
things.
to be
Julien, will you come over here, Julien?
Andromeda's looking for Mud right now in the room.
It's a good idea. This guy knows everything.
How
This
do
guy
you
is
spell
big brain.
orc?
Yeah, how do you spell
It's
it?
How do
O-R-C?
you yeah, orc.
Okay.
O-R-K? O-R-C? You're muted.
Julien, you're muted.
Sorry,
He woke up with sore throat.
I was chewing on my breakfast.
Oh, valid.
Outside?
First one is
First, C or K?
How do you
C.
see?
Oh.
C.
Okay, so you're right then. You're right then.
Orc.
Oh, I've never been right about it.
Secondly, you've never experienced anything about people romancing you in fields, right?
Are you getting married to your roommate,
Marriage?
Julien?
No.
Theron's like,
Maybe.
Theron's like, yes.
He just like raises his hand from his
From the back, but no one sees him.
like,
Andromeda,
Oh,
I don't
right.
think anybody should be asking you for marriage when they've only met you for one day.
Yeah.
Well, he never said we're getting married. He said,
Well, I don't think anybody should be asking you for romance if you've only known them for one day
Well-
either.
Do you want it? Does it sound good to you?
I mean, that's also a good question.
I didn't know I had a choice.
That's important. Choices are important.
Choices
have
are
one.
important. He called me sexy.
Oh,
You
I
are
don't know
all
what that
sexy too.
Me?
that's a little,
Yes.
Mr.
Say it,
Wilson,
it'll make
Mr.
you feel
Wilson
better.
kind of looks at you and is like,
I don't know what you mean.
"That's not appropriate for me, but
Sorry,
thank
Mr.
you.
Wilson. Oh,
I appreciate
well, I meant
the
more then,
sentiment."
but you are too, Mr. Wilson. You are sexy too. And you should say it because I think it makes you feel better because I felt a little bit better after I said that.
I'm sexy. My cat
You
thinks
are
I'm sexy
sexy.
too, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Say it louder.
I'm sexy.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't go any louder
Sure.
than this. So, anyways, continue your conversation. Sorry to interrupt. And he like turns to another student.
He's standing. He's still standing.
Andromeda, you let me know when you see Mud again, alright?
Okay.
You come to me.
He said, I shall lay eyes upon you again today.
Probably
Poet-
when you said
poet-
after this,
poetry.
or some other thought, like some other time.
I'm not quite sure. He's quite vague.
Alright, well you
And
let me
green.
know if you see him,
He's green.
and I will talk to him.
And teeth.
That's cool.
And teeth.
I have those too.
Me too. But his
Yeah,
are like,
I do have
ugh.
them. They're not great, but...
Oh,
Oh, it's like Theron. Theron has big teeth.
Theron, open your mouth.
He's still pretending to be asleep. Theron ignores everything that you guys are saying. Ignores
Hey, Theron. Hey. Can I? No, like no. Can I? I'm trying to recognize who she's talking about, and she says the teeth are similar. Can I? Open your mouth.
He slowly rises his head off
Hey.
and just
buddy.
bears his
Hey, buddy.
aggressively.
Like that?
Thank you, Mr. Dragon. Yes, yes, like Mr. Dragon right there. Yes.
Those are awesome.
Oh my Andromeda, honey.
You're
He's not a
saying it about
dragon.
that. Sorry.
He's not a dragon, honey. He's
Sensitive about
They
that.
got
he's a
sensitive
dragonborn.
about.
They're different.
Mm.
That's the thing I'm sensitive about.
The timer on the whiteboard says 3 more minutes.
Oh shit. Okay.
Wow.
Wait,
Theron goes back to sleep.
Okay.
Aria, I need your number.
You need my what?
Your phone number, because this morning I thought about messaging you because I
My
didn't know what to
phone?
do
What
after.
is a phone number?
It's the number in our friend request.
Oh,
Whatever it is.
okay,
Or TCD ID.
Yes. Julian.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're
You want to help me? Julian, you understand these things much more than I do. Can you come help me?
good.
Okay.
What?
So,
Oh, yeah.
What? We have a friend code? A friend
Yes.
thing? Where would I find that?
Yes. So go into
For context, they are on the Ravenwood directory app. And you add it
Just hear
through
her claws just.
you add it through the messaging app. Sorry, just in case you guys weren't aware of it. For Julien to give his smart big brain.
Explanation.
Yeah.
I just have lots of questions and my roommate won't talk to me.
My roommate talks a lot.
She left you a smiley face.
My roommate likes to moisturize.
An erased
so,
smiley face.
I like to moisturize too. Who's your roommate?
His name is Coon. He's very sweet. He's got a very nice personality.
Mm.
He's
I thought you were gonna say something else.
he's I believe he is similar to a lion man. A leopard.
Mine! I have a leopard roommate.
Is she a leopard or
Yeah. She's a meow cat.
meow cat? Okay. I don't know if that's the same thing, but Koo's very kind. He's a little
Aw.
gone. It seems like he doesn't understand what's really going on sometimes, but very sweet. I want to introduce you to him because I'm sure that maybe he can.
I'm imagining you guys having this conversation and Julian's like holding his phone ready to tell you about how to do that.
She's like,
Julian's like, while you guys are like, oh, a leopard and a lion. Wow, that's so cool.
I
Julian,
can't.
thank you so much.
You guys are just like going off.
Yeah.
Want to know this or not?
Basically.
Okay, so it's here, Julian.
Yes,
Hey,
you want to
Julian.
go to the Cryptid Commune application, and if you go
Right.
to the top right, there should be a little button there, and it should show you your friend code and a little input to put other people's friend code in.
All right, perfect. Thank you. And can I get yours as well? I think it might be smart if we each get ourselves. So you can
Yeah.
we have a
We
good
trade,
group going
we
on
trade.
here. Yeah. Here's mine.
Is Theron still pretending to be asleep so he just doesn't give his friend code?
Oh, wait, I go over to Theron and I slide
Theron,
my
wake
phone.
up!
I'm done.
Darren, wake up,
He's
Darren!
eavesdropping, so he heard
Hey.
the instructions.
Hey,
At least you're
Darren.
not a
It's,
dragon.
Here.
Darren, can I get your friend code real
Yeah.
quick? Perfect. Thank you so much. You're such a sweetheart. Are you
Can
sleeping? Are you doing all right?
I assume you
friends.
all exchanged them? Oh, hey, that's me.
Yes.
Yes, it's all that's
It's us!
So as you're doing this, right as you finish putting in everyone's friend code, so you guys all add each other on your little messaging app. If you want to. If some of you just don't want to, that's fine. You can play that card if you'd like. Oh, yes, Theo?
Can I create a group chat or no?
No, you cannot.
Oh,
no.
damn it.
Yeah.
Aw.
The Jenga gang is done.
Jenga gang.
And as you're all doing this, you're
R.I.P.
do you all exchange? Are you all on board with that?
Yeah.
Or do some
Yeah.
of you Yeah. Okay. Julien, you two?
I'm good for it.
Okay.
Against Theron's will.
Against Theron's will. He's been forced to. And as you do this, the timer goes off
It's fine.
and your 10 minutes are up.
Yeah.
And as the timer goes off, Mr. Wilson kind of goes to the front of the room and he says, all right, so good luck with your first day. If you have any questions, there's lots of people around for you to talk to. Everyone is here to help, so just, take it one step at a time. Literally, you gotta walk to your classes. So, yeah, have a great day. What? Here's that. And yes, what's up, Dee?
Andromeda walks forward and gives him a hug before she leaves.
He kind of just like, he's not really sure if he's allowed to hug back, so he just kind of like, have a good day, Andromeda.
Goodbye, human.
She turns around and walks away.
He just like waves, and as you do this, a really loud, shrill bell goes off, and it's essentially like the bell basically means you have 5 minutes to get to your class. So with that, I'm gonna go over your little schedules. Yeah. So we're gonna go kind of one by one. We won't go too long on this, but I want to kind of like make sure that you guys are all aware and stuff. I was looking and I was like, oh my god, we've already been going for an hour and a half, and I've just started, and I'm so sorry. Okay.
Also,
so
if you want,
time.
we have a section in our sheets for the academy schedule. Do you want?
yes, if you guys want to copy and paste, I would recommend having your character sheet up, because you can also write down how many credits you guys have.
Mhm.
You guys,
Where are the characters?
I shared them to your
It should be in Google Docs.
Google Docs.
Oh,
Yeah, so if you go to your Google Docs, they should all be shared with you and accessible. You guys all, for context, have 110 credits. Well, you don't have 10 yet, so currently you have 100. But everyone gets 10 credits after you complete a full day of classes. So they're pretty generous in that front, because 10 credits can buy you a book. So 10 credits isn't really that much. So later in the day, you will have 110 credits. For now, you only have 100 credits that have been given to you by the school for your little shopping escapade, if you would like to go shopping. Your schedules are also in the Discord. I put them all in there before we started, so don't worry about not seeing them. I did it really last minute. But they're all there in case you want them written in front of you, because I am a visual learner, so I understand that.
Okay.
So basically, your class day is a 6-hour school day, like a generic school day. You have 7 periods in one day, and they're all 50 minutes long each. And then including the 10-minute homeroom before those classes. So you don't really get a lot of assignments. That's not really like something that they push. It's mostly, the school is mostly a thing that's like, we're teaching you. So it's less like, it's less like we want to grade your work and stuff, but we're teaching you. There is essentially like tests at some points to see how well you're doing at this point. And you do have like grades based on your performance in those classes, essentially. It's more like a thing of like, if people call on you, or how well you did on like a practice sheet in class or something like that is basically where your grades are based off of. Okay. Which I wish more classes were like that, because homework is stupid.
Agree.
Anyways, so there's quite a range of classes that you guys have. You have the designated 5 that you're supposed to take, and then you had 2 electives that you guys all selected earlier before we started the campaign. Arlow, I would like you to roll a d12 for me, please.
Where is it? All right.
You got this. It's your dice rolling thing.
Is that a 9 or a 6? It's a 6.
A 6. Okay. So
roll it on your cowboy hat.
honestly, that's a king move right there.
I'm excited to use my D20 because it's underwater Arlow D20.
That is beautiful.
Oh, that's okay. That's cute.
I love that. That's amazing. It's like an extra little good luck thing. It's your bardic inspiration. So your schedule, Arlow, you start with Human Basic Studies and Education. And I'm kind of giving this to you guys as I'm going to give, since you guys have the same 5 classes, I'm going to give you guys like a rough like summary of what those classes really like pertain to. And then each of you will get your electives that you take as well. So you all take Human Basic Studies and Education, which is basically you're learning about humans. You're learning about how like what they do. You're learning about like what different things are. So you're just getting more education on what a human is and what they do and like life in general on Earth. human English, which is a lot of like, that's all basically human language. So you're slowly learning a little bit more about the human language. So they're hoping at some point you won't need to use a TCD because you'll understand human language. Arlow, for some reason, you chose research and debate when we were going through your electives.
I'm a great
So
speaker.
you have a debate class, and
Oh, why did I do that?
it's fine. It's all right. And everyone takes human biology and anatomy. Human biology and anatomy is basically what it is. It's how the human body works. It's the anatomy of the human body. Essentially, that's it. You have that class with Julien. You and Julien share that class.
Woo!
Hey, yo. And you also have theater as your other elective.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
And
And you have theater with Aria.
amazing.
So you're both in theater class together. And then
Hey yo!
Hey, yo!
Hey yo. And then there's human basic math.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, which is just basic mathematics, which everyone's probably going to be horrible at, which is totally understandable.
Tomato, tomato, tomato.
Tomato, tomato. And then your last period is human history, which you share with the entire party.
Oh, fun.
So you're all in human history together. You guys also share human history with Arthros, Nari, Chuz, and
Yeah,
Silky.
Chaz!
Oh, you had me, then you lost me.
So you have Silky as well. And Aria. That's basically all of the human electives, essentially, or the classes you're supposed to take, the basic human classes. Human history is literally what it is. It's the history of humans. And Aria, as well as theater, you have music as well. So you also take your music class.
Yay.
Theron, as well as what do you have? You have human additional studies, which is a class that's basically like to learn a little bit more specifics about humans. It's more in terms of like all ranges of human studies, so it's like liberal arts and like things of that nature, and politics, all sorts of other things that are like human things that they're not going to really teach you in the basic stuff. You're basically learning just like more fun things about humans, I guess. And you also have culinary arts, which you share with Julien. You and Julien gonna be cooking together.
Bring us cookies. Bring us cookies for
bring
history
us
class.
cookies. Julien.
Bring you all the leftover snacks.
Hey, yo. Julien, you
Oh,
have
yo.
culinary arts with Theron, and you also have a chemistry class, which your chemistry elective is basically where you're just going to be learning a lot more things about science and the hands-on fun mixing things, you know, all of that sort. In Andromeda, you have gardening, and you have your gardening class with Mud, and you also have an art class as your other elective. And let me double check something really quick, just to make sure. You have your art class with Arthros.
Art and art! Art and art!
Art in art.
No.
Um,
Oh my god.
Oh, you luck bastard.
Love.
Love. So we're gonna start with Theo. Theo, your day. Hi. Your day goes. Okay, you rolled a 6, right? Or was it a 5?
Unfortunately.
Was it
No,
6?
It's a 6.
Okay, that's okay. That's not so bad. You're on the like still below average, but like right on the edge of
Yeah.
average. So your day goes interesting. You feel like even though this is the first day of school and basically what these teachers are going over with you is basic syllabus stuff, they're basically telling you this is what the school year is going to look like for you. This is what we're going to learn about. You find yourself struggling to keep up with how quickly these teachers are talking. You find that a lot of the time you get distracted watching them speak rather than looking at your TCD, which is translating everything they're saying. So a lot of the time it's just like you get lost and then you turn, you're like, oh shit, I missed half that lecture. Your research and debate class, when you're in your research and debate class, they start talking about certain things that you'll be debating, and you're forced to pick a topic. And do you have a topic in mind that you would like to select? Hi.
A topic? I would. Any topic?
A topic that pertains to you personally, that you feel you could debate pretty well, that's
Fish or
also...
real?
Huh?
Fresh or real?
Do you know anything about fish, aside from that you might be slightly fish?
Dragons.
Yo, I'm real.
Dragons
That's
versus
easy.
dragonborns.
Oh, that's a great one. I'll do that.
There you
I
go.
swear to God, if you do that.
Alright.
I'm doing it. I would like to support
Yo.
a friend of mine, a very good friend of mine,
Oh my
and for the
god.
cause.
Okay.
Learn more about the differences
And I guess
between
I get-
dragons and
You know
dragonborns.
how I'm gonna do my research?
Oh
Talking
no.
to my
Talking to
bestie.
Theron? Oh my lord. Okay. So that, obviously there will be other times where you pick other topics, but that's probably what you'll be focusing on first. And they basically are telling you to choose kind of a topic that means a lot to you, that you feel like you could talk about and share with the class and debate. And so from there, you've had an okay day. It couldn't be anything more really than okay. You feel like it went fine, but you're also just still really lost. You feel like you're going to go into class the next day and just not really know where to start.
Yeah.
Aria, can you roll a d12 for me as well?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Because I got
Sorry, this is a lot
I
of
got
exposition
a
and stuff.
D12 for my sleep, so I am like the ultimate rested.
Yeah, you
Can
feel well
I-
rested.
Can I ask if I can do it with a what is it? What is it called when it's you roll twice?
Your little
and get the higher
move?
number?
Yeah, it's one of your moves. Let me double check.
No, it's not a move. It's just a thing.
Like when it's an advantage.
Advantage.
Advantage. Thank you.
Oh,
Roll
yes.
advantage.
Yes, sure.
Thank you. Thank you, D.
We'll do a
Okay,
plus.
I can.
We'll
I
do
was Vay
plus
too.
2.
Vay said at the same time.
Well, no, I just basically what it is you roll twice and then you take the higher number.
Oh, gotcha. I thought you were talking about the additional one. Yes, go ahead, do that.
Perfect. So it's good to get good light sleepies.
Since you rolled perfectly.
Oh, I'm so lucky because I just rolled a 1. Okay.
Jesus.
I'm so glad I asked.
What if you roll another one?
Don't tell me that. Okay, hold on. Gotta get good vibes in my dice.
You got this.
Wait, I should be doing it in my hat. Where'd it go? Oh no, I lost it. My hat. Okay, that's better. That's a 7.
Okay.
Okay.
7.
Okay. So, even though you're feeling pretty well rested, you go into class and your nerves are kind of getting the best of you a little bit. You're not sure what to expect. You know that it's not going to be anything like your homeroom class or Mr. Wilson. You don't know what to expect of your teachers. You don't know what to expect of the other students in your classes. And it's just not anything you're really used to, and you're not used to being around so many people in one setting for such a long period of time. And so your nerves kind of have an effect on your day. You feel like you're not interacting as much as the teachers would want you to. You feel like you could put more of yourself into how you're presenting, but your nerves are getting the best of you. When you get to your theater class, they're asking questions about things that you love to do, and you want to raise your hand and talk about how you love to play the lute, and but you get too nervous and you just don't. And you see how the teacher is really enthusiastic about the students that do raise their hand and do participate, and you feel kind of guilty that you're too scared to. So the rest of your day goes kind of just slightly average. It could have been better. It's not bad. It's not really that great either. But you're taking it one step at a time, and you feel like as first days go, it could have been definitely worse. So we'll move on to Theron. Hello. I wanted to give you guys a summary of how your classes are going, because obviously we're not going to sit in each of these classes and go through the day with each of these classes. Lay it on me, Theron. Oh no.
It's a 4.
Okay. Everyone's reactions simultaneously. So
Yikes!
He did scratch his horn on the wall.
That's
I think
true. That's true.
No.
So, Theron,
I mean, I had a rough night, alright?
you had a rough night and morning,
I
honestly.
saw this coming.
As you get to class, because you had such a rough night, you find yourself while you feel slightly interested in some of the lectures that they're giving you, specifically like human additional studies and culinary arts, things that you're actually kind of interested in, even the biology and anatomy and the English language is kind of interesting to you, but you feel like you cannot keep up with what they are saying because you're so goddamn tired. Your eyes, every time you stare at the whiteboard, you try to focus on the words there, and you look down at your TCD and you try to focus on the words there, but the screen is making your eyes so fucking sore and so tired and so heavy that you just cannot process half of the shit you're seeing. You, at one point in your basic math class, you put your whole entire head down, and you're pretty sure you took like a 10-minute nap, but you're not entirely sure. You know that you were awake one moment, and one moment you were asleep. And then when you wake again, they're on a completely different topic in the lecture. And you're like, well, shit, that happened. So not great. Your day didn't go so great. You feel like you have bits and pieces of the lectures, but much like Arlow, it's in small intervals of what you actually took from it. And your brain is not really holding on to the information very well.
Comprehension is low.
Comprehension is very low. And we will jump to Julien.
King Julien! Howdy.
Hi. Roll a d12 for me, King Julien.
That's a 12.
Hey, yo! That is
Bing bong!
bing bong.
Bing bong.
Mr. Smart Man.
It makes so much sense. Julien, are you the kind of person who enjoys taking notes?
Yeah.
Feel like Julien is. Okay. So, you go into class and you are not outwardly showing that you're excited, but you are excited because you love to learn. You love to learn new things. You love to better yourself at certain skills. You love to be a well-rounded individual who knows how to do so many different things and knows so many different things. It's part of who you are, basically. As you know very well. And as you get to class, we lost a Vey. Oh no! My cameras! No! My cameras! No! We can, but I feel bad because I could get through Julien and then start the break.
Right, you're right.
Let's just double check that Vey is okay.
World
Storm.
in between Arlow and Theron's.
Oh, Vinay.
Hopefully we'll get him.
Julien, Andromeda, and Aria. All of us are good though.
Yeah, everyone is okay. Julian's good.
No.
Andromeda's good. Mine is just Sherlock's bed in the background.
And then it looks like Theo and Boff are in the same room though.
Together.
We're in the
I'll
same
cry.
room. We're in the same
miss
room.
you
Look,
too.
you guys are in the same room.
Oh,
you're on the
yeah.
same screen of Arlow.
Heyo. No, the other way. You gotta look the other way. Hello.
Oh shit. Hello.
There you go.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hey.
Hey. How are you guys feeling
Hey.
so far? Are you feeling okay?
Good.
Amazing.
I know
might
it's
take
a-
a quick bathroom break. Real quick.
Do it. Go pee.
That's okay.
We'll
I've been
get
drinking.
Vey back hopefully very soon.
Watermelon.
Watermelon.
Oh, do we get
Ah.
Yeah.
Do we type in?
Yeehaw. Oh, he's typing? Good.
The internet said no.
On my way. It might have just cut out for a second for him. So valid.
Noah.
Noah.
What am I? What am I good?
But yeah, as soon as I get through Julien and Andromeda, we can go on our break for a little bit, and then it will start the rest of the plan for today.
Hey yo!
Hey, yo.
Can I
Just put it
move?
back there.
Damn. Okay, let me move the.
You're muted, Stinky boy.
Hi,
Yes,
Mr.
you
Man.
Muted, Stinky
I'm
Boy.
so sorry. I
Oh,
don't
you're
know.
fine.
My
You're
internet-
good. It happens, baby. It is okay.
Doobie.
Rip.
Let me adjust them real quick. We were just saying,
Take
too,
that,
after I get through Julien and Andromeda, we'll take a little break and then start the rest of the day.
Sounds good.
I know it's a little bit of a slow start. I hope you guys are feeling okay.
No,
with
it's
that.
good.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's
Like,
perfect.
It's first day of school. I'm like,
That's so valid.
It's perfect. You're doing great, Bob.
Thanks! I just wanted you guys to have an idea of what the
Yeah.
day is going to be like, essentially.
No, it's
yeah,
fun.
was
It's
like-
I like getting an overview of like.
Yeah,
how
me
class
too.
Good.
is. It's like
I'm
it
so
sets
glad.
Up the vibe.
Okay,
role
Julien.
And it
play.
makes so much
Julien's
sense
good.
that I like
Androm's good.
did not sleep well and then had to.
It's very
Yeah,
fitting for
literally.
him. Very fitting. Okay, I got everyone in
And
place again.
Julian, oh, I can't wait.
Julien rolling well. I'm like, you know, that's so in character.
I missed Julien's. What did you?
Oh,
roll?
haven't
I
gone
haven't.
through it yet.
I
We
haven't
haven't
finished
gone
it yet. You're good. You're good.
Oh,
The fact that you got a
what
12.
did you roll?
He rolled a
You got a
12.
12?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking too. Though,
Welcome
that
back, Cowboy
should we,
Theo.
For like a future
Hello, Theo.
reference, should we put something like make like one of our stats with it?
We
Or
could.
should it just be based on the
I mean, I guess if we did one, it would be based off of like intelligence, maybe. But I feel like a lot more goes into it, so I wouldn't really know what to do specifically. You know?
So valid.
Okay, I got everyone back in place.
Okay.
That was easy.
Okay.
Woo! Good job.
Maggie, thank
so
you.
much. Sorry.
Oh,
Let's go,
you're
Bob.
good.
Let's go, Julian.
It fucking happens. You're good. Okay, so Julien, where we left off. You rolled a 12, so big brain moment. You go into class feeling like so prepared. You are so eager to learn. You are so excited to experience all that the school kind of has to offer. You don't really care. You haven't really cared much for everything so far. Just the whole like, you're excited to get more information about things in general, about the world you're in currently. And as you walk into class, you sit down at your first class. Let me grab my little thingy real quick. It all went bye-bye. Okay, you walk into your first class, which is basic math. You have it with Andromeda. And the math that you guys do, or the syllabus that she goes over, that your teacher goes over, it all sounds like things that you are well equipped to deal with. You've been through similar mathematic and scientific classes such as these. You kind of recognize a lot of things that they're saying. You recognize a lot of like the number things. Numbers are kind of your specialty. And as the teacher's laying out like the syllabus for you, you are taking in all this information like it is a breeze. You are taking notes. You're watching your TCD and taking notes at the same time. You're like the king of fucking multitasking. Your hand is going so fucking fast. You're filling up your notebook that they gave you with all this information. Each of your classes, each of your syllabuses, you comprehend like fucking perfectly. You understand what the year is going to have. You understand what the plan is. You have everything written down in your notebook. You have all your notes perfectly. You know exactly what to expect for the rest of the school year. Your chemistry class goes really well. The teacher kind of calls on you and asks you guys how much you know about chemistry. You get every answer right. You're just literally golden boy right now. As it should be. And you feel like the day has been perfect. You feel like you got the most out of your first technical like school day on this planet. It's gone perfectly, essentially. It's gone more perfect than you could have anticipated, essentially. So, if anyone didn't go well on the school day, I think Julien is probably a good tutor for you. So, and with that, we will jump to Andromeda. And if you can roll a d12 for me. I'm always, for some reason, you're always last on my list. I need to, like, change up the orders a little bit.
Because she got the longest name.
She do.
A 10.
Nice. Okay. All right. So, you go to your classes, and Andromeda, you thought that you were probably going to get lost on the way. You were like convinced that you weren't going to find your way there, but you find every class perfectly. You seem to feel like every time you go through the door of a new building, or you go up the upstairs and you go into a new class or into a new hallway, you're so stressed because you're like, oh God, this is the wrong building. This is not the right building. But every single time you attempt to find it, you find it perfectly. You don't have to ask anyone any questions. You find where everything is, and you find it on time. And you walk into class, and you have your gardening class with Mud, and that goes really well. Unfortunately, you're not seated next to him, but you see him kind of from across the room, and he just kind of like waves at you, and he does this little thing with his hands, and
She's like,
and he goes, and it's just a lot of consistent nodding to each other.
and she's like, and she keeps waving at him during the middle of the class too. She'd like turn around. Like,
And at one point, he kind of like points to like his neck, like talking about the necklace, and he goes, and they have this Morse code conversation with each other, and and after class, there's such a rush kind of to get to their next period classes that you don't see that much more of him, and you kind of wonder where he got up to or where his next class was. But you're glad that you had that moment with him in your gardening class. And the rest of your classes go very smoothly. For how much Andromeda knows about this world and about the world in general, for how sheltered she really is, you've taken the information really well. You didn't expect to take in the information as well as you do, but somehow it just clicks. Some of the classes click more than others, but they do click. You feel excited about your art class. You feel like excited to have that creative release, and the teacher is really, really sweet and really, really kind, and you see all the paints at the back of the room, and everything looks so colorful, and it's basically calling to you. You're like, I cannot wait for fucking art class. And your human basic studies and education, you have that with Theron. I assume that you guys probably make some sort of eye contact, but Theron is probably half asleep for most of the time. So overall, you have an above average day. It's not anything too crazy exciting. It doesn't go perfectly, but it's above average. It's way better than you expected it to go, and you feel good. You don't feel as like nervous. You don't feel as like stressed by all the new faces. You actually feel like maybe this will be okay, essentially. But from there, I suppose we will take our break, and when we get back, we will start. You guys are basically leaving your last class together, and I'll give you a little bit of how your last class went, since you're all in that together, and we'll go on from there.
Oh wait, I have a question.
Yeah, what's your question?
Do we
You
get
don't have to
lunch
raise your
during the
hand.
school day, or do we have to wait?
So they have like a cafeteria. I think they would give you guys about like a 20-minute like junction for if you want to get food. You don't have to.
Also, how does breakfast work? It's
Same
nobody
kind of
got
thing.
Breakfast and none of us did.
Same kind of thing. It's
what the heck?
he would fucking know though. He would fucking know.
Yeah,
right now.
Julian's like, I know where the cafeteria is, and everybody else was just like, so I guess we starve.
That's sort of a thing
Damn.
that they didn't really lay out the logistics to you very well.
Yeah.
A lot of it is like hidden. A lot of it's hidden on your like TCD under like your schedule and like options that you can take. Yeah, they don't. They're like, we won't announce it to you. But the cafeteria is open.
We didn't figure.
The cafeteria is open for about 30 minutes before classes, like before the 10-minute bell for classes. And it's very much like a buffet style type thing where it's like they have options laid out to you, and you can go and you can take the foods you want, and everyone kind of has this lunch period at like a different time in between your classes. So some of you may have lunch together, some of you may not. If we ever have like a little lunch segment, I'm sure that we would figure that out. But yeah, you kind of have like that period that you can go and eat if you want to. And it's very much they have lunch available to you that you can select and you can try the food. I imagine that today, because none of you really knew all too well about where you went, you probably were a little bit nervous to even try the food. And I assume, Theron, you kind of have in your mind that you're getting coffee after school, so you're like, I'm set.
Andromeda.
Yes.
in that 20-minute period, Andromeda went and laid in the middle of the field and photosynthesized.
As she
for,
fucking
for
should.
20 minutes.
As she fucking should.
Amazing.
I love that for
The
you.
only thing that's like getting Theron through the day is the thought of that like coffee afterwards.
Coffee
I know
afterwards.
that's same.
Like that's it. That's
I have
it.
a feeling
That's
that
all he's
like,
holding on
when
by.
I know I have a feeling that like when Aria and 𝐶 like both like started walking to class, they tried to go by the the Barbaric Bean.
Barbaric Bean, yeah.
And they saw it was closed and just screamed across the moment.
Panic moment. But yeah, so it would be very much buffet style of like they have people walking and you can get your breakfast beforehand if you have enough time, or you can get your lunch in that period of time. Otherwise,
Okay.
it's like a 20-minute break essentially where you can choose to get food or you don't have to. Which I guess Andromeda just chose to photosynthesize. But yeah, from there we will go on our little breaky break. How long do you guys want? Do you want like a 10-minute break? 10-minute break?
Lunch break.
15?
15.
15-minute
That's
break?
fine. That'd be cool with me.
I think
Poggy,
it's pretty
poggy.
good.
Might be nice.
Are you guys feeling
Yeah, be good.
okay? You guys feeling good?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Maybe they-
Okay.
You
Pog.
feeling good, Jamesy?
Yeah. Feeling good, yeah.
How are you, James?
How are you, James?
I love you.
Oh my god.
Eating
I
the
thought I
mic.
rose for a second, but no, you were just like.
That's lunch. That is lunch. Just eating the mic.
Oh no.
I love you guys. Okay, I'll see you in 15 minutes. So, like 6:45, my time. So 45, you guys.
Yes.
Okay.
Cool.
Sounds
Yes.
Gucci. All
45.
right. All right, chat. We're going on break. We'll see you in 15.
Fairly well.
Fairly well. All right. Hello. We have returned. Hello.
Why you say it like that?
We have returned. Hello. We have returned.
Yes, hello.
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 Hello. We returned.
Bonjour.
Into the pizza. What is the word?
I think this Julien slander.
It's not Julien slander. We love you.
It's Julien appreciation.
Yeah.
And King Julien.
Mhm.
King Julien.
We love both.
And I sip for King Julien, so you know he's valid here.
True.
One more bite of my sandwich,
Ooh, I want to cosplay them still so bad. I want to be Alex the Lion. So.
bruh. I'm so here for it. I'll be Marty in a heartbeat or
Right.
King Julien. I'll be any of them. Alrighty, tidy. Are you guys ready? Hello,
Yeah.
hello, chat. Hello, welcome
We're going.
back. I hope everyone in chat has sippies and
Welcome.
nommies like us. We are now hydrated and fed. So,
Woo.
let's get back into it, shall we?
Hydrate or die straight.
Hydrate or die straight. All right.
Not gonna be me.
So,
Hell no.
hang on.
No.
Where we left
Not in
off.
this chat, not in this life.
Not in this chat. I'm almost out of my sippies. I gotta eat more. So,
I water too.
Gay.
gay
You're
water.
gay.
Okay.
Very Arlow of you, Theo. So,
All the water.
where we left off, we were
I wanna
talking
give you,
about
like, little, like-
your. Oh, you need to get a.
I
Spray,
need- I
you need to
have
get a
one.
spray can.
No, I do have one. I'll ask him to
I
grab it.
request.
Can
Just-
you grab?
You have to spray yourself in the face throughout
Sir?
the session.
I will.
Throughout
I've
the
been
stream,
doing. I've been doing
headphones
this,
and
but I
everything.
think that would be so much better.
I assume.
I
I
like
can get you a
the-
face spritzer. Like one of the things that you put like your like just like water in. I can get you actual like one for your face.
That's
There
That's
you
like a
go.
mix.
I have.
I mean, you have
Where is
misting stuff for your plants, right? I would assume.
I do.
Mm.
I think it's out there, so I think Em will grab it, but it'll be
Hey,
good
yo.
when it's here.
You Arlo just like has that in his backpack at all times.
Yeah, for sure.
He just has like a little holster for it, and he just like.
I love that for him. So,
Flips.
are you all ready?
Yeah.
Ladies, gents, and non-binary. Tense.
Tense.
So, where we left off, you guys were all getting kind of the little lowdown on how your classes work, essentially.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you're now basically you have human history, which is the class that you all have together, and
With Arthros.
with Arthros. But yeah, so you
If
all
you know
share.
Romancer, I will. I will.
Excuse.
Oh, Mr.
Don't
Steele!
try me.
Oh no!
I'm in love with this woman.
I want to see the triangle. I want to see it.
I want the triangle.
I want to see the polycule. All right, that's my end goal.
I mean, that's cool with me.
Oh my lord. Okay.
Anyway.
So you all share your last class together.
Yeah.
You realize.
all share.
And as you kind of all get into your last class, you the spritzer.
Please.
Beautiful.
That's perfect.
Water.
It's just a spritzer. My headphones are old.
It's water. I need a screenshot.
That's a good one.
Okay, then I'll spritz it on here. Getting yelled at.
That's a nice spritzer.
We'll talk about this later. We'll talk about this later.
Did burn a laptop.
Ghost right now. I didn't burn a laptop. I burned the corner on a candle. It's
Which is
fine.
Honestly, I've almost done that, so that's so valid.
I just love the what?
your reaction
Beautiful.
to it, like
Fine.
you weren't
That was
expecting it
beautiful.
when you're the one who spritzed it.
It's a
You're like,
light
wow, yeah, that was some spray.
I didn't
It'll
know
be
it
a
was
great screenshot.
I didn't know it was gonna be so wet.
It's water.
I was
That's a
gonna
lot
say
of it.
something, but I
It's
won't.
vinegar.
It's supposed to be a light mist.
A light mist.
That was not a
My
light
boobs.
mist.
It was a heavy mist. Anywho, Anywho.
Water is
So, when you guys enter your homeroom, or not your homeroom, your last class, you recognize some members that were in your homeroom with you. including basically all of your little gang here.
Cute.
Julian, the Jenga gang. Julian, you're very eager to attend your classes, especially after how well your day has been going. And you make it to your last class before many students. You're one of the first ones in there. So when you walk in, there are very few students in front of you and in the room. One of the ones you recognize is Silky. She is sitting atop a notebook on top of her desk, and she's holding a pen, and she's scribbling something onto a page. Where would you like to sit? Or what would you like to do?
I think Jim will approach where Silky is sitting.
Okay. As you do so, she kind of like looks up from her doodle, and she like looks over at you, and she points to her doodle, and you see that it's a very rough drawing of the teacher at the front of the room. And the teacher's kind of just like this older lady. She's got like curly hair. She looks like she's excited to be there, but also very weary of all of you. And she's sitting at her desk just kind of waiting for everyone to kind of file in, and Silky has taken it upon herself to draw the teacher. And it's a very awful drawing. Like, it's not a good drawing. But you have to give her credit because she is holding a gigantic pen in her hands and drawing this drawing.
That's so fair.
So, as you file in, she kind of looks at you and she like points to the drawing with her little mouse hand, and then she like points to the teacher, and then she goes kind of like, and she like snorts a little bit, and she just kind of like smiles and looks at you, and then gets back to her drawing. And there are 2 empty seats next to her. So, if you would like to sit next to her, you very much can.
Oh.
Yeah?
Yeah, Julian will take a seat.
Okay. And as you do so, she kind of just like glances over at you, like acknowledges that you're sitting there, and then goes back to her drawing. As we go on, Theron, you're one of the next to enter the classroom. You're kind of dragging your feet a little bit. As you walk in, you see a mostly empty classroom. There are quite a few empty seats, but Silky and Julien now are both sitting towards the front of the room. Quite literally like right at the front, in the front row. And there's not really anyone else that you recognize in the room yet. Where would you like to sit?
So it's gonna be in their row, but like the very back.
Okay.
In like that row. So I'll be like behind them. I'll like see them. I'll like
valid.
Nod as I pass or something.
Familiar, but not too familiar.
As far as
so, all right. So as you walk in, you take a seat in the little classroom chairs, and they are very much like the style of desk and chair that high school would have, where it's like the small desk that's connected to the chair, and yeah, the awful ones that like you could barely move in.
That's not gonna fit well.
No, and they're very much like
they have holes in the back of the seat though sometimes. So
that's true.
Tail could like stick.
You just stick your your tail out. And so these desks are also very single file each way, so it's like the rows and then the rows across, and there's a little bit of space in between each desk. And so you take your seat towards the back of the room in the same row as Julien and Silky, or in the same row as one of them, I assume. And as you take your seat, you're kind of getting situated. You put your backpack down. Do you get out any books or anything, or do you just kind of sit there?
No, I just lay my head down on the desk.
So valid. As you lay your head down, you hear this like shuffling and hustle bustle next to you. And do you turn or lift your head to look at what's making the noise? What's making the noise?
No.
No? You do not? Okay. All right. Well, if you were to turn your head, you would see Arthros very frantically rushing into the room to take the seat next to you. She kind of stumbles a little bit. She stumbles into the desk, and she like throws her backpack down, and she sits in the chair, and she's like sitting really tall, and she doesn't want to say anything to you because she sees you with your head down, and so she kind of just like looks over, and then she like looks over again, And then she just kind of like looks around the room, and she quickly like digs into her bag and gets one of her books out, and she opens it, and she pretends to kind of be reading, but she keeps like glancing over at you, waiting for you to kind of wake up and notice that she's there, but realizing that you're clearly very tired.
Very,
Very, very tired. Do you do anything else, or do you keep your head down?
nah, I just keep my head down.
Valid.
I would love
All right.
to notice, but
That's so valid.
Cool.
That is play it cool. Play it
I mean, I don't know.
smooth.
Hard to get,
so
you know, cool
annoying.
guy.
Hard to
You
get.
gotta, are you
Right.
gonna do the like thing where people used to cheat to look down at people's shoes to see whose shoes it is next
Oh,
to
I
you?
used to do that all the
That's
time.
Sometimes
that's
not, like,
so
coming up.
smart.
That's what I always used to do. I'm
Me
being
too.
honest right now.
What I
Letting my
do
demon recognize it. Yep.
She's like, who the fuck that?
I just,
Yeah, I don't know if you'd recognize her shoes. She's got the very
Oh, there we
basic,
go.
like, same shoes that everyone that. Oh,
I
Well,
can't
Sorry.
I didn't even know what you.
that.
I didn't even know what you said. It was just.
I whispered feet.
Ew.
I really hope your
See-
partner's still here.
Arthros has
He definitely is.
feet. Arthros has like just the very like the school provided shoes on, so she's not wearing anything too fancy. Unlike like Aria,
also
who
just,
has
doesn't care.
She's not
Yeah.
use that boot.
that's valid, yeah. Whereas like Aria has like the big boots that she took with her from the sector, and Andromeda doesn't wear shoes at all. So all right, so you keep your head down, and Aria, you're one of the next people to walk in. And as you walk in, obviously, you see Theron basically like this. You see Arthros kind of sitting next to him, but you don't know who Arthros is. So you just see a very
Great
red,
lady.
very red tiefling. Her little devil tail is kind of like flicking back and forth behind her, behind the seat, and she's just kind of sitting there, like very eager to get started with class, but kind of focusing on her book a little bit. And you might see her glance. Oh no. You might see her glancing back and forth over at Theron every so often, even though he's
Okay.
continuing to sleep.
Okay. Then I
hang
can
on.
respect it. I can
You
respect
also
it.
see. Well, you can still roll.
I think you can
Absolutely.
still roll.
I kind of like it a little spicy. I like
Yeah.
the drama.
Yeah,
Alright?
the drama.
Like,
You
look
can
at
still
it.
roll.
Arthros
This is a very pretty lady, okay?
Together, but I want this. I want a little bit of the
A
drama.
little bit of spice.
It'll get there eventually. Spicy
So as you see them together, and then you also can look a little bit farther and you see Julien. I assume Julien is kind of just Julien. Are you just kind of sitting there like waiting for class to start, essentially? Maybe looking over at Silky from time to time. Silky is still doing her drawing. She thinks she is a regular Picasso. She is like going ham. She's like shading
is.
it. She's
Yep,
shading it and
you're right.
everything now. She's like drawing lots of little
Wow.
pen lines to shade it. She's going crazy. And then you see the occasional other people around. You also hear. Oh yeah.
Can you just to kind of get a vibe of like the seat arrangements?
Yes.
Is it silky?
It's like there's a front row. There's probably about like 4 rows, maybe 5 rows.
Okay.
There's a front row that has Silky and Julien. Julien is on the left. Silky is on the right.
Okay.
And Theron, I assume, is sitting behind Julien, and Arthros is sitting behind Silky's row
Okay.
at the
Okay,
very
cool.
back. You also hear
back. Got it.
a slight little like you hear like a psst, like someone's trying to get your attention. And do you turn towards the noise?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. She hears a.
As you turn towards the noise, you see one Chuz Sunpass sitting in one of the seats.
Turn around.
And he's sitting up at the front, but on the farthest side, like away from
Away
everyone
from
else. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And he kind of like looks at you, and he like flicks his head at you, and he like points at the seat next to him.
She's just gonna go.
Kind of does like the.
She's gonna walk past this because he's right next to the door. Is what I'm assuming.
He's on the
Where's the
farthest
door
side,
here?
the opposite.
There's on the other side.
Yeah,
by
he's
Silky.
the farthest away. So
Okay.
the door is closer to like Theron
Silky?
and Arthros because they're in the back, and then Silky and Julien are at the
Okay.
front.
Okay. Cool.
Mhm.
Cool. Cool. Yeah. Cool,
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So he's on the opposite side of the room. Okay.
Yes.
She's just gonna look down at Theron and Arthros and just kind of look at him and just go, and then she's gonna walk by Theron and just like, tap him on the shoulder.
Wait, for real?
Yeah, she's just gonna look at him and go,
Oh my god. I
As
love
she
her.
should. As she
Oh
should.
my god.
Chuz,
Fuck Chaz.
Chuz doesn't react as one would expect him to react to an insult or a middle finger. He essentially just kind of looks over and he goes, and like is just kind of looking at you, smiling at you, because it doesn't seem like he's very aware of what that means.
No, it's a term of endearment for goblins.
Oh no.
We love each
Accepting this
other.
proposal.
Does
I
she?
want to marry you.
Do you choose anywhere where she wants to sit?
Yeah, she's gonna tap on Theron's shoulder while she's walking by.
Okay.
And does he like tilt his head up?
Yes.
Okay. She's just gonna go, "Hi, how have your classes been going?"
He's gonna like grumble and like groan and then just put his head back down.
Sorry. We'll get you some coffee later. I've been really needing a coffee. We'll go
He
get
perks
coffee
up at
together.
this and he's
Okay.
like, yes, that would be amazing.
She just like puts her hand down for a high five.
Big scaly claw.
Yeah! Okay, she's gonna kind
Oh,
of walk past him then and just
there.
like gives him and Arthros a little wave, and then like walks up to Julien.
She's like, "Hi, Julien. How you doing?"
I am good. How are you?
I'm doing, as good as I can. It's nice to see some familiar faces.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know this person next to you, or just sitting randomly?
Oh, this is Silky.
That's Silky. And Silky kind of perks. Her ears do like a little like flick, and her tail does a little like flick on the desk. And she looks over at you, and she just goes, "What's that?"
Nothing much. What's up with you?
Just drawing.
What's
Silky is your name. It's great to meet you. I'm Aria.
She's like, "Nice to meet you too." And she extends her little mouse hand to you.
She walks over and just like still is like standing tall. She's just
And she just kind of nods and then goes back to her drawing. She's very intently focused on it.
she's gonna kind of look back to Julie and just gonna be like, "I'm gonna take the seat behind you. Is that right? Are you holding it for anyone?" Or...
No.
Okay, awesome, great.
And so she's just gonna waddle over and kind of put her
Sitting
stuff
with
down.
those smart kids.
Well, she wants to sit as far away from Chuz, but also
Valid.
surrounded by people who want to talk to her because she saw that Theron was like snippy.
That's
So
so
she's just gonna let
valid.
him go.
That is so valid. All right. So you sit down behind Julien.
She's gonna when she's sitting down, she's gonna wave at Arthros, just to wave, because she was in her theater
Just
class,
a wave.
right?
Let me double check.
Because I'm pretty sure they were. So I'm sure she would recognize her a little bit at least.
No, you had Arlow in your theater class.
Arlow. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh,
As
Arthros
far
is
as
in my
you-
art
Okay.
class
That's what it
with
was.
me.
Yes.
Got it.
As far as you know, you don't have any classes with Arthros at the moment.
She's just
Okay. Well, she's just gonna wave to her because she's sitting.
Just to
next
be friendly.
Her, or
She's
she's
one of
sitting next
the-
to Theron,
Valid.
and she's looking at him like.
Yeah. So
Something.
she kind of.
So-
kind of.
Can I do
Hold
like
on.
a check to see if I can kind of get the vibes of what she's feeling?
That's what I was just about to say. Give me 1 second.
Inside check.
Inside check.
Sword check. I gotta see the. It would be. I would.
Are you an empath?
I'm gonna assume it would be your constitution probably for this vibe.
Either is Constitution or maybe like Wisdom.
Yeah, or wisdom.
What do
You can
think,
do-
James?
Yeah. What do you think, James?
Alright.
What's the vibes?
I don't really know how Dungeon World works, but
That's valid.
in D&D it's wisdom.
Valid.
Okay,
Okay,
cool.
do wisdom then, because it's the
Yeah, it's
same
wisdom.
also as your constitution, anyways. So
Okay, cool.
go
cool,
ahead
cool.
and do
Okay.
wisdom. Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
You got a
So
plus
it's a
one.
plus one.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a
Can
13.
I interrupt really quick?
Oh,
Yeah.
come on. Come on.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's up? What's up, Thea?
That's a fine.
Alright, I just wanted to tell you why I'm distracted. Apparently, there's this roundabout right in front of my place, and they
Yeah.
just caution tape the whole thing,
Ooh.
and there's helicopters circling right above
What?
the house, and there's like crowds of people and a bunch of police. And they're speaking over the speakers, and they're saying, "Put the dog down," and they're going like, to each other.
Oh, the dog.
And I don't know what's happening. Sorry, so that's why.
That's okay.
No, you're fine. What the fuck?
That's
Are you
fine.
supposed to know you're playing D&D?
Yeah.
They're like, what? Putting on. a
You're
show
like,
for
let's
me.
give some interesting.
Anyways, sorry, I just need to get that out.
No,
so
you're
I'm sorry.
good. Are you good?
Proceed.
Are you okay?
Oh yeah, I'm
Okay.
fine. It's just like,
Okay.
Oh no.
Let me know if you need to like
Fine.
do anything or
Oh,
anything.
yeah.
Imagine if you're
Boss?
listening outside
Yes.
and they're like, Arlow's my favorite character.
I love this stream.
This
Oh
game.
my god,
so much.
Arlo, you're my favorite.
I just did for you, Arlo.
What's up? What's up, James?
Arlo should belong with Claude.
Can you use the intercom voice to say put the down?
Put the dog down. Hold on, give me a second.
What's the dog? Please do it.
Dog for
I'm
mayor.
taking the dog.
Put the dog down.
Oh my god.
Alexi just said in the chat, if Theo is where I think he is, I'm not surprised.
You're not wrong. It's not great here. Apparently, there was a huge drug bust in that house that they're talking to right now, like a year or two ago. So who knows what's
Interesting.
going on? We're
As
not
long
in
as
a
you're
great
They have a
okay.
dog now.
we are.
Put the dog down.
Oh, the
We
dog
have a
down.
dog now. I'm so like, what happened?
Jackass.
I'm glad that you're okay. That's what matters.
Jack.
Oh yeah, I'll be fine. I'm
Jackass.
safe.
Yeah.
Jackass. I'm taking the dog.
We should do that in the intercom voice, Bab.
I'm taking the dog, jackass.
Oh, thank you.
So good. That's just so fun.
I'm playing
Yeah,
D&D.
so-
Nothing can hurt me now.
Nothing can hurt me here. I'm escaping.
That
This
was
is
a natural
escapism.
12,
All right, so you rolled a
so
13.
13.
So when you look over at Arthros and Theron behind you, obviously you don't know that her name is Arthros, but you see this little tiefling woman, and you see how she keeps kind of glancing over at Theron, and her eyes kind of like they're doing like once overs, like almost like she's looking at him in his entirety, and then like kind of looking back over, and from time to time she grabs like her hair and she kind of twists it around her finger a little bit, and then she kind of like readjusts and she like sits up straighter, and you can tell that even though she has this like bright red pink skin, you can tell that her cheeks are definitely a shade pinker than her typical skin color, and you can see that she looks very much what you would think as like kind of just like almost charmed, or almost like very like what's the word? I'm trying to think of the right word, but very much like you can tell that she's maybe a little bit heartstruck. Like she keeps kind of glancing over, like she has
Infatuated?
Wonderstruck.
yeah,
Happy
infatuated.
love.
Infatuated was the word. Thank you.
Lizard love.
Lizard love. So yeah, you can tell, you can absolutely tell, like 100%, that Arthros has a little bit of a crush on Mr. Man here, Mr. Dragon Man.
Okay.
Mr. Man.
Can I like kind of try and wait to see if I catch her eye at all?
Yeah. As you're doing this, when she finishes looking at him for a moment, looks back down at her book, and then she kind of looks towards the whiteboard, and as she looks towards the whiteboard, she sees that you're sitting in the same row as him, and kind of like she can see you a lot better than if you were sitting in front of her. She can see you at an angle, and she sees that you're kind of looking back at both of them, and she meets your eye, and she like kind of looks very much like a little bit embarrassed. Are you motioning for her? She kind of like looks you up and down, and then looks at Theron, and like puts her book down and slowly stands, and she walks over, and her tail does a little like is doing this little like as she's walking, and she kind of stands by your desk very much with like her hands like in the front of her, like she's holding her hands like this in front of her, and she's like yes.
And she kind of like leans, like asks her to come up down.
She leans a little bit closer to you.
Okay, I don't want to ask this if this is an invasive question, but do you have a crush on my friend? Because I can totally hook you up.
She immediately, like, her entire expression is like, what are you? And she's like, no, of course not. No, he's...
That's a right of
No,
I just wanted to ask.
No, Theron? No, he's my roommate. We're roommates.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Just roommates?
Just roommates.
Been a day. Oh my
Got it. Okay. Well, if you are ever curious, to hang out with our group, because we have a little bit of a group now, from Homeroom, you're welcome to join us. You seem very, very kind.
And her little double tail is like straight, like it's like not moving anymore. She's like, it's like that cat, that like cursed cat meme that's just like,
Oh no.
And she kind of like looks you up and down. She's like, we were going to get coffee after class. If you'd like to come with us, if you're all friends, I don't want to intrude
Wonderful.
on.
Oh, I've been craving coffee all day. That would be just delightful.
Okay.
I would love that.
And then she kind of like leans over and taps Julien on the shoulders, like, Julien, would you like to come get coffee with us?
Ruin the date! Ruin the date!
Day is turned into fucking the whole party coming.
This is
Oh my
actually great.
Would I like to
Does
watch?
Theron hear any
Coffee.
of
Would you like to
this?
get coffee with
Oh, this
what
is
was your
great.
name again, darling? I'm so sorry, I forgot to ask it.
Arthros, but I go by Art.
You are just a ray of sunshine. Art asked if we would like to go get coffee with her and Theron.
Does the coffee place have a tea instead?
They do.
They
They do. I've checked the menu. They have tea.
Oh yeah, yes. You're so smart. Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, awesome. Thank you,
Yeah,
Art. I'm sorry to make you get out of your chair, but
Wait. Does Theron like hear any of this?
Is he actively like
Roll
listening, or is he like
perception.
tuning out? If he's actively listening, then he definitely
this
hears
seems
it.
kind of, like, I mean, he probably
Oh,
perked
God.
up when he heard Art's voice. Not gonna lie.
Valid.
valid. So
valid.
And, like,
He
he's, like,
probably
he's
doesn't
like, trying to
hear-
listen.
Yeah, he probably doesn't hear the whispered conversation between Aria and Art. Yes. Wow. That's so similar.
So many
It's
It's hard to
only
say
8
they're
a.m.
both their names at the same
Yeah,
time.
Aria and Art,
Yeah.
but he probably does hear the conversation that they're having about coffee and inviting Julien
Oh,
and
so
Aria.
it's like, oh, everybody else is coming to
Amazing.
I'm fine. This is fine.
Arthur's just assumed you're all
Julien
friends.
turns to Silky. Oh, hey, Silky.
No!
Do you want to
Theron's
join
eyes
us?
just like
yes, please,
slit
Silky.
a
He
little
likes
bit
them
like
to
a
get
cat's. It's just like,
Silky,
Great.
Silky kind of turns and she's like, you know, I can't do caffeine because I kind of get, you don't want to see it. But do they have pastries? And Arthros kind of like turns over. She's like,
Look at Art.
Arthros like, yes, they do pastries and cakes as well. And Silky's like, count me in. I love a good pastry.
Awesome.
And she goes
Wonderful.
back to her doodling afterwards. Everyone's being invited.
This is the best.
we're all,
Let me
we're
in.
all going.
Let me in. Let me in.
Does anyone want to invite Chuz? Do you want to invite Chuz?
Please.
Chuz is
No,
there.
Wait, what?
Chuz!
Ask that Chuz.
No.
What about
If
Chuz?
Chuz looks over, she's just gonna do this again to him. And just do this.
He's gonna be like,
Turn around.
keep spinning in circles.
How does he not
So-
understand this one, but he understands this one?
With this conversation, Arthros kind of she like nods and she sees that everyone's kind of being invited, and she's like, she looks like she's almost not sure if that was a good idea or if she should have even said anything about it.
It's not her fault. It's not her fault.
She kind
Right,
of
it
she
was a bad idea.
she initially assumed that like Aria was probably Theron's friend, so she felt like she should invite because she didn't want anyone to be under the impression that it's like a date after only knowing Theron for like one day, so she's a little bit embarrassed.
After everyone was like, do you have a crush?
Yeah, so she was like,
She
oh
read her really well.
Boy. Yes.
Aria's
no. Yeah,
good point.
so Arthros just kind of like timidly kind of nods her head to herself and then like walks back to her seat, and she sits down really slowly and she's like, okay, and she like goes back to her reading. And let me get the next person in here. Arlo.
Arlo and Andromeda got lost.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Honestly lost.
I got lost, so lost.
Literally just show up with Starbucks.
So Arlo,
Oh,
you walk into the room and you see
You're right, I do.
yeah, I do. And
Aldrin.
in this amount of time, I'd like to add, in this amount of time when you guys were all chatting and stuff, Nari has walked into the room. And she has taken her place at the back of the room to sit down. Obviously, none of you guys know her. She's just a tabaxi that has walked into the room. Arlo, as you walk into the room, you see that there's Aria towards the front and Julien and you see a mouse next to Julien. And you recognize Aria and Julien, and you recognize Theron with his head kind of down. You recognize those scales and the horns. And you kind of look around. You probably recognize Chuz a bit too, sitting at the front corner of the room. And then you also see Nari, and she is currently seated at one of the desks towards the back on the farthest corner. She's like in Chuz's row, but at the very back. And her notebooks are already on top of the table, and her tail is kind of flicking like irritably, like she doesn't really want to be here. Or she's more so that she's impatient with class taking so long to start. And she's kind of fiddling with her nails a little bit, and she has her polished nails that she loves to take care of. They're in like pristine condition still. They're big claws, and she currently has them painted purple to match the school colors of purple and gold.
Amazing.
So what do you do? Where do you sit?
That's such a good question. Can I stop by to see the gang before I sit next to Nari real quick?
Sure, if you want to sit next to Nari, yeah.
I walk up. I'm so sorry. I walk up and I like go right past everyone, and I put my arm on my hand on Theron's back, and I was like, "Hey, buddy, I got some questions for you for later. I'm doing a little project specifically for you. I think it would mean a lot to you. I'm doing a debate on how dragons are not dragonborn. They're not the same thing, but I don't know anything else further, so I'm gonna need your help to
Theron's not even
that I can stand for your cause."
You like don't even know if he's asleep or awake, and you're just talking.
Just monologue, and this is around like everyone else. Like I said it real loud, like it doesn't. Everyone can hear me.
Oh man.
Okay,
Theron, do you respond?
Theron's his tail just like licks, you know, like when a cat is like mad and
Yeah.
just, like annoyed, and they just like flick back and forth.
Bad day for you, bud.
He raises his head and he's like, okay. Lays back down. That's it. All you need to do.
Great. Okay. Well, yeah. Well, maybe we can, you know, plan a time to like, I don't know, talk about it later or something like that. I don't know. That'd be cool.
She doesn't respond. She doesn't respond. It's
all right.
laid down, head facing opposite.
Oh.
Shrugs his hand off.
As you're doing this, before you move again, Arthros sees that you're talking to Theron, and she kind of like lifts her head and looks at you, and she kind of eyes the hand on the back for a moment, and she's kind of like a little nervous because she's kind of, it looks like almost she's questioning herself, like, I didn't even find out if he's even interested in women, let alone tieflings. And so she's like,
Shit.
and yeah, shit.
He is.
Maybe he's gay.
Maybe he's gay. And so she's frowning to herself. Frowning to herself for a moment, and she like looks up at Arlow, and she just goes, and then she's like,
Oh no.
Hi.
hello.
Who are you?
My name is Art.
My name is Arlow.
That's amazing. That's such a, I've never met anyone with the name Arlow before. That's a beautiful name. I really like your ears.
Thank you. They're
You're
fins.
welcome.
Kind of. They're like, you know, like that thing.
Yes. And she goes, I have horns.
That's cool.
Yes.
Do you have to take care of them? Because I have fins, I have to constantly spray water on myself to keep because they get dry.
Oh, not anything particular like that, but I do polish them from time to time.
Ooh, that's fancy.
Yes. Yes.
Anyways.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, nice to meet you. And then I turn over to Aria and I'm like,
No, Aria's gonna be like.
and I'm gonna while I walk to Nari, I'm back walking and I'm going, made some friends. I spin and I'm right now like where Nari is.
Okay.
I love him.
Yeah. Chat is quoting, my name is Arlow. So as you kind of walk over, Nari hears you say the whole thing about making friends. And this kind of grasps her attention a bit, and her ear flicks a little bit, and she like turns over and looks at you. And then she looks kind of nervous, and then quickly kind of goes back to like what she was doing, and she sits up a little bit straighter.
Okay.
And I assume you're taking the seat like right next to her.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Do you say anything to her?
Yeah, I whisper to her and I go, hey, I sprayed myself earlier, so you don't have to worry about it in here, because I saw you through the window, and last time I brought it out, I won't bring it out though, I won't bring it out. So I probably like start to like bring it out, and she like flinches a little bit, and I'm like,
yeah.
And I'm like, but I just want you to know that when you're here, I'm not going to spray, so you don't have to worry about it.
She kind of is looking at you with like big eyes, and she's like, that is very considerate. Thank you.
Of course, yeah. Anyways, can I sit here? Is this cool?
No one else is sitting there.
Awesome. I like falls down. So happy, like just really happy with himself.
And she kind of like looks at you and then kind of like grabs her tail, and she like brings her tail up to her lap, and she's kind of like fiddling with it, almost like nervous fiddling with her tail.
Adorable.
And she looks over at you, and she kind of like she tries to force a smile, but it's like very much like a and you can see all of her teeth just kind of like.
That's so cute.
And then she goes back to like sitting and doing her work.
Amazing.
Yes, Aria. Oh no.
When she sees that Arlo and Nari like are kind of not talking anymore, she's gonna jump out of her seat and walk over to Arlo and she's gonna be like,
here we go.
Oh, Arlo, by the way, I wanted to say, Art over there, Theron's roommate.
I just met her.
Yes, very sweet, right? Yes, she's beautiful. Anyway, so they have invited us to get coffee after class. I saw that you were talking to this person. I didn't know if you wanted to be invited. But you can also invite. Is this your friend or
the first day? Oh, this is oh my god, this is a great day. This is the first day and we're already all getting coffee together. Yeah, Nari. Hi, it's my roommate. Actually, do you want to?
Hello.
We're going where?
Coffee, the Barbaric Bean.
That.
Nari looks over. Nari looks over and she's like, coffee?
Yes. Yes, coffee.
With.
I'm getting tea because I don't drink coffee, but so you can get a lot of things.
With other people.
Yes, we have a group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 if you'd like to come.
But we're not fighting him. Ches points to Ches.
Ches just kind of looks over and is like,
no.
And Nari kind of turns to him. She's 6 people, like big group, like.
Well, we're just going together. That doesn't mean that we always have to talk to each other, but just as a friend group going together.
Yeah, we'll be there at the same time. It's like a timing thing.
Yes, same time.
Friend.
You're right. Yes.
Big friend group. Okay.
Nice.
Wonderful.
Awesome.
Also, and can Aria see her nails?
Yeah, she's holding her tail, so.
How could you not?
Yeah, they're very bright. She's holding and fiddling with her tail.
She's just gonna kind of like. Also, this may be a weird thing, but your nails are just gorgeous, by the way. I never know what to do with mine, but yours are just.
She sits up a little bit and she goes, oh my goodness, thank you. It is one of my favorite things to do. I take very good care of them. I have so many colors. If you would like, I could do your own
that.
maybe.
That would be wonderful. Yes, we should go do our nails. I've
never had my nails done before.
She's like looking between you. She's looking between you guys like, okay.
Yes. Awesome. Well, you look a little overwhelmed. So I will go back to my seat. But it was great to meet you. I'm very excited to get our nails done and do coffee. Okay, bye. She's gonna walk back.
As you say this, you see like very much like how a cat, her eyes were very slitted before, but now they've gone like super dilated.
Oh, she's so cute. I love her.
She's got like the Puss in Boots eyes when he like does his little thing. They very much look like that. She's like
slow blinking.
Yeah, slow blinking. And then she goes back to looking at her notebook and she's like,
"That's so sweet.
6 friends."
That's not all of us, babe. Just hold on.
So from there, Andromeda, you finally find the classroom.
I have a question.
Yes.
Are there windows in the classroom?
Yes, towards like the back of the room, only on one side.
Was like,
for the sake of a funny little flavor moment, can
Yeah.
we say that one of them is open a little bit, just a tiny bit, a little draft throw, right?
Oh no.
Yes. Okay.
Awesome.
I'll allow it.
You see two tiny hands grip under the windowsill and yeet it open out from outside.
You're so lucky that this class is on the first floor. There's 5 floors. It's fine.
Just which skilled building?
You didn't ask if it was on the first floor or not.
Yes, this is on the
Perfect.
first floor.
Perfect.
Andromeda!
And I climb in. I'm like, hello!
Raffle.
I'm fine. I know how to climb.
She pops into the room.
Oh my god, the teacher who's been
Closes
sitting,
the window.
the teacher who's been sitting kind of at the
All the
front of the
way?
room. She's been just kind of sitting there, like getting all her notes in order and stuff. And she's like an elderly lady, so she's a little slow. And she kind of like turns and she's like, and then she chooses not to comment on it and goes back to like getting her stuff in order.
It's the first day.
Andromeda, you see Arlow. You recognize Arlow. He's sitting next to a very slender tabaxi woman. You see Aria, who is sitting behind Julien, and you both recognize both of them. And you also see Theron, who has his head in his arms, and next to a tiefling woman with big horns. And you also see the little mouse girl that is sitting next to Julien. But you see all of these familiar faces. What do you do?
Andromeda goes down the line of friends, from the closest one to the farthest one, and gives them hugs. And she's like,
Aw.
hello! And she probably goes straight to Arlo first. She's like, hello, Arlo! And she's like, giving him a hug. And she like goes over to Aria, and, hi!
Hello, darling.
Hi.
Hello.
When she passes by Theron, she like, hello!
Does
Pats
Theron
him,
do
pats him
anything?
on the scaly
Tries
head.
to hug his head.
Oh,
That's so cute.
that's
She hugs his head.
She hugs the horns.
Yeah.
I love.
Pat.
Theron doesn't budge.
Um,
he's just out.
He's used to it.
He's out of it by
He's
this point.
used to it.
She's used to it already. She sees Art
Mhm.
next to him and recognizes her from art class because
Yes.
they have
Hell
art
yeah.
class together.
Mhm.
And she's like, oh, hello, red woman. With the horns and the tail.
Arthros goes,
And, yeah.
hello, golden woman.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Tree.
Yes. Did you enjoy art class?
Mm-hmm. I especially liked it when I don't quite remember it. When, we did the art things.
I liked that moment too. That's awesome. I'm Arthros. I go by Art, which is quite funny because I'm an art class. Yes.
Arthros.
Yes.
My name is Andromeda.
Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you.
Andromeda. Yeah. It's nice
Have
to
you
meet
seen a tree recently?
I've seen lots of trees. Are you looking for a specific tree?
Specifically, I'm looking for a big golden willow tree. It'll be right in your face, and you will know it when you see it.
Oh, all right. I feel like I've read about a golden willow tree at some point in my life.
Oh.
I will keep my eyes open for it.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, yeah, just let me know when you see it, and
Alright.
I will be very thankful, and I will pay you 1,000 credits when I have it. Probably.
That's not necessary.
It's gonna be 1,000,000, alright?
Friendship is
million,
just
yes.
as good.
We can be friends?
Yes, if you would like, if you're comfortable with it, of course.
Oh! I haven't had many friends before, so I'm cool with so many of them, so I will.
Me as well. Then. Okay. Right.
Okay.
It was nice to meet you officially.
Nice to meet you too, Arthros.
Art.
She's gonna turn and walk. She's gonna turn and walk away.
Okay. Did she walk towards Julien, or did she just walk? in
Yeah,
behind?
towards Julien.
Okay.
Towards Julien, probably.
Okay.
And she's gonna like tap him on the shoulder.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Hello, Julien. Talks a lot. How are you?
We're okay.
Did you want to see my tattoo yet?
No, I'm good.
Are you sure?
Does that require like?
Probably, yeah. Yeah.
Probably not now.
Later.
And she turns around and walks away.
As she turns around and walks away, Silky has been listening to this conversation. And she's kind of just like watching Andromeda walk away, and then just turns to Julien, and it's just like, she just offered to get naked?
Long story.
Ah.
Long story.
Julien, you have some interesting friends. And then she goes back to drawing. Yes.
When Andromeda walks by, can Aria like tap her like arm and stop her?
Oh, hello, Aria.
Awesome. Hi, darling. How's everything going?
She gives her a hug again.
She's sitting down at this point, so she just puts her hand up above her.
No.
We were wondering. I think the rest of the group are going to get coffee. So if you'd like to come with us afterwards.
I never had a coffee
Can
before.
I be at the front of the class and I kind of turn around and be like, Andromeda's coming?
Of course, Andromeda's coming. Yes, she's coming. You're coming with us.
Okay. Maybe we'll see Mud on the way to coffee.
Oh, I would love
Your
to see Mud
imaginary
on the way
friend?
to coffee. I think that he's real.
Yeah, he's real, I think.
Oh, he's real. I had never.
Oh, no. Is it another hallucination?
Another?
No, I'm not gaslighting you. I'm just asking.
Gaslighting you. Darla knows what that gaslighting means.
No, he doesn't know. Oh, okay. You know, he wouldn't know what that meant. Sorry.
You're good, you're good.
Perfect.
Yes,
Felt
yes.
guilty
You're good.
Well, Andromeda, if we find this Mud character, I'd like to have a few words
Orc.
with him. So
Orc.
that's probably a good idea.
Orc.
See.
Are you going to sit anywhere with us? Or?
Yeah, can we choose?
Yes, you can choose.
Oh no.
Is it another choice thing again?
Ugh.
You said that you knew Art back there, right? From art class. Why don't you go sit with
We
her?
did art. Okay.
Yeah, go chat. Go make some
I
new
will
friends.
do that. Okay.
Okay. See if Theron's okay, because he's still sleeping and I'm a little worried now.
Is he sick? Is he going to
No,
die?
he just really wants coffee.
Yes.
He really wants coffee.
Okay, valid.
Sick of this bullshit.
That's what Theron says from the back of us. I'm sick of this bullshit.
I'm sick of this shit.
Oh man.
Although
I'm so
for
sorry,
Faye,
May.
he did like hear. I mean, he was semi-conscious when Arlow was around, so he probably was like, "Oh," and then because he saw Art, they were talking. He was like, "Hey, go on for coffee."
I was just like, yes, apparently us and many others.
I just want to say the moment that Andromeda also walks by Nari as well. She walks by. She's like, ah! She
Starts speed walking.
she speed walks over to Art and sits on the other side or
Okay.
wherever.
Nari just
In
like
front.
her eyes just kind of like dart over to her.
I don't know. Is there something we should know about?
That was weird.
That was weird.
Oh, that was an odd occurrence.
Well, that was weird.
How unusual.
That's suspicious.
What's up with her?
What's up with her? So with that, you're all seated, and it takes a little bit longer for kind of a little bit more people to come in. They all kind of file into their seats, and as they all start basically everyone gets situated, and the class goes basically how the rest of your classes have gone. You don't have much time, obviously, to talk in between, because it's basically the teacher just relaying a syllabus to you or the plan for the year. She kind of raves on. She seems very passionate about human history, so she's kind of raving on about how exciting it'll be and how excited she is to teach you of like this like human history and human lore, essentially. And she's very excited and very upbeat about it. And once class is over, essentially, you have a 50-minute class, and you all are very aware that this is your last class, and I imagine that most of you are getting very excited to get coffee afterwards. All of you now. And so, way before, like, quicker than you guys expected, you hear the dismissal bell. And it sounds a little bit different than the other bells for your other classes. It sounds a little bit more like shrill, a little bit more, it's a little bit more drawn out. And it basically is, owie. It's basically signifying the end of classes. So you've all officially made it through your first day of classes.
Woo!
And I imagine that you all start kind of filing out of the room. There's quite a bit of a hustle bustle. Some of you are kind of like, you're trying to navigate as all the other students kind of run out. They seem like a lot of them seem like they're very much done with classes. They want to get back to their dorms, or they want to go to the market, or they want to just explore the campus in general. And so it isn't long before like you guys and some of your roommates that are there, and a few other random students are left in the classroom. And do you guys start trying to leave? I assume you do.
Sure.
I think that Aria would probably look around the group and be like, "Are we all still good for coffee?"
Oh yeah.
I
I would go over to the window and I would open it for
Thank you! And she runs and dives out the window. We just...
Should I also do that?
Does she only travel by window?
She does
I was trying to be
Consider it.
No, that's completely valid.
I'll meet you outside.
Everything's fine. She's fine.
So I assume Andromeda has gone out the window. I assume she's going to be waiting outside for you guys.
We're gonna go meet her.
The group of you kind of start to get together. Julien, before you get up, Silky kind of steps over to you and she goes, I hate to ask this of you, but you mind if I catch a ride?
I do not have a vehicle.
She kind of is like, no, like on your backpack or like on your shoulder or something like that. I can walk. It's just kind of a bit of a ways across campus, and like I've been walking around all day, so like I'm,
Oh yeah, I don't mind.
Okay. And she seems like very much like she's not exactly happy asking this. And she starts to pack away her things in her backpack, and you see her packing away her pencils, and her pencils are essentially just little pieces of lead that she uses, that she's like broken, and she writes with those. And she basically kind of she's kind of like twiddling her like fingers a little bit, and she like puts her little backpack on, and she like looks up at Julie and she's like, how do you want to do this? She's like, she seems very awkward, a little bit uncomfortable, but it's clear that she's had a very taxing day, having to walk around several floors, going up stairs by herself, crawling around everywhere, trying to avoid the feet of other people walking in the hall. So she's just kind of sitting there tiredly, like kind of looking at you, like kind of waiting.
Julien holds out his palm down to the level.
It's so soft. She jumps on, and I can imagine just how like soft her little mouse feet would feel. And she jumps on and she kind of like runs.
Julien will...
Oh, even better. And she sits there like a little elevator, and she crawls onto your shoulder, and she like sits with like a huff, and she hangs her feet off of your shoulder, and then just kind of like takes a moment to like take a breather. And then Nari kind of stands awkwardly with you guys, and she just kind of like, points to the door, and she's like, I will follow you guys out of the door.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Arthros,
Through the window.
You knew the way?
No, I will follow. Did you say Arthros? Sorry, or Nari?
Arthros, yeah.
Arthros. Yes, Arthros sits to attention. She's like, yes, I know the way. I can lead you all. Should we go?
Yes.
And she kind of
Can I
Theron.
say?
Yeah.
Can I say? Did someone invite Theron?
The audacity.
She kind of looks over at you.
It was our day emotionally.
Arlow, she looks at you and she goes, yes, initially it was our idea. Yes. And she, Theron, do you still have your head down?
No.
No, you're up now? Okay. She kind of turns to you and she's like, Theron, did you still want to get coffee?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so she starts to lead you guys out of the classroom and into the hall. And I assume you guys all follow slowly. Yes, Aria.
Aria's gonna kind of like let them go first, and then she's gonna grab Arlo's arm and just kind of like pull him back and just be like,
Hang back here with me. Let them have their space.
Why? We stand.
Yeah. Just let them have their space.
Are they okay?
Yes. Very okay.
she's gonna kind of wink at him like, and then she's gonna like motion for Nari to come over to stand by her and like look at Nails while they talk.
Oh. So as you do this, you all begin to slowly file out of the classroom. And as you file out of the classroom, you see that the corridor is insanely busy. There are people walking back and forth, leaving their classes. There are people at the lockers, unlocking them with their little TCDs, getting the rest of their stuff out. There are house advisors, specifically Darien and Claude, who are standing kind of diagonal from where the diagonal from where you guys are coming out of your room. And as you guys all walk out as like kind of this little like squad, you guys look pretty badass. You all walk out of the classroom, except for Andromeda. She's gone out the window.
Alright, get her out.
We're gonna have to go
like-
find her.
She's standing outside
She's
like
standing outside waiting. Just standing by the door.
yeah, she's like
As you guys kind of you exit out of this room, it looks like Darien and Claude are kind of deep in conversation. They're kind of like talking. Claude looks a little bit frustrated about something. And they're just speaking very quietly amongst each other by the lockers. And for a moment, both of their eyes dart over to the group. And Claude specifically meets your eye, Arlow. And he quickly like kind of looks, he just looks kind of annoyed, and then he goes back to talking to Darien. And then Darien, as Claude was doing so, specifically looks towards Theron. And he looks at you, Theron, for a minute, and whether you see him or not, he kind of looks, gives you kind of a once-over, like trails his eyes down your entire physique, and then smiles a little bit, like smirks to himself, and then turns back to Claude, and they continue their conversation. And
Hates me for Ginga.
Darien whispers a couple things to Claude, and Claude just kind of like rolls his eyes, and it seems like he takes a big deep breath, and before you guys know it, before you can leave this corridor, Claude is walking towards your group. He walks towards you, and he makes eye contact with all of you, and he's kind of like he's like, "Hey everyone," and he's like long time no see. And he seems like he's trying to keep like this little joyful tone. Aria, he looks at you and he's like, "Hey Aria," and he's like,
Hello, Claude.
I hope
doing?
I'm doing great. I hope that you're doing great.
Oh, you know what? It's been a day.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think.
Yes.
And he seems like he's not really himself at the moment, and so he kind of takes a deep breath, and then he turns to you, Arlow, and he looks at you, and he meets your eye very like begrudgingly, and he says, "Hey, Arlo, can I talk to you for a second? Like,
Yeah.
just for a minute.
Yeah.
Just for a second.
And I like start to drink my water bottle. Like a full water bottle. Yeah, what's up?
As you do this,
Aria goes to pick up the water bottle behind him that he threw and puts it in her backpack.
As you do this, as you like down the water bottle and toss it over your shoulder, Claude looks almost like taken aback a little bit, and he like looks over you, and as you're drinking it, he seems like he's primarily fixed on your mouth. And it takes him a moment to look away and meet your eyes again, and he kind of says like, can we go over there for a minute real quick? Just by the lockers, just for some privacy for a second. 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it bad?
I mean, that's up to your definition, I guess.
You could just say it. You can just say something.
That's by definition.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyways, and so he like turns on his heel and he walks towards a locker and he just walks there. And do you follow him?
Yeah.
Okay.
I look back at the group and I give like a panicked look to them though, real quick. I genuinely think I'm in trouble. Like I think that something bad happened.
Valid. As you guys walk over to the locker, he stands, and when he has a kind of a moment with you, he looks at you and he takes kind of like a deep breath, and he like looks down at his hands for a minute, and then he like kind of rolls his eyes for a second, and then he grabs a piece of paper out of his pocket, and he like hands it to you. What do you do with it?
You want me to read this now or later?
He's kind of like, that is up to you. It's my friend code, for the messaging app. I don't.
Oh!
Yeah. Don't feel special. I give it to everyone.
No, I give all my friend codes to my friends, so we're all buddies. So yeah, that's great.
Yeah, buddies.
Yeah.
That's also fine, too.
Yeah.
Right. Anyways, yeah, it's nothing special.
Actually, yeah, no, it's no big deal. This is I mean, we're all going getting coffee if you want to come.
Sorry, I can't. I have House Advisor got chores, things to do. Yeah.
Do you want me to grab you anything and then I can bring it back?
No, that's real sweet of you, but I would rather you not spend your credits on me. I get a little bit more credits than you guys do as the House Advisor, so I should be spending the credits on you. So if sometime you want to go for coffee, I could buy you some coffee.
Sure. That'd
Cool.
be nice.
So if you add my friend code in there, I can get in contact with you, and then we can do that at some point.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
So that's
great.
it? I'm not in trouble or anything? I thought I was in trouble or something.
No, that was it. It depends on your definition of trouble. I'm in trouble.
This is great.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna head back to Darien, and that'll be great. Yeah. So, cool.
See ya.
And Claude just kind of like does like this, and then he walks back over to Darien, and Darien's just like smirking at him, like very pleased. And Claude kind of like punches him in the shoulder for a second, and then keeps walking towards the exit. And Darien like starts to kind of walk backwards, and he's got his eyes fixed on like Arlo for a minute. And he's just like nodding his head. Then he glances over at Theron. He glances over at Theron, and he's like, and he like winks at Theron, and then follows Claude out the door.
These men!
The
audacity!
These are two fruity men.
Spin around to
Fruity-ass
face
men.
the crowd again, and I'm like, what a weird guy. I thought he hated me, but he wants to be friends. Like, I don't.
You.
He wants to be friends.
Yeah, just friends too.
You know, on that point, he did roll like a 12 for you, so it's fine.
That's true, actually.
So I had to throw that in there. So even though you rolled a 2 for him, unfortunately. But you don't know him yet.
I'm just oblivious.
You don't know him yet. Yeah, you don't know him
I have
yet.
no idea.
We'll know soon enough.
So from there, I assume the group of you kind of walk towards the exit of this building. You start, you walk outside, and I assume that Andromeda is standing there waiting for you.
Is there any trees nearby? Or plants?
There's probably a couple bushes, like, by the door, but there's no, like, big trees.
Okay, she's staring at the bushes, and she's like,
Oh.
really? Oh, and she has a twig sticking out of her hair from falling out of the window. She plucks it out.
I
She
love
lets
her.
it drop.
Beautiful.
Cool.
Hey, Andromeda,
Hmm.
you good?
Oh! Yes, quite. I'm talking to the bushes.
Arthros
It
kind
may
of
happen.
Arthros kind of looks at you and is just like, coffee?
Coffee.
Okay.
Coffee. Let's get coffee.
And she starts to lead the way. And as she's leading the way, it seems like the market is almost finished being set up. You can see a little glimpse of it from where you walk out of the classroom, but not much, as the classrooms are facing basically the backside of the school where the Barbaric Bean is. And so as you start walking, you don't have very far to walk. It's very quick and very fast and very close. And as you walk out of the back entrance of oh yes, Julien?
As they're walking away from the bush,
Yes.
he's gonna sort of slow down a bit behind the group. He's just gonna turn to the bush. Do you want the coffee as well or something?
To the bush?
Andromeda
No,
calls over his
thank
shoulder
you
and
so
says,
much.
They say no.
Oh my god.
It's so soft.
So
Oh,
polite.
okay. Right.
Oh, he's so soft.
Silky on your
Can I
shoulder.
When you roll on attraction for Julien again, I know that I got it high, but I need to do it again.
I thought you were going to say the bush.
Can I roll for attraction on the bush, please? I need to do that again. I got a 6 on the bush.
As
so-
you say this, Julien,
Oh,
Silky is still sitting on your shoulder, as you know. And she kind of like looks like up at you as much as she can kind of like make eye contact with you, and she's just looking at the bush, and then she looks back at you, and then back at the bush, and she like kind of narrows her eyes at the bush, and then shakes her head for a minute, and then goes back to whatever she's doing, just kind of resting there on your shoulder.
Respects it.
And she respects it. She's not gonna judge. So as you start walking, you see the teachers' quarters from across the academic classrooms, which is basically where a lot of the humans will stay sometimes, or some of the break rooms will be, or for any outsider teachers or outsiders that work with teachers, this is where they sleep. Any other staff, like the guidance counselors or the mental health cleric, that kind of stuff, they are all going to be, that's where they sleep, essentially. It's like the dormitory for the outsider, like, adults, essentially, that work there. And so you pass by the teacher's quarters, and beside the teacher's quarters is Roro's Pond, which is, it's a tiny little pond. It's very pretty. There's like a tree that kind of hangs over it. It focuses on the tree. It's a small expanse of water, and it's pretty clear, but it's still kind of a murky green color. And there's like some little lily pads sitting atop the surface. Some of them have little flowers, and there's a bunch of little like weeds and dandelions and flowers like that are kind of surrounding the area. And it looks well maintained. It looks like they keep their ponds and their lakes and everything looking really nice for you guys. There's a few leaves that sit on top of the water from the tree, that the leaves have fallen from the tree. And as you walk by, Arthros kind of like points at Roro's Pond, and she's kind of like, oh, sometimes I come here to read. It's one of the best locations, because not many people come here. They usually use the field, and I like reading in the company of nature. I think it's very nice, don't you?
Me too.
Andromeda says from the back.
I imagine like Arthros just turns around and looks at
Did she say
Andromeda.
it to anyone specific or just?
She just kind of says it out loud. She's acting like a tour guide almost at this point.
She is.
And she's just leading you guys to
And
the
on her
Barbaric
right,
Bean.
there is this lovely.
But you
all
guys are
right.
together in the front now because we've given you space.
I mean,
Yeah.
Okay, so you're leading the...
That's true. So she
Yeah.
kind of says that into the air, but you're the closest to her.
Yeah.
Right.
There you go.
So you continue to walk. And as you continue, you approach a medium-sized building. It doesn't seem like it is really the same outcropping or same style as the rest of the school, which is very like the castle-y like look. This one is more of like a brick building. It's got two large columns out the front that stand tall, and right across the where the columns are, there's a little awning across, almost like a banner that's tied around the two columns, and it says the Barbaric Bean in a kind of elegant script font. And there are flags above the columns that has the Terraclaw, Ignis Ember, Aquafin, and 𝐂𝐩𝐢𝐬𝐬𝐸 crests as kind of like a full support. We love everyone here. And as you walk closer towards the building, you see that there's a steady stream of people going in and out. It seems like a little bit more like some people are a little bit more like timid to go in because they don't quite know what this is yet. People are still kind of getting used to everything. There's a few that are probably more comfortable with going here or checking these places out who have been here longer than you guys. And do you guys walk in? Do you do anything before that? Do you want to do anything before that? Say anything before that, before you walk in?
Theron opens the door for Arthros.
I love that. Okay.
And probably
He lets it slam on everyone else.
No, he just
Slam
closes
on
it behind
everyone
everybody
else.
else.
He closes it behind Arthros, and you guys have to open it yourself. I love that. As you open the door, you do notice that there is a piece of paper that has been laminated and kind of stuck to the front of the door. And it says, formed and run by outsiders, established 2050. Essentially saying that, like, the shop was partnered, of course, with the humans to create it, but it is heavily run by outsiders. They're still learning the ropes, and the humans are still trying to teach them how to make certain coffees, how to go about using certain appliances. But once that is that, they will basically be working there by themselves once they've learned all the methods. Yeah. So, I assume that Theron opens the door for Arthros and then just lets it slide close behind. There's a little bell.
It hits Andromeda in the face.
And then it would have been awkward to like stand there, so he just lets it.
That's so valid.
After Andromeda gets hit in the face by the door, Aria runs up and then opens the door.
Valid. Ow!
Gotta open it, dear. Gotta open the door a little bit.
Oh, I thought.
I mean, they are like
That's right.
glass
That's
doors,
right.
so you can see through. So I imagine she would think it's open anyways. She's like a bird that's run into the glass window.
So about glass.
Like that one Windex commercial.
And as you guys start to file in, you see a very lots of shades of brown. It is a very brown building, decked out in a lot of like mocha colors and like chestnut colors and all different kind of brown colors. The floor is this pretty like oatmeal brown. It's very like marble, and the walls are brown brick. Aside from like the windows that they have cut into the walls and the glass door, the ceiling is like kind of paneled, but they have these lights hanging down that are nothing too crazy or decorative, but they're just little light bulbs, so they just look like big, like they almost look like little stars essentially, that are filling the top of this. Towards the far back of the coffee shop, there is a giant map of the school. It looks a lot like the one that you guys have in your handbook, but it's engraved into the wall and it's like 3D, so any like little watery places have like water texture to them, and like there's little like trees that are kind of coming up off the wall, so it's kind of like a work of art essentially. They have a corkboard that is kind of right next to the door when you enter, and it's got flyers and informational posters on it. There is a flyer for the market that is going to be happening very, very soon, and a couple other things like little posters that talk about the different houses and things of that nature. There's flags that are hanging above the coffee bar. The bar is just very much a long black bar, and behind it with all the appliances is like a well-lit, just beige wall, essentially. Nothing too fancy going on. And hanging from the coffee bar is the house crests, much like outside above the columns. And they're all just kind of hanging from little flags across the bar. And there's like kind of a heavy theme with the houses. You can see like all of the dishware and things of that nature are different colors. The green, blue, orange, and gray. So you can have like a themed mug if you would like. Otherwise, they just kind of give it out to everyone. They don't really care about, making sure that you have a gray one if you're 𝐂𝐤𝐤𝐬𝐿. But it's just more for the theme. The napkins that are on the tables are also multicolored, and there's plant pots around and seat cushions that are all the different colors of the houses. Cool. The chairs are the chairs that you guys can sit on are very simple. There's like one long booth against the wall that's just table by table by table by table next to it, so that you can fit quite a few people there if you'd like. And then next to that, there are regular tables with just 2 seats as well. And make sure I'm getting all the details to you. Behind the bar, there's a few outsiders that are working there, and it looks like some of them are being led by humans. There's humans kind of guiding them towards one of the little see-through like glass domes that show all of the like pastries and things that you guys can get, very much like how Starbucks does it with the little showcase. And there is a small menu on the side. It doesn't have that many drinks, but it has a fair amount for a small coffee shop. Not really a small coffee shop, but a starter coffee shop. It seems like these humans are kind of showing them the ropes, and the humans are not wearing really anything. They have little name tags that are kind of like showing that they're staff and that they're helping out. Not wearing anything like that. I mean, wearing anything
I
to
saw
show.
Vay's face.
Sorry, yeah.
I got there. All right.
My brain, ADHD
I'm
brain.
not sure.
They're naked in the nude.
And
Because
John was like, cool. So
Because my brain was like, well, the outsiders are wearing aprons, so I was like, oh, the humans are not wearing aprons. That's
Sure.
that's
No,
the
you're good.
that's the ADHD playing up in there. So the outsiders, they have their black aprons on, and the black aprons have little white coffee beans in the corner of the apron, and sewn above them are 2 B's for the Barbaric Bean. And yeah, and from what you guys see, the menu is fairly simple. The names are kind of complex, but it's clear that they were picked by outsiders, whether they are from Osterville or not. And they're not really sure. We're not really sure if the names are really creative or if they're just an abuse of alliteration, essentially. So, what do you guys do when you walk in?
I just want to say real quick, Arlow,
Yes.
I think, is feeling very sentimental because the last time that
Valid.
he went to a spot that served food in a community was his parents' tavern because he didn't do that in the second
Ow,
chapter or whatever. So I think that
That's
like he
valid.
immediately feels very like he misses his parents and like kind of rushes over him, and he's like very like happy to be in a space that he's very familiar with and misses, but also
But
sad.
sad.
at the same
That's
time.
valid.
He gets quieter.
Ow! But good.
Yeah.
But
Baby
ow.
boy.
It's good.
Ow.
Theron just
Owie.
wastes
Yeah.
no time and like runs, not runs, walks fast
Speed walks.
to the
Aria is right behind him.
strides close and like orders immediately and just I don't
Valid.
know what the options are, but it's like
I
something
have
that's really
options for
strong.
you.
Please.
Give us
Hell
that
yeah.
menu! Give us that menu!
I have
us
the
that
menu
menu.
for you. Do you want to take
Gourmet.
a short 10-minute break and then get into it? Because this is kind of a good place to take a break, if you would like. Or do you want to
Let's
keep
go.
going? How are you guys feeling?
How are you feeling?
I'm good either way.
I know
Yeah,
you were
I'm
getting a prize soon.
Yeah, I mean they won't be here for a little while, so
Okay.
Okay.
We can also take it after coffee shop because I have basically coffee shop and market for you guys. So if you want to take it there, that works too.
yeah, let's do that.
That sounds
Let's
great.
do that.
All
I
right,
think that's
let's
good.
get into it. I'm so glad you guys are feeling okay.
I'm excited.
So I assume you guys kind of come in and you probably, this large group of you kind of crowds around the coffee shop menu. Wasn't gonna be a large group, but it is now. There's not that many people in the coffee shop. There's maybe like maybe 5 people in total. There's like a couple sitting towards the back, and it seems like some of them maybe there's 2 like on a date. There's the 2 outsiders sitting towards the back.
Oh,
There's
could be
could
you.
have been me.
Could be you.
there's one.
Coulda been you.
Could have been you.
Must be nice.
Hey, I was gonna get coffee. None
I'll
of
try to
fucking
be like
lies.
you.
Yeah, it would have either been that,
You said
or
you
it would have
were-
been you guys going on the date, and then Aria showing up with the whole squad and being like, "Oh, hey, Theron!
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh my god!"
So,
It's gonna happen.
It was
either way.
inevitable.
It was
I am
honestly.
inevitable.
inevitable.
Aria's famous.
So there's also like a couple people that seem to be sitting there with like their books, and they seem like very scholarly, like they're already getting a head start on their classes and stuff.
Nerds.
Ha! Nerd. So the menu reads plain coffee, Elven espresso, chimera cappuccino, tabaxi teas. They offer black, white, green, and mint. Hobgoblin hot chocolate, minotaur mocha frappuccino, caramel merfolk macchiato, chitine chai, lightfoot latte, kappa cold brew, and aarakocra americano. So you have quite a range of choices here. Yeah, sure. I can send it.
Yeah, that was a lot. Sorry.
It is a lot. That's why I'm saying they had an abusive alliteration in that.
They did.
I love it.
I will send it in the session chat to you guys real quick.
Okay.
There you go.
Excited.
Also, do you have a picture of like what the place looks like?
I do have a picture. I will send it to you guys. I will let stream kind of use their imagination a little bit because it's not my picture, so I don't want to like share it on the stream. But I have like a rough draft of what I wanted it to look like essentially.
Okay.
Give me 2 seconds to save it real quick because I haven't saved it. Get into it.
I'm sorry, what?
Get into it.
Bye, camel.
Does this work? No.
Also, everybody's asking where Q is, Boff.
Where's
I know.
Where is Clue?
He's not here yet, my lovelies.
Like hot cocoa.
Where's Mud?
It's okay, Mud's not here either.
I want to meet
Yeah,
and
Mr.
talk to
Mud.
Mud. I want to see.
Mud isn't here either, so
bad.
Arlo thinks Mud is fictional, which is one of my favorite facts.
Apparently.
He's like,
Are you
mud,
sure
like
it's real?
and water?
and I think it's like he respects it. Like he thinks that that's the choice you've made, and that he's.
I wouldn't be surprised
Yeah.
if Arlo just thinks mud is literally mud.
I do
That's
actually.
what I was,
Like mud
that's
from
what I
outside.
just thought.
That's why he keeps being
Just
like, "You is it
mud.
your mud?" Like, because you're a tree. I think he's mud.
Is it your mud? Like your own mud?
Like, in
This
the
is a
ground?
really
I
blurry
think he thinks that
picture.
orcs are mud too. Like he would look at a pile of mud and be like, "Orc."
Orc. That's an orc.
Or
Oh,
pile of
RC.
mud.
Okay, I'm sending it in the references
I
folder.
see.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I see.
Cute.
Very nice.
Yes.
Oh my god, that's fancy.
Yeah, it's obviously
Yeah, I
a
love
little bit different than that, based on how I described it. But that's the rough draft that I
That's what
had
I
in
like,
mind.
That's
Yeah.
good for my eyes. That's good
The
for
color,
my eyes.
yes, that's the color. The very much the color scheme too. Aside from like the
Very
colorful
colorful.
house colors and stuff. All right. So, do you all kind of order separately, or do you all do you approach the desk at all, or the desk? What's it called? Fucking table? Cashier? Counter. Thank you. The counter.
You're welcome.
The counter.
Do you-
It's kind of up to you guys how you go about approaching it.
Andromeda is gonna grab Aria gently by the arm and look at her and be like,
Can you help me, please?
Yes. Have you ever had coffee before?
No, but I have had tea before. Can I?
Do you like tea?
Yes.
Oh, right. What type of tea do you like?
Preferably the kind with the leaves in it.
Okay. Well, I like to hear. Do
Okay,
you like
good.
a specific flavor?
Oh, I see the color green on there. I do like green.
Green. All right.
Yes.
Let's do
Flavor green.
then.
The flavor
Let's do
green.
flavor green. Would you like anything with it? Any like sugar, sweetener? I'm sure they have something like that.
Just
No,
as
just tea. Just tea.
Just tea.
All right. Aria's gonna take Andromeda's hand and put it in her arm and then walk up to the front.
also picture
Theron
Jazzy and D in real life as well.
Yeah. Oh, Theron to the front. Sorry, Theron to the front. Let Theron go first.
Push this way.
He
Oh,
did get here first.
Theron is up there? Okay. Theron.
Arthros is probably maybe
Yes.
probably like
She is next to him.
That's
She kind of turns to him and she kind of looks at him a little bit and she's just like, you can go first. And it seems like all of these coffees and teas, by the way, are probably around like 2 to 3 credits. They're nothing crazy. And if you guys can do me a favor, you all have 110 credits now in your account. So if you do buy a coffee or something like that, if you can subtract however much it was, yeah.
Is that in our sheet?
It's not like I haven't made a little space for it, but if you make it,
notes.
I would put it near, either in notes or
Yeah.
under where you have like your backpack and what you have, your supplies and things of that nature is probably a good place to do it. So tea is probably about $2. Any of the coffees is probably about $3, and $2, 2 credits. 3 credits for coffees, and pastries are probably about 4 credits.
And we have how many, sorry?
You have 110.
110.
Each of you have 110.
Thank you.
No! My camera again. I'll be right
It's
Oh
okay.
no!
We wait for you.
Oh no! We wait.
You're good, you're good.
I will wait
For you.
As you
for
should.
Everyone in the chat, everyone was like, plot twist. They walk in together, Q and Mud.
Yeah.
Aw.
Oh my god. They're dating?
Someone said they met in the library and Mud was looking at books for types of wood for Andromeda and finds Q looking at similar books because they're books.
They bond.
They bond.
A pond.
Amazing.
Oh.
Soft. Love that.
So
So
sweet.
soft.
Oh, I love them so
They're the
much.
bros.
Oh, there's Camla.
They're the Chads.
Way?
Camera.
Boy.
Hey, yo!
Hey, yo!
Hey,
Boy is
yo.
back.
Oh, boy.
Hey, yo.
Get your
So-
romance on, Faye. Get your romance
Okay. So Theron just turns to Art and asks what she wants.
Oh, Arthros kind of, she's like, and she's like kind of studying the menu for a little bit, and then she's like, I think I'll get a hobgoblin hot chocolate because I like the way it rolls off the tongue. And she's like,
I'm right.
I can. Oh, you're good. She's like, I can transfer you the credits if you like.
Don't worry about it. Want anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you. And she's just like, she can't stop smiling. She's like,
Theron's paying.
he's paying.
Just kidding. He does not say that.
Hey, yo!
Sorry.
Put
Hey,
it on
yo!
Theron's
Say
tab.
that.
Put it on Theron's tab.
Nah. I'm kidding.
I assume.
I am also joking.
I assume you turn.
Something
You
gets
turn to the counter.
Yes.
So, as you turn to the counter, you see a very tall, slender man behind the counter.
Slenderman!
Slender man. He doesn't quite look like he would be a barbarian. He more so looks like he would be a Barbie. He has large
Sweet
wings.
behavior.
Yes. He has large wings that are fairy wings. And they're on his back and they're shimmery and they're translucent. And they kind of like the lights of the shop are kind of like reflecting on them. And they're kind of a hint of like a greenish pink mix of those two colors. He has soft pink hair that is like a dark kind of pink color. And
He's everything I want to be.
very pale light pink skin and very colorful freckles. He has like little pink freckles on his face, and his eyes are a bright like neon green. And his name tag says that his name is Helio. And or Helios, sorry. Helios.
Yes!
Andromeda's having a moment.
Same to you. Same.
And he talks, he kind of turns, and he's got his little apron on, and he has his little necktie, and he is Aquafin. His necktie is blue. And he turns to you guys, and he's like, hello, what can I get you guys today? And he's like smiling at you. He's got like bright white teeth, and I have a reference for you guys.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
I will send
where?
it to the
It.
chat. I'm sending it to the reference chat.
Okay.
It is
fuck up.
sending at the moment.
I'm gonna lose my. I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed. I want to cosplay this man.
Realm of mercy.
What are their pronouns?
These characters.
A singular crumb.
Pronouns are he, him.
Oh, as he
Yes.
should.
Amazing.
Oh, he's so
I'm
pretty.
Such a fan. I'm such a fan.
He's very, very
A
flamboyant.
fan.
As he turns to you guys, and he kind of says, "Yeah, what can I get you guys today? What can I get you for you? Huh?"
Theron just straight thought for a second. Yes. That is a
Pretty.
dazzling smile. Just
Pretty twink
He's
man.
a player.
Pretty twink man.
A player.
He's not.
Wow. Your girl's right there.
Polyamorous dragonborn.
He's really
All
pretty.
of the doors are wide open. So, like,
He's walking through every single one, and as he should.
Oh my
do
god,
like
yeah.
that. You know, it's Bob's fault. No one else.
It is.
alright?
It really
Sorry.
is. Bob is the one that keeps
Oh,
putting all these
that's
attractive people in
so
front
fair.
of Theron.
It's
Like-
so fun.
How rude.
It's so fun.
Okay. He gathers himself. He's like, all right, I would like one hobgoblin hot chocolate, and I will also take a kappa cold.
And he kind of nods his head. He's like, "Yeah, no problem. I'm on it." And he turns to turns to the back, and he looks back over at you, and he's like, "Just hold your phone to the little machine here." And he like points at this little. It's like a little device with like a little screen. And it just says math 5 credits. Now you owe 5 credits, and it's just standing there, kind of waiting for your phone. I assume that you put your little TCD to it, and it makes a little like doo-doo sound, and the transaction goes through. And Helios kind of like nods his head at you, and he's like, "Yeah, feel free to grab a seat. I'll bring your stuff to you." And then he goes and he turns about and he goes about making your stuff. And there is another creature behind him at the counter, and he is a very large, what you would expect from the Barbaric Bean. He's a very large lizard folk, and he is very tall, very, very tall, like probably 6'5", and
Amazing.
he's like green, shades of green colors, and kind of bright greens. Like some of his scales are really shiny and neon, and his snout is less lizard, more gator looking, where it's very long, and his Montgomery gator, and his teeth are kind of like poking up a little bit out of his mouth and a little bit like jagged. And you just hear Helios kind of turn to him and be like, "Hey, hobgoblin hot chocolate, please, and a cup of cold brew." And he like passes on the order to him, and the lizard man just goes, and then starts making the order for you. He like waves him off, and yeah, I assume that you guys maybe go and find a seat and do
Can I go to order?
Yeah, and
I guess since there's so many people, we'll probably go to, like the booth one with like the table.
valid. Unfortunately, unfortunately,
Aria
since there's so
kind
many
of
people.
just like
Would have been 2.
Aria kind of taps on Art's shoulder right before like he's done, like he's finished ordering, and she kind of just goes
Enter.
like,
Sorry.
You're good.
Andromeda looks at Aria doing that and goes,
2 people seats.
Forward.
And Arthros is kind of like, "Oh, but we're here together as a group." Okay.
We'll sit next to you. We'll be good.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
And so,
Don't even worry.
Arthros, fries. Arthros kind of walks.
Fries.
Fries. Arthros kind of walks then with Theron, I assume, probably over to the 2-person seater. And I imagine, Faye has vanished. He got her fries. Got your
Bye.
fries.
"You're right.
You're good.
I'm sorry. I was just saying thank you.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
A gentleman.
So
Got fries.
Jenny.
Aria has kind of pushed Arthros to get a 2-person seater table with Theron, essentially. So as they're walking over to the seats, there are, of course, like in the picture I showed you, there's the 2-person seater that is really close to where the booths are. And so Arthros just kind of like points, and she's like, "Do you want to sit here?"
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she just like quickly sits, and she like puts her backpack down beside her feet, and then just like sits there and waits.
We're just hanging out, we're waiting for our coffee.
Yeah. So, and then we will go to the next person in line. Aria. All right.
Yes.
All right. Aria kind of wobbles up and just holds Andromeda's arm and is like, "All right, ready? Good on what you want? Awesome, perfect. Hello, good morning. Or good afternoon, I guess it is more.
Hello, pink person.
Helios turns around and he's like, "Hello, how are you? Oh my god, I love your hair. Both of you, so cute. Oh my goodness.
Thank you. I love your hair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely fantastic.
Oh, thanks. I'm a fan of the color pink.
I can
You are
tell.
pink.
Yes. I like to say that rather than a barbarian, I'm more of a Barbie, you know?
Oh, that's very smart. That's very cute. I
Yes.
like that.
It's a play on words.
Anyway.
Anyways, what can I get for you?
Yes, I think she will have one of the green tabaxi teas. And I think I was wondering if I could possibly get a mixture of the caramel mirtha macchiato and also get one of the elven espressos. Like an espresso shot in the macchiato.
Yeah, we can absolutely do that. We can do that for you, yeah. No
Awesome.
problem. No problem. Yes. Are you going to be on the same bill together? Or are you going to do it separate?
Yeah, I'll do it. It's fine.
Alright, it's going to come to about $6 plus the extra shot. Six credits, sorry.
Awesome. Perfect. There you go.
Dollars is glued
No,
in
you're
my
good.
brain.
Valid. You work with a bunch of humans? Well, earthlings, I guess, better.
Earthlings. I try my best.
Yeah, I get you.
And
You're
you
doing
do
great.
the little... Oh, thanks. You do the little scanny thing, and he turns around kind of, and he, like, yells off the order to the big lizard man behind you, and he turns back and he's like, will that be all? We'll bring your order right out.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Very
no problem.
pretty.
You're very pretty too.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the tea.
Yeah, no problem. I love tea. That's a good choice.
Me too.
Yeah. The green one's my favorite too. Anyways,
I love green.
I love pink.
You are pink.
Yes. And he like looks at you, nods, and he's just like, next.
Kind pulls her away.
Bye.
And I think they're gonna sit in a, let's see, is there a booth that's kind of near the cedars but not like two cedars,
Yeah.
but not like
I mean, all the tables are kind of close to the booths. They're like right, like across from them. So if you guys all sat at a booth, you'd be within talking distance. You'd just be they'd be at a separate table
Okay.
essentially.
That's fine. Yeah, we'll move into the closest booth next to the two-seater then.
Okay. Right. Julien, I assume that you are next. Nari is probably kind of just waiting behind, next to Arlow.
Hi.
Hey.
I'll walk on up with Silky on my shoulder.
Okay.
Oh, so cute.
Silky kind of turns to you and she's like, do you want to go first or should I?
You go first.
Okay. And so she kind of like jumps from the from your shoulder to the counter, and she sits there kind of in front of the pink man, and Helios kind of like looks down at her, and he's like, yeah, what can I get you, love? And she kind of turns up to him. She's like, can I get a I think I'll go with a mint tabaxi tea, please. And he's like, yeah, no problem. And she does the same kind of transaction thing as you, but her TCD is very tiny. And she kind of lifts her tiny little device up to the scanner, and she scans in her 2 credits, and goes about her way, and she kind of like stands to the side on the counter still and like looks up at Julien, and she's like, here you go.
Hey, hello. I would like to have a black tea.
And Helios is like, yeah, black tea. You seem like a man who means business, so I get you black tea. And he kind of like puts your order down. He's like, it's gonna be 2 credits. Is that all you like? Would you like a pastry too?
No, that will be all. Out of curiosity, whilst I was in the sector, I had a very specific black tea. Hong Cha, excuse my pronunciation. Do you happen to have that here?
Yeah, we have like a chai mixture that we can mix in there for you. Sure. Yeah, we can do that. It'll be 1 extra credit. Are you good with that?
Thank you. Yes.
All right, comes to 3 credits. And
Alright.
as you're doing your little transaction, Silky kind of like goes aside to Helios and is kind of looking at him. She's like, does the mint one have caffeine in it? And Helios is like, no, the mint one's good. Mint one doesn't have caffeine in it. And they have their little side conversation where you're scanning your thing, and Silky feels a lot better about her purchase now. And she gets her little mint tea, and she kind of promises to herself that she'll probably get a pastry on the way out. But for now, she's going to sit with her mint tea. And your transaction goes through. You hear a little beep beep beep, And I assume that you join the others at the booth?
Yep.
Alrighty. And Arlo and Nari, would you like to order as well?
Yes. So I walk up. I'm sure we're just like sitting next to each other, but I've gotten like very quiet.
Mm-hmm.
And I walk up and I'm gonna order the way that I'm about to just order, but as I'm ordering, there are tears streaming down my face.
No.
And I'm like, "Hi, this place. This is nice. This is really nice. Do you like your mocha frappuccino?"
Helios kind of looks at you and he's like, "Yeah, right. You right?"
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I leak sometimes. I'm sorry.
And Helios is like, "Me too, all the time, love." And then
Yeah.
he kind of goes and he's like, "The mocha frappuccino is delicious, and chocolate is like the best cure for any sort of leaking, you know."
That's great. That
Yeah.
sounds awesome.
Okay. And Nari kind of like looks at you for a moment, and she's like, "Are you all right?"
Oh, yeah. Sorry. It's just been a long time since I had a mocha frappuccino, so for me.
Nari's like, "Okay," and then she kind of turns to Helios and she's like, "Can I get one of the white tabaxi teas? And I will pay for the mocha frappuccino with the my credits." And Helios is like, "All right, cool." And he's like, it's gonna be 5 credits. And Nari does the little scan and like kind of keeps like nervously glancing over at Arlo, not really sure what to do. And Helios is like, "Right, I'll bring your order for you." And Helios goes and turns away. And Nari kind of looks at you and is like, do you want to go sit down?"
Yeah.
Yes.
I might go to the bathroom for a second.
Okay, I will go sit with the rest of the group then.
Yeah, but save a spot. I'll sit next to you when I come back.
Okay,
Okay.
sounds good.
And he like runs to the bathroom. Fucks it. He's like, he's running out of water, so he.
Do any of us
That's
see
valid.
him running?
You can see me. I'm running and crying.
He just darts into the bathroom running and crying.
Yeah.
Aria kind of like waves over to Nari and is like,
He is having a moment.
Well, you can sit by me. Come sit by me.
Okay. And she just kind of slowly sits down, and she makes sure to leave a space next to her for Arlo.
Oh my god.
Oh, baby boy.
Alright.
I can imagine like the only time you can cry.
In the mirror.
Poor baby.
It's beautiful. It's cool. It's cool.
I'm fine.
I'm a fun guy.
I love him.
It's so
Poor baby.
So
Do you guys want to
He's
take
a cancer son.
Yes.
Do you guys want to
for
take a
sure.
break here? Or do you want to keep finishing or keep going with the coffee shop for now? How are you guys feeling? You guys feeling okay?
I think we can go into the coffee shop maybe
Yeah,
and then
we can go
Okay.
till-
yeah.
Sounds
we're
good.
just because then we'll
I think
we'll
that's
be
good.
going on to something new.
Yeah.
Sounds Gucci. Okay. So,
Act 3.
Act 3. As you're all sitting there,
Honestly.
sorry. As you're all sitting there, you're kind of waiting for your coffees. I'm assuming you guys are probably chatting amongst each other.
Andromeda is gonna be like staring at Nari,
Oh.
Oh
and
my
she's
god.
gonna like, kind of like lean close and be like, "You're not going to eat us, right?"
Nari kind of like frowns at her. Do I look scary to you?
That's not what you're supposed to say to people.
Yes.
Oh.
Andromeda, you can't just ask people if they're gonna eat you.
Can you actually say that, please? It's so funny. It's
Theron
please.
does actually say that.
Yeah.
From across at the other table.
Is
James,
that not
okay, James is
polite?
back. Nari kind of just like sits back and she kind of slumps a little bit, like she's a little disappointed.
Nari, you have to.
Theron
excuse
gets it.
Andromeda.
Theron gets it.
She's
People react like that to him.
she's not used to people in general.
Thanks.
So I'm sorry.
Sorry.
And Nari just kind of like nods. And she's like, you know, when I first saw the fish man, I thought maybe that would be snack if he was more fish, but he's fish in person, so I do not go for this. So
Yeah.
I said no, it's okay, but I do not eat any sort of tree thing. Don't worry.
Yeah.
And I'm very grateful that you landed on that decision.
She kind of looks at you and she's like,
bathroom, or are you still
I think so. I composed myself and came back.
that's
right?
valid.
okay.
That's valid.
Family makes me want to
I
murder
was like-
people.
Everyone's just awkward about
Family
it.
makes me want to
I
murder
was
people.
like,
She kind of like looks over at Arlo after he says that, and she's like, "Yes, of course. I do not like the human flesh, so it's fine."
Yeah, me neither.
Me neither.
I'm glad that we all agree on this.
Yes.
And she like nods at you all, and then kind of sits and stares at the tabletop. Silky, meanwhile, is tapping away on her TCD from where she sits on Julien's shoulder. She's still on your shoulder, by the way. She's not on the table.
Oh.
She's not in her own seat. She's sitting on your shoulder.
So cute.
She won't admit why she's still sitting on your shoulder, but it's fine. So she's just sitting there. She's kind of fiddling with her TCG, looking at all the kind of stuff it does. And Arthros is kind of just staring at Theron, kind of like not sure what to do because her coffee hasn't come yet. So she's just kind of like, so, Raffles, how long have you known the group?
since yesterday.
Oh! And she kind of like glances over at the group and then glances back at Theron and is like, I'm so sorry. I was under the impression that you knew each other well. Yes, Aria.
Did we hear that she called them Raffles?
It depends.
Hey now.
It depends on how much attention you were paying, because I imagine
Are
you
you
were
guys all
all
having your own side conversations?
you're all probably talking to Nari at this point in time.
Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. Then I'm
So-
good. That's good.
But don't worry, she's using this nickname quite often. So
It's a cute nickname.
Only one who can use it.
Raffly Raffles.
Raffles. And she's kind of feeling a little bit. She feels a little guilty now. She's kind of like, I'm really sorry. I thought you knew them a little bit better. That's why I invited them. Maybe I should not have. I technically I only invited the girl with the red hair, Aria. I didn't actually invite everyone else.
Kind of like light bulb goes on for there. Like, it's okay. It would have happened either way.
And she's like, right, okay. And in the span of time where you guys.
You can go get coffee anytime without me of this, whatever you want.
And Arthur's just like,
Here quite often.
oh, I would love that. I love coffee, even though I ordered hot chocolate this time, but I do like coffee. But I wanted to try the Hobgoblin hot chocolate because it's so fun. It's such a play on words, you know? I think it's the one on the menu that sounds the best. With the alliteration. Mm-hmm.
Let me know how it tastes, though.
I shall.
That's
You can taste it too, if you like.
I might. You can have
From the
some of
cup.
Mine if you like.
From the cup.
Where else?
In his mouth.
I
tongue.
think that's from the cup.
And she kind of
Baby
she's like,
bird that man.
I'll
Baby
taste
bird
it off
that
your
man.
lips.
I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You can also have some from my cup.
Okay, that'd be great. And as you're having this conversation,
God.
You see Helios and the big lizard man. They come around the corner and they're all kind of holding your beverages. They have to make several trips because there's quite a few drinks. And Helios comes over and he's like dropping them all down in front of you. He gives Julien his drink. He gives Aria her drink and Andromeda her drink. And then the lizard man, you see that his name tag says 𝙍𝙖𝙫𝙬𝙬𝙀. He comes over to 𝙍𝙖𝙫 with a G.
Yeah, 𝙍𝙖.
With a G, yeah. 𝙍𝙖. 𝙍𝙖𝙫𝙬𝙬𝙀. 𝙍𝙖.
Like Yoshi, but with a G.
Like Legoshi, but without the L.
Legoshi. He comes over and he puts down Theron, he puts down your drink in front of you, and he puts down Arthros's in front of her, and he gives the rest of the group their beverages, and in like 2-ish minutes you all have your drinks in front of you.
Question.
Yes.
We had a question in the chat earlier.
Yes.
Did Silky get a big cup or a small cup?
Sorry, who?
Silky, did she get like a giant...
Silky got a regular size cup.
Okay, so then when she sees this, she's gonna grab out the water bottle that was Arlow's that he threw out and grab the cap of it and then pour some of the tea in the cap and get it.
So nice.
As she does this, Silky sees her do this, and Silky's just kind of like,
and she just takes a drink first.
kind of confused, and then she like climbs down Julian's arm and sits on the table and like looks at the cap, and she looks at Aria and she's just like, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I mean, if I was, your size and I had a cup that big, I don't think I could even know where to go about it unless I was taking a bath. So
tiny cup.
It's kind of ridiculous that they didn't even think about that. They saw you ordering it. Like, it's not like...
Yeah, you should have seen me yesterday. I tried to get a to-go order.
Oh.
We're
all going to like put in an appeal for Silky.
I know.
Consolidate this small darling.
A petition breaks out. And she's like, it's all right. I'm better than the cups they give me, you know.
I mean,
It's
yeah,
fine.
totally.
You're
That's a stupid
sexy.
cup.
Oh,
You're sexy.
never been called sexy before. Really appreciate
Me
it.
neither.
Oh my god, that's cool.
That was
Thanks.
yes. Oh.
Yeah, thanks. And then as she's starting to get a little bit like flustered from all the social attention, and she just like dunks her head in the cap and starts sipping.
Aria's gonna
Damn,
lean
little lady,
over
you gotta put it away.
Darien's lap and is just gonna go, sexy is something that you call someone when you find them sexually, like, attractive to you.
A what?
Sexually attractive to you? Or
As
trying
she
to
said-
of endearment. I think it seems like to Andromeda, she's saying that in an endearing way, not like a sexual way. But
As she's saying this, Andromeda's turning to Darien saying, "You're sexy too."
To Nari or Andromeda? Or
Nari.
who?
To
Nari?
Nari.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nari just kind of nods and she's like, okay. Never been called sexy before, but thank you.
Me neither.
Wow. Okay.
It makes you feel good. I think.
I'm not too sure. I haven't
Look, it's
really...
a confidence thing.
Is it?
yes,
I don't
It's
feel
like
more
a,
confident.
yeah, I'm great. I'm swell.
Okay.
I'm sexy. Apparently. is what we're going
And
with.
Nari just kind of nods slowly and she's like, I feel the same, but okay. Thank you. And she just slowly starts drinking her tabaxi tea, very fitting of her as a tabaxi herself. Do you all drink your drinks?
Yes.
Do you want
Aria
to,
downs it.
do you want to roll for how
Theron
well they
also
are?
downs
How well they taste?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Taste it
Okay.
and just
Which one?
Are we doing a D12
Theron doesn't
or
taste
are we
it.
doing
It would be a D12, yeah.
11?
3.
A 3?
Yeah.
It was
Okay.
every tea that you knew of.
11.
Ooh. So,
I love
So-
you. Sorry. that was really-
Andromeda, you're a little disappointed because it's green tea. Like you've probably had a version of it, but never like this. It's very sweet, and it doesn't have any leaves in it, and it's got a lot of ice cubes in it. So it's very cold, and it's not exactly what you expected. It's a little below average for you. Theron, like you said, you down yours. You barely taste it. You wanted that coffee and you got that fix. Arlow, you are enjoying your drink. You are like, wow.
It's so good.
Yeah, you were like, oh my god, this is really nostalgic and like this makes me emotional, but like this tastes so good that I can't help it.
Crying into the tea, into the cup.
And
I really would.
Julien and Aria, did you guys roll? I might have missed your number.
11.
Sorry. 11? And
I
Julien?
got a 12.
Okay.
That was the best
You
cup
were
of
having
joe.
the best day. You were literally having the best
You
day.
were literally having a good day. So Julien, you got a tea and you mixed the chai in there. Your chai tea is better than any chai tea you've ever had before. It's like, you did not expect this. You knew that you had chai before at some point in your life, but you don't remember it ever tasting this good. This is like superior to any chai tea that you've ever drank. And Aria, your drink is genuinely good. You feel like the espresso gives you the boost that you were looking for, and you enjoy the flavor of it. It's as far as cups of coffee go, it's better than most cups of coffee you've ever had.
Most things I've had. Cool.
Yes. So.
Do they
Yes.
have any like packages of the tea ingredients that they use here? Like, on the shelves?
They don't have any that you can see in the coffee shop, but you can ask Helios or 𝐂𝐩𝐢𝐬𝐸 if you're curious about that. So
I
if
think
that's
I'll do that.
something...
He's gonna walk up to that counter.
Okay. So Julien walks up to the counter. There's no more of a line there anymore. It's very like chill now. And that's probably because the market has just opened. So a lot of people are probably filing over to where the market is. And as you guys are in there, Julien, you walk up to the counter and it's 𝐂𝐩𝐢𝐬𝐸 this time who's standing there. Helios has gone into the back for some reason. And 𝐂𝐩𝐢𝐬𝐸 turns to you and he's just like, what can I do for you?
Do you sell the ingredients for the drink that I ordered, the chai black tea?
He looks at you for a moment and then he like puts his head back and he goes, Helios! And from the back room you see Helios like poke his head out. He's like, yeah, what's up? And 𝐂𝐩𝐢𝐬𝐸𝐸 kind of just says, do we sell the tea that we make here for otherwise consumption? And Helios is like, no, we don't have it here per se, but we have it in the merchandise shop. You know, the one on campus? They've got like fancy shirts there with like crests on it and things of that nature. I think they have the tea there. They also have some of the coffee. Does that answer your question? He kind of like looks at Julien.
Yes.
Right, alright. Anything else for me? And he turns to 𝐂𝐩𝐢𝐬𝐸𝐸 and 𝐂𝐩𝐢𝐬𝐸𝐸 just like, no. And then turns back to Julien and looks at Julien and he's like, anything else for me?
No.
And 𝐂𝐩𝐢𝐬𝐸𝐸's like, right. And then the lizard dude like turns around and he goes over to the espresso machine and he just fills a like large cup with just straight espresso and just goes dunks like a shot of it, and then kind of just is like,
Man after my own heart.
and stands there waiting for like new customers.
Everyone's after your own heart, they.
Truly. Oh yes. Yes, Arlow.
Am I allowed to go ask if they are taking on any employees?
You can. I don't know when you'd have the time to work, but
That's
you can
okay.
ask them.
Just
You can
curious.
ask them. Yeah, you can ask them.
I like slide up.
Slides out of the seat with his drink, slides up to the counter.
You guys hired?
𝐂𝐩𝐢𝐬𝐸𝐸 turns to you and he's just kind of like, so many questions today. And he's kind of like, it looks like he's nursing a headache. He's like,
Or a hangover.
And he goes, Helios! And Helios pokes his head back in from the back room. And he's like, yeah, what's up? And Goshi's like, are you...
Please tell me these two are in love.
Are you hiring?
I do ship them.
He's like, are you hiring?
I want it.
And Helios is like, no, not that I know of. I think they did most of the recruiting at the start of the week with like the earlier people that come in. We're also like a little bit older than you guys, I imagine.
Oh, yeah.
He
no,
kind of
it's
like looks at you and
It's
he's
cool.
like year 13.
Me?
He's like asking you. Yeah, he's like, year 13?
How old am I?
You're year 13. You're a college freshman essentially.
Year old.
I heard yours.
I'm a child.
You're 13?
A literal child.
Are you 13?
I haven't been here.
No.
You've been here for 13 years?
Helios is just like, no, mate, no, I'm year 15, slightly older than year 13. You seem like you're year 13. It says on your handbook, mate.
Oh, yeah, I read that. He starts to walk away, but then he goes, would the answer have been different if I didn't cry earlier?
Helios just kind of looks at it and he's like, no.
That makes me feel better. Okay.
And then Helios
Yeah,
like ducks
then
back
walks
in
away.
and Goshi just is like, goodbye, fish boy. And
They
then
remind
goes-
me of Adam
Please
and
let
Eric
them be in
from
love.
Sex Education. I don't know if you've watched
I
that.
haven't watched that, no.
Oh,
And
it's
y'all
right,
are
you're
more
absolutely
than
right.
welcome to
I
ask
see it.
about
I see
their
it.
love lives.
I
That is
want them to be together.
completely up to you
I
guys.
I also petition.
Me too.
You guys don't even
Or-
know. You must ask.
Mr. Wilson is single. We know that for sure.
Yes,
Ew.
absolutely. Singled and living with his cat.
And how long have you
Very
guys
happy.
been
And
dating?
thriving.
Are you asking them?
I can't do
I
that.
like
I've embarrassed
like,
myself far too much.
Just like turns around. He's like, so how long have you guys been dating?
By the way,
Honestly, no. Don't want to.
Very in character. So
Okay, I'll do it.
You're gonna do it?
I'm so. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm so manic at this point. He's manic. Like
That's
Arlo's
valid.
Not well. Right.
you just
That's
had a
so
good
valid.
cry. He had some good.
What does he ask exactly, and does he do it as he's walking
Actually,
away?
you know what? Never mind. I'm taking it back because he's so oblivious to romance. and
Valid.
Anything of that sort and dating.
Valid.
So I'm gonna actually not do that.
Okay.
Valid.
So I
Theo
assume
would.
you
Theo
go.
would.
Theo would. So I assume you go and you
Theo
sit
would.
back down at the table. Does anyone else want to ask any more questions to these two? No. Good.
No,
Okay.
we're good. I'm good.
Okay. So I imagine you guys are all drinking your drinks. Arthros and Theron are having their little kind of private session, sitting there drinking their drinks. It's probably a little bit awkward. They're probably just kind of sipping and looking at each other. Do any of you want to have any conversations before any sort of moving on? Is there anything you guys want to talk about? You're all just standing there. You're just all sitting
No, I
there
think-
drinking your drinks in silence.
No, I think that, well, personally, I think Aria would ask everybody how their days were going and, like,
That's
ask them
valid.
specifics.
Valid.
Just kind of checking
Yeah,
up
that's
with
what
everything.
Theron and Bert talking about.
Yeah, but not,
Valid.
like,
Not anything too specific.
not anything, like, other than, like, just how
Valid.
the day's going, what they're excited for, you know, things like that.
Valid. So as you guys are you're all sipping on your tea, you guys are talking about like how your days went. Arthros kind of turns to Theron and she's like, so I was thinking of checking out the market after this. Would you like to possibly accompany me? I heard that there's a great bookstore that has come. They said that they sell a lot of books. So I think I'm going to spend most of my credits on those.
I would love to. I am also looking for certain books. So
Okay.
that sounds perfect.
Right. Yes, alright. Should we tell the group at all? Or
Just a pained look on his face. And he's like, you probably should.
Yes, you're probably right. That's the proper thing to do, I think. Right.
But he hates every second of what he's saying. Regrets it immediately.
Arthros is just like, okay. And she picks up her hobgoblin hot chocolate, and she stands for a moment, and she kind of turns towards the booth of them, and she goes, pardon? Trying to get their attention.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello. And she turns to you all, and she just kind of says, so, the market is open now. Would you all like to accompany Theron and I to, go shopping?
I thought you guys wanted space. I don't know why.
Aria
Theron just like
Aria.
eyes wide, and he's like,
Aria's like, fuck.
he's like squints at.
No, you know what? Yes, that'll be a wonderful idea. That sounds great. Thank you for inviting us, Arthros. That's so great.
And she like slowly nods, and she turns to Arlow, and she's like, if you feel as though you need space from me, that's all right.
No.
Oh no, not at all. I just thought you guys were together, and I was told by somebody.
Hey, Arlo. What if we
Theron
is
just
everybody ready?
like
Is
his head
everybody ready to
whips
go?
over to Aria.
Sure.
And just
Is
like,
everybody ready to go?
And she's standing in the booth now, just like awkwardly in the middle of everyone. Just
Andromeda
standing
stands up too.
let's go.
Arthur's
Did
like,
I say something wrong?
okay.
It's fine. Everything's fine, Arlo, okay?
Okay.
Arlo.
Arlo.
Wait, is something wrong?
Says in full name, even though he does not have full name.
Everything
Arlo.
is perfectly fine. Arthros is fine. Theron is fine. Julian's fine. Yeah, everybody's fine. All right, everybody's fine.
Okay.
Can I go over to Nari and be like, I don't think everything is fine.
Nari
Just to her.
Nari kind of like looks at you and like nods her head, and she's like, yes, it feels rather tense, I think.
Yeah.
What if, I'm gonna go use the restroom. I will catch up. You go towards the door. I think, Andromeda, would you like to go talk to another bush?
Yeah.
Maybe you can go introduce the whole group to a bush.
Well, bushes are kind of dull. They don't have very good conversation.
Oh,
Not good.
well, very sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, then maybe not a bush.
That was mean. Maybe like a flower.
A flower would be nice.
Or a tree.
A tree.
Yeah. There's no trees in here.
Necklace.
You're right. Mud gave this to me.
Oh god, we are not bringing up Mud right now. Please, can I go use the restroom?
Okay.
I mean,
How did Mud do
no one
that?
stopped.
Can I please use the restroom?
Nobody stopped.
You can go to the restroom. Oh yeah.
Oh no!
I can't get out on either side.
Why? Under the table, like,
Andromeda starts crawling out from under the table. She slips underneath.
Aria starts going underneath the booth too.
She's like, okay.
Rolls on the floor, jumps up, and then walks to the bathroom.
Arthur's just like sees all this going on. She's like, I'm going to go wait outside. Theron, would you like to
Theron is
accompany me?
also.
Okay.
Yes, go sit outside. Good idea.
Alright. And Arthur's like quickly like
Arlo can
grabs her.
grab Nari's paw because like it's so tense, but like in that way of like when you're with your friend and something dramatic happens and you like hold on to it because it's just getting louder and louder.
As you do this, Nari just kind of like looks, and then like looks up, and then looks back down, and she's just like, and she just lets you hold it as she's like,
Oh. Lesbian behavior.
yeah.
Honestly.
And I assume that Theron and Arthros walk outside. Does anyone else accompany Aria to the bathroom?
Andromeda is currently under the
Take a
table
left
right
for
now.
me.
That fits.
Amazing.
That fits. Silky is like, she finished her cap of tea, but the whole cup is still sitting there, like barely anything out of it. But she's done at this point. She's had a gigantic cup of tea. So she's just like, all right. And she kind of just like looks at Julien expectantly, like,
Oh, right. Yeah.
She nods and she's like, thanks, and she jumps onto your hand and gets elevated up to the shoulder, as a cutie does. And Andromeda, do you stay at the table or do you follow Arthros and Theron out?
She like sees them start going. She like crawls out from under the table and stands up and walks out after them.
And Arlo, do you take Nari and go outside, or do you chill inside and wait? Or
For sure. I really wanna, but I will not because it's not in character. So I'm gonna do that. Yes, I will.
What's the temptation?
Buy raffles.
By what?
As in, buy raffles as he walks past me. But Arlo would not do that. He's so unaware.
You even
That's
know
so
have you
valid.
even heard yet?
Probably not.
Yeah, I was quiet. I was crying. My ears were around.
Oh wow! You're listening.
My ears were prevalent.
Proper.
No. Yeah. I think I probably actually so everyone's walked out, but Aria's in the bathroom.
Yes.
Sorry, I looked at.
Yeah, she's just.
And then Julien. Did Julien and Silky just walk out too?
That's up to Julien. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're making their way out.
Valid.
Yeah. I think I let
Wait,
everyone
wait,
kind of have a couple steps, and then I like look at Nori, and I'm like. And then I just walk out.
Valid.
Gay and lesbian solidarity.
Are you still holding Nari's paw?
It was only for a moment. Yeah, no,
Okay.
it was only for a moment because
Okay.
of the stress for Aria
Then
yelling.
as you walk out, and Nari's following behind you, and Nari's just like holding her paw, like staring at it intently,
Oh.
and then like keeps walking after you and follows you out the door. And Aria, do you do anything special in the bathroom? Or are you just having a moment?
We're just having a moment. She
Okay.
is like.
Lesson learned about Arlo, right?
She's like deep breathing.
Not
She's like
good.
ruffling her hair and like pushing it back from her neck, and like she gets her neck wet. She's like, "What is that And then she just like straightens her shoulders, opens the door, and walks to the group. It's like,
I
"Alright,
love.
Amazing.
you're ready."
Bless. And from there, would you like to take a break?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think this is a good place.
I think this is
Okay.
a good place. Yeah.
Okay.
Go pee pee.
All
my
right.
God, how fun.
Are you guys feeling okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is really fun.
Okay, I'm so glad.
This is really fun.
It just became
We all-
coffee
I
shop,
need more.
coffee shop AU
I can't believe-
roleplay.
How much we planned.
Yeah,
that you
I
planned.
feel really bad. I don't want you guys to like. If you guys feel like you need to stop at any point, like let me know and we can.
Hell no.
I don't know.
This is a non-stop train.
There's not a ton left.
No, there really isn't.
So
All aboard the choo-choo-choo-choo
I think
train.
I underestimate how much you guys roleplay, and then
I mean, that's the best part.
yeah, and then my brain is like, oh yeah, that takes up time. That works.
There's gonna be extra.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Quite-
But
And also,
yes.
it takes time to learn like the group and like
Yes.
That's
And
fine.
I wanted this to be very much you guys learning the campus a little bit, what you guys can do, how
to
credits
the
work,
market.
and interacting with each other's roommates a little bit. So, don't worry.
Do we want to take another 15?
Does 15 sound good to you guys? 15?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me. Alrighty.
Hello.
Chat, we shall be back in 15 minutes. Grab your drinkies, grab your snackies, grab all your
yes,
goodies.
a break. We're going on 5 hours.
Yes.
Oh my.
I'm so sorry.
I'm fine.
Hey, don't
Don't be
apologize.
sorry.
5 hours ever.
Hey yo.
It's
Hey yo, big
been
boss.
some good 5 hours.
5 hours. Alright,
Yo,
chat, get your
yo.
goodies, get your nommies, and we will
5
see
hours
you.
of gay.
5 hours of gay and dating simulator.
Basically.
Love you guys. Have a good breaky. We shall be back. Let's go! Hello, chat. We are back. We have returned.
They open to like.
Let me fly you high.
Oh.
Thank you, Theo.
Get
So,
into it.
when are we doing it?
As you fucking should.
Why are we not doing it yet?
What?
Huh?
What?
What?
Thumbelina.
Oh.
You and me.
Oh, Thumbelina.
Never mind. We're talking about this.
Thumbelina.
Who are you talking to?
D&D.
She's talking about cosplaying with you as Thumbelina.
I just pointed at the camera.
Yes,
No,
you
look at
elf man. What did you think I was talking to?
I don't know.
Very
Let's do
bold.
it.
Anyway,
I'm excited. Okay, sorry.
D&D.
Oh, you're good. You're
Okay,
good.
we rolling.
Okie schmoky. Also, I changed.
Market.
Sorry.
Market.
I realized. I changed.
Shopping.
This is very warm in my room right now. So,
Yeah. These are very, very warm.
yes, they are.
They
They're
are
very
very warm.
cozy. They're very cozy.
They're big.
Very nice.
Big and cozy. So, are you guys all ready?
Yeah.
Ready to continue? Yes? All right.
Roger.
Roger. So, where you left off, you were all standing outside of the coffee shop. It was a very interesting time. Eventually, Aria caught back up to you guys outside.
Aria.
Your walk to the market is not far at all. You essentially just have to walk by. There's a small park and a small lounge area that you guys walk by. It's kind of just like a little outcropping where they have like a couple trees that hang over a couple benches, and there's some picnic tables, and it's sort of just like a little hangout area if you want to read there or eat there. It's very cute. It's almost like a little boardwalky type thing. It's right next to the academic classrooms. Yeah, right next to the academic classrooms and right next to Aquafin as well. And so you leave the Barbaric Bean and you follow the path past the academic classrooms, and Arthros, I assume, is kind of leading the way for you guys, and she's pretty well versed in the school map at this point, and so she tells you guys that you're basically gonna take a little shortcut, and the shortcut is to just kind of cross through the academic classrooms, and so you kind of just come into one of the back entrances, you go through the halls, the corridors, and you come back out to the front of the academic classrooms, and so when you exit, you are completely facing the entire field where this event is going on, where the Vlad Ravenwood statue is. So, as you walk up, you see that the market is basically surrounding the statue on Ravenwood's kind of short, trimmed, very healthy grass. It's very green. And it's very, very short. It's like that really nice, like, almost like golf course grass, that's like really, really soft. The entirety of the setup is booths and tents, and it looks much like a comic convention, as you guys would be familiar with, or a sort of flea market. You see so many tents. You couldn't even think of a rough estimate how many there are, but there are so many tents and tables and booths, and they're colorful, and some of them have little roofs, and some of them are just tables. They're wide, and the entire field is decked out with just hundreds of different unique sellers, or hundreds is being dramatic, but a lot of unique sellers. As you walk up to this kind of just amalgamation of all of these little booths and tents, taking up the entirety of the field, you see a large board that kind of sits, kind of like a billboard, essentially, that sits right at the entrance of the path that leads kind of to this little field. And it says, outsider-friendly human businesses. Happy shopping, outsiders. So, essentially, all of these humans have come here with little pieces of their businesses from one of the nearby towns and the nearby city to sell you guys, essentially, some of their stuff. They get a pretty good cut out of it. Essentially, when you use your credits, the human government transfers it into actual money for them to put towards their store. So you guys spending credits there is a pretty good benefit for them as well. From where you guys are standing as a big group, you can see booths and tables selling jewelry. You see small jars of like sticky looking things. You see artwork. You see flowers and lights, and you see decorative like dishware. You see antiquities. You see just a range of things. And it is up to you guys if you would like to shop by yourselves, if you would like to shop as a group, if you would like to meander your way through, find whatever specific you are looking for. I don't know if there's anything specific you are looking for, but I am here to guide you through the market should you like to adventure through it, essentially.
Is there anything that anybody's specifically looking for?
I mean, me and Arthros are looking for the books, so.
Books.
Valid. Do you guys want to stay as a group, or do you want to kind of go off and do your own solo investigating? Or some of you stay together, some of you go... Do you want to split apart? What's the vibes?
I'm down to stay as a group except for the little date that's going on.
Valid.
Obviously,
the little
I made
date.
it
I
awkward.
do feel like we would not have a problem if me and Arthros just walked off to the books.
Yeah. I
Okay.
assume that's what's gonna happen. That's what it feels like it's going towards.
So valid.
Are you just
I
keeping an eye on
guys
him?
Can meander, because I don't think anybody else is looking for anything specific. So.
Valid. So Arthros turns.
I'm looking for fabric.
But like we can walk with you guys for a little bit, and then like once we see the books, we can like break off.
I'm looking for fabric and sheet music. Those are the two things I'm looking for.
Get into it.
We got
All right.
shopping lists.
Shopping
Yeah.
lists. All right.
Listen,
so
I'm a put together lady. I got stuff to do.
So Arthros kind of
This is
turns
the
to
place
all
to
of
do it.
you, and she kind of says like, so there's so many things to find here. I don't know quite what you're all looking for. My best guess would say to just walk up and down the rows and kind of just see what there is and what they offer. I'm specifically looking for books. So I'm going to keep my eyes open for that. If any of you should see any books, please let me know. I would love more for my collection, since I have quite a lot. But, you know, I can always have more. Yes. So, and she just kind of like looks at you all nervously, and she's like, shall we?
Yeah.
We shall.
All right.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So,
I think.
yes. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No,
I was
no,
just going
go
to say, I think my friend is looking. Arlo, aren't you looking for water bottle? Didn't you say that?
I want a reusable.
Yes.
kind.
A reusable kind. Yes. So
And then we
look
can
at
put
that.
stuff on it.
Yes. Sure. Yeah. I'm sure we can find something to
Decorate it or
paint on it, decorate it. Yes.
Yeah.
Andromeda, are you looking for anything in particular other than your tree? Of course.
I need to get something for Mud, I think. Because he gave me the Dragon
Oh.
of Friendship.
Here's this
So
mysterious
And
mud
do you
again.
feel like he gave you what?
The Dragon of Friendship.
The Dragon of Friendship, like this
And
specific
the
Dragon of
necklace
Friendship.
of betrothal.
Yes, and
got a
also this
dragon?
marriage necklace, I think. So,
Okay. Did he make you feel like you had to get him something?
no, I just think it'd be
Okay. Good.
nice to do that.
All right.
I think it'd be good to encourage her relationship with Mud.
Darling, I don't even know if
With
Mud is
Mud.
real or not.
We don't even know Mud.
I don't even know.
Mud. She is
I
dating
also-
Mud.
Oh,
Mud.
you're dating.
I-
Okay.
I
Let's
don't
hold
know
on
if
for a
we're
moment.
dating yet.
She's a tree.
What?
She is kind of. Yeah. Sure.
I don't know if trees date Mud.
Well, this one does.
Yeah, are you
We're well connected to it. We're kind of
That's true.
stuck in mud sometimes, you know, but I'm not stuck
Is
in
there a
mud.
difference between
Can I-
dirt?
Can I actually see
I'm
Mud
not-
on the ground and I go, is that him?
I would like to not have this conversation.
There's
anymore.
probably some little pieces of
that
like
what-
dirt in the grass
That's
and
nice
stuff
bro, Mud.
that you could assume you could assume could be considered mud, but maybe it's not actually. Like,
Hi, Mud. It's really nice to meet you. I'm Arlow.
Andromeda, if you were to get Mud anything, what would you like to get him?
Well, first off, Arlo, that is mud, but that's not mud, capital M.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
That's not my roommate, but I do like mud, and they say they are good. I don't know what I would like
Good to know.
to get him exactly. I've never really gotten anyone a gift before.
well, does he have any interests or likes,
He likes wood.
hobbies? He likes wood.
He's a wood carver. He's actually a carpenter.
He's a what?
A carpenter.
You
A carpenter.
Interesting.
Would Aria know what a carpenter is?
What does a carpenter do?
I don't think she
They had,
would.
like
Possibly-
people anywhere.
Treat people,
Yeah, I imagine that you know kind of what
I
a
mean, because
carpenter
everybody
does.
has like tables and chairs and
in, like,
carpenters are, like,
Yeah, like in
I don't-
Ostradel, it'd be more of like a woodsmith or something. Like you wouldn't probably know the word carpenter,
specific.
essentially.
Okay. He likes wood, and he made you the wooden necklace, so maybe find something wood themed.
Mm-hmm. Maybe wood themed, or maybe me themed, because
Yeah,
he
like,
gave
maybe
me.
you could make something. You could make something like how he made something.
I don't know how to make anything.
Sure you do.
I'm sure we can figure something out.
Just get him like a ball
Yeah.
of mud.
Oh gosh,
What
already
if
made-
I can
you
help
ever
you?
make
What if I
flowers?
teach you? What if I teach you how to sew something for him? Would you like
Ooh,
that? We can find a fabric and then do it together.
Yeah.
Okay.
He wears a scarf. Maybe I get him another scarf.
Okay, that's a good
Yes.
thought.
Yes.
I like that. That's good. He wears a scarf. Okay. Julien, are you looking into getting anything else?
I think I'm going to get a bunch of tea stuff, ingredients, and I need a
Tea.
new teacup set.
Oh. Okay. Do you like tea that much?
Yes, I'm sort of separated from it ever since that rupture, and never had really the opportunity to get back into it. And so I thought,
Serotonin.
Do you have a favorite
why not
color?
now?
I mean, Julien, I think Arlow has 2 or something. So, do you have any?
Yes, I
favorite?
do have 2 favorite colors.
Couldn't remember. Couldn't tell you.
My last teacup set was red, so probably red.
Okay. Okay. I think we can do that. Okay. Well, now we have kind of a little bit of an idea. Silky, did you want to get anything too?
Silky just kind of like puts her head like around to kind of look at you, and she kind of like shrugs a little bit. She's like, "I'm just kind of along for the ride. I'm gonna look at stuff, but nothing specific springs to mind, you know."
I get you. Well, we'll keep our eye out in case we find something nice. All right. We ready?
What about Nari?
Nari, yeah.
Nari's just kind of
She's
standing.
been so quiet.
She's
Nari.
standing.
I know.
That's her.
Nari's
She's always
like,
quiet.
back.
She's just kind of standing behind you guys, and I assume that when you say Nari, everyone turns and looks at her. And she's just kind of like,
Not my little lesbian leopard.
and she swallows, and she's like, Polish.
Yes.
Nail
Good
polish.
idea.
Polish?
Oh my god. I'll find something
Polish.
that
I
you can
heard
Polish.
Polish.
I also
and I was
heard
like,
Polish.
Polish.
It's the accent. It's the accent. Sorry.
Poland.
Polish.
He wants country.
Oh, polish.
And she kind of like nods a little. She's like,
Ooh.
I do not have a blue yet, and I would like a blue
Oh my
for
gosh,
it."
yes, you gotta get
favorite
new blue.
colors. That's one of my 2 favorites.
Right.
Oh.
Okay.
Right. Blue.
Well,
Could you do blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue, yellow?
on you or
On-
on me?
Mhm.
On you.
On my
Yes.
fingers.
Yes. I can do this for you.
That's awesome.
I will find
Can you
a
do
blue
yellow
yellow
on
for
me?
you. Yes. I have a nice gold that I think will match your hair. very well.
Slumber party.
We should do Julien's. I feel like he would have nice with some
Um,
nails. No polish.
Julien, would you like
If you
me
like.
to? Maybe. Julien, maybe. Nail color?
what?
Would you like?
He's
the-
looking around for a teacup.
that?
Just completely
He's like
disassociated.
teacups.
That's wonderful.
Already looking for that.
Apologies. Sorry.
Nail color. Would you like nail color
Oh.
for yourself?
We're all doing it together. If you
I
want to
will
join.
paint for
You
you.
surprise me.
Okay.
Wonderful. I love the
Alright.
idea. I like it.
A spontaneous person.
And Nari,
love
I like
this
that
side of
much,
you.
Julien.
Nari kind of glances over at Theron and is kind of just like, Dragon Man, would you like big claws painted as well?
thinks about it for a second. Tries to picture it in his mind. Could you find a gold that matches like my horn things?
And she like nods slowly and she's like, I will make it my mission. I will find.
I love
You're the
her.
best, Nari. You're the best.
Oh.
She's gonna be great.
And she like looks at you as you say
Oh,
that. She's
We're
like,
all gonna have a slumber party of like.
Yes, we
slumber
are.
parties
Is there is there any movies or TVs? I need
Are
to
there
get-
media?
I'm sure they would have like old
Yeah.
TVs that you could probably buy from the market. They have antiquities. So
Oh my god, I'm gonna go get VHSs of all the Disney movies.
It wouldn't even
Little
need to
Mermaid.
be
Little
Little
Mermaid.
It would just need to be
2050,
like
Theo.
CDs.
yeah, CDs is old enough that you could also
Oh,
get CDs too. Because
Disney
it's
Fast Play.
it's 2050, that like Blu-ray is probably like ancient. So
Sick.
I thought you
sick.
said sexy.
Sexy.
It's very sexy.
Sexy.
Sexy. So I assume you guys start walking?
Hell
Start
yeah.
walking.
Okay.
Wait. Does Arthros want her nails?
Oh.
Theron turns to Arthros. Do you want it?
Arthros kind of like looks at you and she's like, I've never quite taken part in the polishing of nails, so I don't quite know I don't quite know.
Bye.
It's really fun.
Oh, well maybe we could have
As
a
long as it's
first
dry,
together.
then it's not kind of.
Yeah, and
but
if you
it's
don't
very
like it,
fun.
you can just take it off really quickly. It's,
Yeah.
it's really temporary.
Well, all right, I suppose I'll try everything once.
Perfect. I like that about you. Very
Color
adventurous.
that you would lean towards.
Yes.
I've always been quite a fan of red, so I suppose red.
You are red.
Me too.
Yes, I am quite red. You're quite golden as well. Yes. We're all quite colourful, it seems.
Fish.
Right. Fish. And so I suppose you all start moving forwards. I'm not quite sure if you want to go like down the line, if there's anything that you guys like, if you're just looking at the general booths that are around you, because they have a wide variety. If there's anything that you might see that might draw your eye. As you start down the first line, you see a lot of jewelry. A lot of it is all kinds of styles of jewelry. There's like silver necklaces. There seems to be like string necklaces with little like crystals and gems on the end. There's earrings, there's hair pieces, there's bracelets, there's literally anything you can think of, essentially. And it all looks like it's probably handmade stuff by like local business type thing.
Right.
Next to that booth, there are jars and jars and jars of things that you probably aren't quite sure what they are yet. But it looks like an edible substance, you assume. There are flowers and lights at the booth. Huh? Possibly.
I was just like, honey? But-
Possibly.
Oh, I was thinking something else totally
Honey.
different.
Oh. Okay.
I generally they have those at like markets and stuff. I don't
Yes.
That's nice.
And there's like a booth behind those two that has like it has like little flower decor. It seems like there's probably fake flowers that they kind of have in little arrangements that you guys can maybe put up in your room, things of that nature. There's probably like little flower wreaths, flower crowns. There's like little lights, fairy lights, things of that nature, if you wanted to buy any of those for your dormitories. Literally anything you guys can think of, there's probably a booth for it. So if you have anything that you're like, you want to dart straight to purchasing, they probably have it. Yes.
Did they have?
Yeah, good. Good.
You can raise your hand. Good.
You raise your hand.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh man!
Oh,
Okay,
no.
Okay, fine. I was wondering. Okay, so Aria's gonna look for fabrics, but she's also gonna look for trinkets.
Mhm.
Trinkets and things.
Okay.
Lots of trinkets.
There is definitely a fabric booth. They probably have Oh, Faye has raised the hand. They probably have a wide variety of fabrics there. There's all sorts of different colors. They have some really intricate patterns, probably with things that you don't exactly recognize, just like scattered on as patterns. And they also have probably at the same jewelry booth, they would have a lot of like little trinkets. There's probably like little things that you can tie onto strings. There's crystals, there's stones, things of that nature.
I think that she's gonna go and look for the trinkets first.
Okay.
And I think she's gonna look. Actually, she's gonna look for fabric first, and she's going to look for any like kind of in the same shade of blue as the house, but something that's like plush to make a robe out of.
Okay.
She's gonna try and make a robe.
Oh, she's gonna make a robe. Interesting.
Because she has, I imagine that she was still sewing in the sector,
Yes,
so she has some like thread and needle that she has just on her.
Valid.
So I think she's gonna try and make a robe if she can get some fabric for it.
Okay.
Like probably like 4 yards.
She would easily find those things. So
cool. Get that for her then.
Yes. And if it's like a depending on how much fabric, I imagine that like a yard probably wouldn't be very much.
Okay. I was thinking probably like 3 yards.
Okay. It would probably be about like 12 credits, I imagine.
Okay. Yeah.
For
She'll do
like
that.
3 yards of fabric. And
I'll find a good fabric and send it to you.
okay. And if there's a trinket that you have in mind that you would like Aria to find or have,
I kind of want her to find.
is there? I know we
well,
talked
you
about
know,
one.
yeah, you know the trinket that I want to get.
Okay. Do you want her to find that at this market?
Do you think? Okay. Do you think she would see it? Like she would see one of that like that?
I imagine that she would. Yeah. They have a wide variety of things. Yeah.
I think that she's gonna kind of, after she gets the fabric and stuff, she's gonna kind of just like look through the trinkets.
Okay.
Is everybody else with her?
If the group's still sticking
Yeah.
together, then I imagine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I feel like we're taking turns.
Okay, cool. Then I
Valid.
think that she's probably gonna kind of look at it, and then kind of just like, I'll get it next time. She's like, all right, I've got the fabric that I want, so I think I should be good.
So she doesn't want to get the
Nice.
trinket.
Could we
She passes on it. Okay.
could
Interesting.
we notice what they were looking at?
She didn't pick it up. She was just looking in like the bins of
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay.
Interesting. How you play your cards here, madame.
And it was 12 credits.
12
I mean,
credits
how
for
often are these-
the fabric. Yes.
12 credits. Okay.
How often are these markets? Like,
So the market is more of just like a first day thing. I'm sure that if it's like a big success, they might bring it back for special events. But they also have these stores in the town. So if you guys take a trip to the town, you will be able to go through some of these like shopping centers and stuff. Yeah, to find this kind of stuff.
Fun.
Yeah, which I do have in mind and planned for you. All right. Julien, is there anything specific you find at one of these little dishware sellers? They probably have a wide variety of plates and little antique cups or pots and pans, things of that nature. Do you see anything specific that catches your eye, essentially? It's very much an opportunity
Gonna try.
for
Go
you
on,
guys.
sorry.
No, you're good. It's very much an opportunity for you guys to get what you want, like what your heart desires, essentially, because they have such a wide selection that is very prevalent that it's there, essentially.
He's gonna specifically try and find antique tea sets.
Okay. Soft.
Probably preferably manufactured in France.
Okay.
Specifically.
Interesting.
He's
Okay.
gonna try and see if he can
Alright. As you're looking,
red one
as you're looking through the dishware selection that they have, you see a small red cup. It's very polished. There's nothing too intricate about it. It's got like the rim where you could take a sip from. The rim is it's got like a little bit of like a bump type thing. I don't know how to explain it as much, but it's got like little, almost like rings around the top, and then it's just a plain cup on the bottom. It's very shiny. It looks like it's in pretty mint condition.
As he's inspecting it, he sort of collapses two sides of his glasses as he's
So soft.
inspecting the
so
teacup.
I love.
And he's gonna
That's so
say to the person running whatever the stand is, do you know where this particular set was manufactured?
There's a woman behind the counter. She's a very mousy woman. She looks very, like, mousy as in she's very small. She's very quiet. She's very thin and tiny. And she kind of looks up at you, and she seems a little bit weary because obviously outsiders are a little bit not exactly her customer base all the time. And she looks at you and she kind of says, all of the items have their makers on the bottom of them. And she takes the plate that comes with the teacup. It's like a little red plate that matches. And she picks it up very gently and she flips it over for you and kind of holds it out. And it says, made in France on the bottom of it.
Ah, perfect. I've heard very good things about French dishware. How much will this be?
And she grabs like a little clipboard and she like trails her finger down and she sees and she's like, it'll be 10 credits. Did you want the plate with it as well?
The whole set.
The whole set. The whole set would come to 12 credits.
All right. Hands over the phone.
All right. And she takes it kind of warily, taking it from you, and she scans it on the little thing and she hands it back to you and she says, all right, that is fragile, so do be careful.
I am very aware. Thank you very much.
And she's like, yes, of course. Have a good day. And then she kind of like turns to help another customer. Andromeda.
And then.
Oh yes, Julien. No. Was there something else that Julian's looking for?
Is the from the shop, that the store cafe that we were at earlier, was this the place that they were mentioning, or is it the store in...
The actual store that's on the school is the one that they have at the coffee shop, but there is definitely a booth here that has teas, so if you wanted to look at the options that they have, they, I'm sure, would have a wide selection of just different types of teas. So if Julien wants to take just like a bag full of teas back to his dormitory with him, he's more than welcome to.
Yeah, I think he'll do that.
Okay, all right. How many teas do you want to get? They would probably be in little baggies, very much like this big, that big, and it would just be the leaves as they are. You can also buy a strainer with them as well if you would like, one of those little tea strainers. So soft. You can actually make a Andromeda tea with leaves in them. But it would be very, very low cost. So a bag of tea would probably be 2 credits, and the strainer would probably be 3 credits.
He's just gonna get a bunch to last like a good couple months.
Okay. So
It's gonna bulk by.
maybe like 20 or something? 20 little baggies? Or less than that?
Okay.
20? Okay. All right. He's banking today. Okay. Oh my god.
He knows what he wants.
This man knows what he wants. So that would be 40 credits? $2 each? And then I imagine he gets the strainer with them. So then 43. All right. Julien is getting his tea and his teacup. Aria's getting her fabric. Andromeda. Lovely. You are looking for a scarf, I see.
Yes.
So you approach a booth, and it seems like they have like little beret hats that they're selling. They have shawls, the kind of ones that like go over your shoulders. They have like the little like belt ones that are like the pretty little things you can wear kind of like a shawl as like a little like belt skirt type thing, you know? I don't know if you know what I mean. I don't know the actual term for them. They're selling like pretty little like hand woven and hand sewn like belts of just like different colors and shades. And then hanging on a little hanger is also a collection of different scarves. They have a couple. One of them is like shades of yellow and gold. One of them is shades of like blue, dark blue. It's got like little speckles of like glitter throughout. There's a green one that kind of has like little white polka dots kind of surrounding. There's a rainbow one that's just all literally like rainbow flag one, very gay vibes. There's like a bright pink one. They're basically they have scarves of every color. And yeah, is there any that catches your eye?
Is there anything around in the booth or just other booths around if there's any like knitting needles or yarn specifically?
Yes. So
Yes.
I imagine it would probably be around the same time that you went to the booth with Aria. The booth that Aria gets her fabric from also sells balls of yarn and also sells knitting needles, very much like the ones that Theo has. Yeah, get into it. Theo's making that for Mud.
True. Yeah. Accurate.
So yes, they do have a range of colors in yarn and knitting needles.
She's gonna look at the vendor and be like, how much would the knitting needles be in the yarn?
So the vendor kind of like looks at her. The vendor like takes in her hair, and is like kind of looking her up and down a little bit. Takes in her like little bit of a blank stare when she doesn't have any pupils, you know. And she kind of looks at her for a moment. She just says, it would be about how much yarn would you like?
This much.
We have the like. Oh yes.
Is Aria around?
Aria would
Yes,
probably be near,
probably because Aria was buying her fabric.
Okay. She's gonna kind of waddle over with her fabric and be like, she wants to make a scarf for a man. So quite a bit.
He's an
Poor
orc.
man.
He's a big guy.
He's
named
Mud.
Yeah.
He's green.
I'm gonna say. I mean, she might actually enjoy it. What if we get one of the whole bundles of the
All right.
of it?
Can I be a yellow? Yellow, please.
Okay.
Yes, we have.
My voice went out. Oh wait, yellow.
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 So,
Can I get some
the woman behind the counter is just still trying to take in everything you've said about an orc and him being a big man, and she's kind of just like, yes, of course. It would be about 10 per the bundle. Do you want one? Just in yellow?
I'm sure. Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. And the knitting needles as well?
Yes.
Okay. It's gonna come to about 15 credits. Okay. and she like takes it from her very slowly, scans it, hands it back to her, and then puts all her little
She's
things.
oddly strong. She goes.
They put all their little
It's to
things
put
in.
the card thing down.
We're tapping your card.
She hands her a little, essentially they're like little paper baggies. She gives her a little paper gift bag. That's what all of your little gifts are in. They're probably just like little like the cardboard paper, you know, like the recyclable ones that are just like all the little gift baggies. Is there anything else you were looking for, Andromeda?
You said
Nommies.
oh my gosh, the trinkets are by the knitting stuff.
Mm-hmm. And buy all the jewelry.
Do you think Aria would have found like a little tree trinket?
Oh, for sure.
Okay, Arya's gonna pick up the tree trinket and kind of like show it to Andromeda and be like, "What if you put this on the scarf for him?
Yes.
Because you know you have the tree and he
Yeah.
has the tree. Yeah, here you go.
Yes, I would do that. Yes.
Yes.
I'll get that too.
Okay, and the lady behind the
One
counter is
tree
like,
thing.
3 credits. and she takes it for you, and she kind of she wraps it up in a little bit of like paper for protection, and she hands it back over to you to put in your little baggie.
Did they wrap up Julian's teacup?
Yes, they would have wrapped it up in in like
they wrapped up
wrapping.
the little trinket,
Yes.
but
Also,
not
did
the
that come
teacup.
with a tea kettle? I was assuming so.
Yes, it
They-
came
he
with
got the
it's
whole
a
set.
it's like a little set.
Okay.
Yeah, so it comes with like a very small kettle. It's like
That you put like on the stove.
it's and then it comes with a teacup and then the little tea plate.
The salsa.
The salsa.
Sauce.
Yes, and they wrapped it all up in that kind of like gift wrapping paper, and they stuck it in a bag for you. And then looked at you patronizingly and said, "It's fragile."
Yeah.
Poggers.
You're like human past.
Poggers.
Poggers. I'm going to come around to Theron. We're gonna go to Arlow next. Arlow, is there anything that
Hi.
you are looking for? I know you said a TV.
Yes. So back in the sector, also tell me if I'm not allowed to be doing this in the sector. Back in the sector, when I worked with the nurse at her office, because I did her brooming, I broomed for her. She would play. She had this tiny little moving picture, and she would play this show on it. I can't remember what it was called, but they all hung out together, and they drank coffee all the time, and they were all like friends with each other, and then they would like that. And it was just like all of these things were happening all the time, and they were all like, I don't know, but it was really fun. And we would stay after hours and we would watch it together. And I thought it'd be fun to find, I don't know, a moving picture for us to watch while we did our nails.
Nice. All right.
Also,
They
they
definitely-
are all looking for nail polish.
They definitely would have had like TVs in the sector, and they would have been like shitty TVs though. So they would have been like the small,
Amazing.
very like antique ones that like
Amazing.
in this time period would
That's
not
still amazing.
they wouldn't use anymore. There wouldn't be flat screens
Yeah.
and shit because they wouldn't spoil
Perfect.
you guys. So with that, you see a stand that has quite a variety of antiques. They have like antique chairs, they have antique lamps, they have literally any antique you could put your mind to. They have like tiny little coffee tables, they have old like plant pots, they have small little tiny TVs, the very very small ones, and they have DVD players that you don't know what the fuck it is, you just see that it's a device, but they have the DVD players next to the TVs, kind of as like a little, like a package deal. They have a collection of little cases that almost look like books with little pictures and designs on them. They have, you could probably insinuate what those are. They have, they have little like statue-esque type things, like little art statues and pieces of art and things of that nature. Just very much things that you would see if you walked into an antique store. They've almost just brought like one of each thing as something to sell off at the market.
Sick. If I find one of those old TVs.
Mm-hmm. You want to?
So I find that, and
Okay.
I'm like, I want to get that, but I also want to get some of their moving picture discs as well.
Okay. Are you saying
If
this
I could
to the
grab
lady at the
all
counter?
ones- Yeah, if I could grab all the ones with fish on it. So that one says Jaws, that one says Nemo, and that one says Little Mermaid.
So I imagine that you have your little like TCD and you're like
Selfish person like
translating,
you.
kind of translating what each of the titles are, and so it kind of translates into common. They have the Little Mermaid. I imagine as that's just very much a vintage in general. It's on DVD, so it might be a little pricey. They have they have a few other movies, but they look kind of boring. They don't really look like anything too interesting. Yeah. They're just like pictures of people on them. They seem like they might be historic films. To you as Theo, probably not to Arlow. Arlow probably just sees people on them and thinks that's stupid. Versus the cartoon mermaid, I assume.
So critical.
You know, I mean, if you saw the animated one versus the real people one, I'd be like, animated.
Yeah. I mean, you're so right. You're so right.
The DVDs have a little tag on them that basically say 30 credits. And the TV itself, with the package deal with the DVD player, comes to about 70 credits.
I'll take it.
How often do we get
But we do get credits. We do get credits every day after class.
You get 10 credits every day.
True.
10 credits every
Every
day.
day.
After if you go to all your classes.
That you go to class.
Arlow is a man of pop culture. Give him what he wants.
Bruh.
So valid.
I agree.
All right.
I respect
Let's
it.
go.
So you purchase those. So that comes to
Yes.
100 credits. You're very lucky that Nari bought your coffee for you.
I'm so lucky.
So you have 10
We
credits
have like
left
10
over.
credits left.
Yeah, essentially.
Wait, how many credits do I have left?
You have 10. 10 credits
Sick.
left.
I would like to spend
And
those.
you'll get 10 more tomorrow, so you just can't buy it.
The lady hands you
Sick.
all the products. She kind of like wraps it up a little bit, and she kind of looks at you like she's not really sure how you're gonna carry that. She puts the DVD player in a bag for you along with the movie, and she kind of just like holds out the bag, and she says, "Put your arms out like this." And she hangs the bag on your arm, and then just drops the TV on the top of your arms. And as she's doing so, she kind of gives you this little spiel. She says, "Oh, there's a plug that you got to put this part into the wall, and then you put this part into the TV, and then yeah, that's essentially you go from there." She gives you a very very quick, very rundown little version of this is how it works. Don't kill yourself by doing it. Don't get shocked by a socket. Let's hope it doesn't rain while Arlo's carrying his big ass fucking TV.
Please, that'd be so
Roll.
It's not that big actually. It's like one of those
Roll
tiny
for
little-
weather.
Roll for weather. So I imagine you're just hugging this TV to your chest now, and you've got your little bag hanging.
Is it one of the Disney Princess TVs?
Arlo's room is gonna be poppin'. God damn.
I know. See you there.
That's weird I said.
It's not a Disney Princess
have the
TV, but
I had that Mickey ears on top of it. That's what
Yes, it's the Mickey TVs.
if you want it to be
The
that
tiny
one,
little-
that's the one it is. It has black Mickey ears on top of it. You don't know what
I
the
turned
fuck
this on
Mickey
you- I
ears
turned this
are.
on you And I'm like, are you okay with this? Is this offensive?
She just kind of looks and she's like, those are unlike any mouse ears I've ever seen, but that's fine. And she just kind of shrugs it off. Oh my god. I can't the purchases here. Theron,
Oh, fantastic.
I assume that you're kind of on the lookout for books with Arthros.
Yes. But I am also on the lookout for a coffee maker.
Ooh,
A Keurig.
interesting. A Keurig.
Old ass
Um,
Greg.
An old ass Keurig.
Little hot thing. Plug it in.
So then I would say while you're at this antiquities place with Theo, with Arlo, the Keurig would definitely be an antique in this time period. So
Not a Keurig, please.
not a Keurig? Oh,
Not a
okay.
Keurig.
I
Well,
need a standard one.
A Mr. Coffee.
A Mr.
You're getting
Coffee.
Mr. Coffee.
Oh
then.
yeah, we have a Mr. Coffee.
Mr. Coffee's
That'll
fine.
do. That'll do.
So
Good.
as Theo's purchasing his TV, you kind of look at the table and things are laying out and kind of strewn about it, and you see that there is two coffee makers. One of them is a Keurig, and the other is a Mr. Coffee. The Mr. Coffee one is like one of the small. It's a small little white one, and it's just got the little coffee pot that goes underneath with the coffee in the top, essentially. The Keurig is a little bit fancier. It's kind of like all shiny and metallic, and looks the way a Keurig does, which is very kind of like robotic and creepy.
Right.
Chat is yelling that Andromeda needs fairy lights.
Yes.
She does, honestly.
So, sitting there are these two coffee machines. The Mr. Coffee is 35 credits, and the Keurig is 40 credits.
How much guesstimating would just a bag of coffee that's
A bag of coffee would be probably like 10 credits.
okay. Alright. We'll take the Mr. Coffee.
Okay. The lady behind the counter, she kind of like looks at you. She's very frightened, clearly. And she like kind of is keeping her distance, and when you kind of point towards the Mr. Coffee, she just like takes it very quickly and like starts to wrap it for you, and she's like 35 credits, please. And she starts putting it in a bag for you, and she like shakily takes your phone, scans it on the thing, and then hands it back to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So
These were the people that were supposed to be chill with the outsiders.
yeah, you're still a little intimidating. They're chill with you, but you're scary.
Andromeda screamed about Nori earlier.
You're right. You're so correct.
You're so right. All right, so that's 35 of your credits on your little coffee machine. And as you guys are kind of finishing up looking at these antiques, Arthros kind of she's still been like standing next to you, hanging out next to Theron, and she's kind of been watching like everyone going about buying their things, and she's looking around a little bit while you're purchasing your coffee machine, and just as you're like getting it into your hand and you're holding your bag, she spots some books, and she quickly like turns to you and she says, Theron, Raffles, look, a book. And she, without even really thinking, she grabs for your hand, and she's kind of like pulling it a little bit, like, can we go look, please? And she doesn't realize, and she's like still holding your hand, and then looks down at your hand, and then looks at you, looks a little panicked, and then quickly like grabs her hand back and is like,
He was totally fine with the hand. He would have held on longer if she had it. Like. But
Sorry,
it's
did
okay.
I miss here? Are they doing
Respects.
raffles here?
Are they doing a raffle here?
Julien, I actually think that may be a nickname that Art gave to Theron, if I'm not mistaken. It's very cute, by the way. I really love the name. How did you pick it?
Arthros kind of looks at all of you, and she's a little bit wide-eyed, a little bit panicked, and she's kind of like, I read it in a book, and it seemed like it fit very well. I could give you all nicknames as well, if you would like.
Oh, if it's not a bother, I would love to hear it.
Oh, yes.
I've never had a nickname before.
Mud Tree.
I've never had a nickname either,
Well,
other than the one Andromeda gives us all. Yeah.
Well, it will take some time. I have to make sure that they are perfect. So it will take a little bit. But the next time I see you, I swear that I will have a nickname for all of you. And then she kind of like looks at you all, and then
Mind away about it.
meets Theron's eye again. She's like, Theron, books.
And then he takes her hand and her over for a second.
The old ball and chain over here.
And she kind of drags him off towards the books.
There we go.
And there we go. As you guys are shopping around, Theron, you and Arthros have run towards the books now. She's still holding very tight to your hand, even after you get to the stall of books. Aria, as you guys round the corner, you round the corner towards another row of booths and things of that nature. You take the corner, and you're watching just fine, but the other person walking towards you is not looking where he is going. And he collides with you very kind of forcefully.
Don't even. I will shoot this person if it is Chuz.
It's not Chuz.
Is it Ko or
He's holding a in his arms he's holding like 3 books, and on top of the 3 books are 2 jars of honey. Yes. And he's holding them. He's holding them in his arms, and he collides with you. Can you roll a d12 for me, please?
Because she's also holding her fabric, so.
She's holding her fabric.
Oh, that's a 12.
Okay. All right. So,
She is on it today.
so you do have one free hand still. You're holding your bags of fabric, probably like hanging it on your arm, I imagine.
I was kind of
Yeah.
Just like on arm.
And so this person, he kind of collides with you, very forcefully, almost to the point where you both go like oof, and oh, and
You got some oomph in him.
let me roll a d12 as well. Quick.
If I can make sure this honey
Okay.
don't drop.
So he collides with you, and he immediately starts to lose his footing, and he gets weighed down by something very apparent on his back, which you guys will be revealed to in a moment. And he gets weighed down. He starts to stumble, and the only thing he really has a good grip on is his books. And the honey on top start to fall, but Aria, you rolled a 12, didn't you?
I rolled a 12.
Yes. Okay.
I'm better.
Aria, you notice this, and with cat-like reflexes, you grab the honey, and you try to kind of just swoop your arm around both of the two honeys on top. But of course, the person that ran into you still goes tumbling to the floor. Except this time, at least his honey is saved. So you catch the honey, and I imagine, where do you go from there? What do you do from there?
Oh my, are you alright? Oh my gosh, are you okay?
And as you kind of turn your attention to him, you get a better glimpse of him now. He is a 6 foot tall. You're not entirely
Holy shit,
sure, not entirely sure what he is. It's not exactly clear to you what race he is or what kind of creature he is. But he looks fairly normal. Normal in the way that Julien looks normal, but is still very clearly like not normal, being a human-esque type person, essentially is what I mean. He has pale skin, shaggy black-brown hair. He's got very aggressive eye bags underneath his eyes, from what you can see.
Oh,
just my type.
Did he like fall onto his back or?
He fell onto his back.
Okay, so I see his face. Okay, that makes
Yes, so you see his face. And his books are kind of just like sprayled out on front of him, in the front of him, they just went every direction. And he has bright blue eyes. Bright blue eyes.
Baby blues.
Baby blues.
Stop
Baby
putting blue eyes people in
blues.
front of me. I'm having traumatic reactions to it.
Traumatized.
And when you look down at
It's
him,
like
you see that he's wearing, obviously, the uniform. He's got a white shirt on. He has the gray tie, so he is from 𝐂𝐻𝐢𝐬𝐬𝐻. And he's got the gray trousers on, and he's not wearing the blazer, but he is wearing the vest, and he's wearing one of the school-provided trench coats. So he's wearing, like, the big, long trench coat, even though it's
So like the
pretty,
one that
like
Aria has technically.
Yes, it's the same one that Aria has. It's the uniform that you guys were provided for like winter time when it gets colder.
Okay.
And so he has the big trench coat on, and the trench coat has like the little crest, the little 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐬𝐬𝐻 crest on it, and it's a dark purple, as is the school colors. And the most peculiar thing that you notice about him is the two gigantic black-gray wings that are on his back. That are now kind of like splayed out on the floor, feathers kind of a little bit ruffled, and it's very clear that that's probably what weighed him down and why he fell so aggressively. I have a reference for you guys.
Yeah, get that reference out, baby.
I lose my mind.
I do indeed have a
This
reference.
is yeah, Vay. This is some
Vay's
not
gonna-
good news for you.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry,
Vay.
wings, a trench coat, you know.
No baby blues.
Baby blues.
Black shaggy hair.
Very much
Sound like
on
someone-
brand.
Oh my god. Zophiel knows that.
Oh no.
You can't do this to me repeatedly. There will be
You know what?
consequences.
Hey, I'll take it off your hands, buddy. I'll take it off your hands. Don't even worry about it.
You
I'll
won't
just drop
do
it.
no such thing.
You will not be taking him off his hand.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
Oh my lord.
Have fun on your date.
Have fun on your date.
I'm constantly gonna be throwing curveballs at you right now, babe.
Yeah, that was
Oh my
pretty.
god.
Look at him. and honey too.
So,
You know what you did.
you know what you did. Aria, what is your next move in this moment?
Oh my god, are you okay? She's gonna kind of like get down on her knee and like put the honey beside her and like kind of try and take his books and move it beside her and kind of just check. Like, are you okay? Are you okay? You felt like you're back. Are you right? Are you doing okay?
He kind of like squints at you. He squints at you, he frowns at you, and almost like he's kind of embarrassed at how clumsy he was. And he doesn't really accept like your hand or anything, but he just kind of like gets up and he starts to brush himself off, and his wings are very much like, one is kind of like bent the other way, like he's very off balance, and then his other is just kind of up. And he feels really bad because they're huge, a very big wingspan. And he like kind of adjusts his shoulders and they kind of flop back into place and kind of hang there on his back. And they hang basically to his ankles, so they're very long as well. And he kind of looks at you and he's just like, sorry. That was entirely my fault.
No, you don't have to apologize. It's alright. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you? And she kind of like gets back down on her knee and like grabs the books and then grabs the honey and is like, you dropped these. I didn't want you to leave without them.
He looks at the honey and he's like, you saved it. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
More credits than I wanted to spend today, but I felt like it was necessary that I spent credits when there was a market.
I'm
not sure why.
I'm sorry. Okay. I'm Aria. Nice to meet you.
And he extends his hand and I'm sorry, I'm trying not to laugh because Faye's gonna react.
I know, it's too.
He extends his hand and he says, my name is Zophiel.
Zophiel?
Zophiel.
That's a beautiful name.
Thank you.
Yes, that's a beautiful name. These are my friends. Are you sure you're okay? You kind of did quite a fall down there, and I was just worried about your wings. They look very big. So.
And he kind of looks at you and he frowns a little bit. And he's like, "Yes, I'm just a little off balance. I don't use them as often as I would like to."
Are you a bird?
Andromeda, you gotta start asking these questions, my dear. Andromeda, you can't ask questions like that, darling. Some people find it very offensive and they're very, he has wings, is what I'm assuming. Yes, he does.
And he kind of like looks at Andromeda and he's like, "No." Bless you.
Bless you.
Arlow from the back.
It's canon. I sneeze.
He turns to look at you and he's like, "I'm sorry that you sneezed and I hope that you feel better soon."
Thank you
and
so much. You're so kind.
He turns back to Andromeda and he's like, "I am not a bird."
Can you fly?
Guys, that is so. He just said he doesn't use his wings. Can we please?
And as you ask him this question, his entire expression changes, and he sort of just kind of is like, "I need to go now."
Oh. Okay.
I don't have anywhere particular to be, but I am uncomfortable with this situation, so I'm going to leave.
Zophiel, I'm
love
so
him.
sorry.
Boundaries. What are his pronouns? What are their pronouns?
He, they.
Love to hear it.
I'm a fish that can't swim.
Can't swim? Arlo, you
No,
can't.
not.
Lord.
I'm
a fish that can't swim!
I've never been in water. Like, did I remember?
I've never been in the water.
He looks at you and he's like,
I know.
"I'm sorry, I hope that you learn to swim soon."
Thanks.
You're very welcome.
I appreciate
that.
Zophiel, I just wonder, you seem kind of frazzled. Are you alright?
I am fine.
I'm sorry if we said anything that was. You just.
Offensive?
Sorry if you
Yeah,
don't
right
like
up.
birds.
I'm sorry.
I feel no particular way about winged animals.
I like them very much.
That's very interesting to know.
Sorry, I just saw Alexi in chat, and he is simping over this character.
What? What?
He's saying like, "Oh my god."
Well,
Is that honey?
I know it's like it's
Bruh. I totally forgot honey looks like that. You
Sorry,
need to get some more
I'm
honey,
so funny.
Alexi.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I know, me too.
Okay.
obsessed with this
So,
Gotcha. The audacity!
Well, it was nice to meet you.
yeah,
I'm Arlow.
I'm Andromeda.
I'm not even near enough.
I'm not there.
If you'd like to,
Man, I
know
wish
that you
that
said you were uncomfortable, which if you still are, that's completely fine to leave. But if you don't have anywhere to be and you'd like to travel with us, we're just gonna walk around the market a little bit more. I think we're looking for nail polish next. So if you're in the market for polish.
I do feel uncomfortable a lot, so if you feel uncomfortable, then you are shared. I share that emotion.
Yes.
He nods and to Arlo's, it was nice to meet you. He's like, it wasn't any sort of anything to meet you, but thank you.
Okay,
and then
ow.
Poor man. This man.
He doesn't feel the type of way.
It's okay.
Yes, Julien.
I'm obsessed.
How easy is it to transfer credits to another person? Do you need like their info?
You have to get like their. I assume it's probably be a thing of like you don't particularly need their friend code, but there's probably like an option on your like your student ID where you can hit transfer credits, and it's kind of like a tap situation where you would like tap each other's phones and then go from there essentially.
Julian's gonna set that up, and he's gonna transfer. He's gonna try to transfer. 20 credits. He's gonna just bring his phone up to his. Sorry for all the troubles. I hope this would help at least a little bit, especially since you said you were spending a lot of your credits.
He like looks at the phone and then he looks at Julien and he's like, why is you're offering me? What are you offering me?
20 credits.
What for?
Because I called you a
But
bird?
just
Oh my
because
god.
of that
On your behalf.
and all of this.
Sorry.
Yes.
You need the credits to spend at the market yourself, like I have today. So,
Oh, I've gotten everything I've wanted.
right. But perhaps you want something more tomorrow.
I think it's better going to you.
Right. And so he takes his phone out, and he like slowly lifts it towards Julien's. And then, as they do the transfer, he says, one moment. And then he taps his phone, and then he puts his phone back to Julien's and essentially transfers the 20 credits back to you.
So Zophiel, you said
Oh.
I could see that you got some books. Did you get those?
Zophiel?
Did you get some of those today?
Yes.
I think one of our friends just ran into the bookstore. If you'd like to show us around, it seems like if you got them there, you would know kind of a good understanding of the bookstore. I don't know.
I just bought
I
the
just
first...
feel really bad for the knocking into me, and it looks like you need a friend, or you could use one, maybe.
knocked into you.
Yes, but that still doesn't mean that you got more hurt than I did, because you were the one who fell and I didn't. So, I feel bad.
Great for rubbing that in.
Yes.
And then I hurt your feelings by calling you a bird, so.
That is it. Yeah.
My
Sorry.
feelings were fine.
Oh.
They have not taken any damage. It is quite alright.
Man.
They...
Okay.
They're alright.
Speak for yourself. Arlo's crying.
I didn't think I'm special.
He didn't feel any type of way, which means he didn't feel bad either. You know, he kind gotta think on the
You're
bright
supposed to know that.
side.
You're not.
I think
You're not.
you're
He just
Please tell me he's gonna come.
he just kind of points at the books like very slowly, and he's like, I just bought the first 3 that I saw out of obligation.
Out of obligation.
The man on the speaker said to shop, so I shopped.
Oh, you're a literal person. You're very literal. I understand that.
Yes.
That's cool.
Okay, well.
Well, you don't have to stay there if you
Yes.
don't.
I love Arlo and
Yes, he
this
does.
character's
He
dynamic
has
so
to
much.
come.
Yes, he
I
does.
love
He has to come.
Um, well,
I want
Zophiel,
him and Arthros
Zophiel,
being so bad.
what if and Aria kind of like grabs out her phone and she puts up her like friend code and is like,
do you mind if I get your friend code? If anything, to just check in. Maybe you can stop your shopping now that you seem to be done.
Right. I feel
Not by obligation. If you're going to do it by obligation, don't give me it.
I don't feel any type of way, and he hands you his
Well, you don't
device.
seem to be feeling like any type of way ever. But I want to
I
make
like
you...
him.
I'm glad.
Same.
He hands you his
He's
device,
serious.
and just like lets you take it. He doesn't touch anything on it.
Okay.
she just kind of
And he, as you're doing that, he like turns to one of his wings and he grabs like a leaf and a piece of grass that's like kind of in there, and he just goes, he like flicks it away and kind of adjusts his shoulders again a little bit, and his feathers do like a little ruffling feature. Yes, Andromeda.
Andromeda catches it. She's
puts it in her hair.
And he just kind of like looks at you, frowns, and just stares back at Aria.
So if you need anything or would like to talk, I'll have your friend code.
Yes, can I have this strange device back now?
Oh yes, of course.
Right. And he takes it slowly and he looks at it for a moment and then just like puts his hand down, and he's like, I hope that you all have a day.
I will have such a day.
You as well, Zoph. Your wings are beautiful, by the way.
Mhm.
They look great.
Like a bird. Oh shit.
And he kind of just like looks at them and he says, thank you. Your hair is very red.
I do agree. You are a very literal being, but that's very kind of you to notice. So.
Yes. I will let you buy a book. And then he kind of like, he adjusts like the books in his arms and then
Enjoy
kind of
your honey.
picks up the honey from where it was and tucks it back in his arms and kind of like, then just starts walking away. Oh, yes? Andromeda?
Enjoy your honey.
I know she's waving.
Oh. And he says, yes. Yes. And just like starts walking, and his little trench coat kind of like flays out behind him, and he continues off, probably towards the 𝐂𝐤𝐢𝐬𝐿 dormitories.
I blacked out. What happened?
Yeah, I did too.
That was an interesting encounter.
I think we had
I
a
said lot of
conversation.
things, and then I stopped saying things because I decided that was a bad move. The more things I said,
Yeah, that was. I
It
don't
was
know.
the
I
most
really
neutral conversation I've ever had in my life, I think.
yeah.
Just neutral, just flat, nothing.
It was like talking to a rock, but not necessarily. That's not necessarily a thing.
Another nice rock.
It's just
like yeah.
don't. Rock.
Theron's over here like, I wanted to
Rock.
talk to the rock.
Yeah,
Count your guys.
I want to love the rock.
Lucky.
Rocco doesn't have emotions, Theron. Rocco's just a rock.
Aria is.
I love him.
Is
He's
Elmo.
nothing like Rocco. How dare you? Slander.
How dare you say he has no emotions?
Well, he seemed very
They're just
neutral, like you said, but I think
repressed.
there's something
That's okay.
I like him.
about him. Yeah.
I like him.
don't know, I
Very
hope he finds something to
interesting.
do. Yeah, he seems very not attached to anything. That's a little worrisome. But I don't know.
To throw out there, it
Free
would have been a very interesting conversation if Theron was a part of it for a specific reason for Zophiel himself, but I will
Dragon
not
reasons?
go into that. Possibly.
Dragon
I
angel.
am intrigued.
But alas,
Other than the fact that he is just Castiel coded.
He's
to
an
the fucking
angel
god.
born.
The fucking nines, man.
Alright, so
That's so sad.
How dare you? I didn't even get to meet him.
I know. We gotta go find him again.
he's still walking away.
But he's in the
like
store.
is looking at the books.
He's on a
sees the
date.
trench coat in the distance and runs after him.
Poor man. Poor man's had enough.
Poor man said, I'm going back to my
Done
room.
conversing. He doesn't want to talk to anyone
God.
anymore.
He felt very
Yeah,
obligated.
Quota for the day.
Hey, Aria has his friend code now. So,
That's true!
If we don't
That's
see him again, I'm
true.
assuming.
Aria has his
I'm
friend
just gonna
code.
say, hey, we met this really cool dude with these really big wings, and he had honey and books, and he seemed really chill. Kind of like a rock.
Really chill, like a rock.
Kind of like
Do you want his friend code?
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
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 Theron wouldn't even. I am losing my mind.
So, sorry we've been going for so long. I love you guys.
I mean,
We're getting toward a point now. So I imagine that the rest of you are kind of going over to meet Theron and Arthros, who are looking at books very enthusiastically. And when you guys are walking over towards the books, Andromeda, you see just past the table of books, you see a very familiar face. You see Mud standing just across the market. He has his backpack on the front of him, so he's wearing it backwards, and he has the backpack right here. It's unzipped, and he has his TCD out, and you see him holding out a wood carving and kind of just going up to any person that walks by him saying, would you like to buy some wood? Got wood for you. Wood in the... He's like, wood in the shape of animals. Even more exciting.
Oh.
And he's kind of just like holding them up in the air, holding them up. He's like, I'll transfer credits directly for anyone who wants some marvelous wood. And he continues he's just kind of like calling out, busking essentially. Do you guys do anything?
Is that legal?
Or Andromeda per se? Probably not.
The moment she lays eyes on Mud, she vaults over the. She literally does like the full like parkour vault over the books.
Why not the books?
Oh.
The books.
And just like full on starts like sprinting. towards
Andromeda, can you roll a d12 for me, please?
Yes.
Oh no.
Oh, that was cocked.
Oh no. Some broken bones.
That was even worse. That was a 2. That was a 2.
Okay.
That's a 2.
Okay, and then this will probably be your dexterity, so I'm trying to see what your modifier
It's
is.
0. It's a 0 for dex.
Cool.
That is
All
a
right,
straight 2.
so you have a straight 2. So, as you are going to do this parkour move, essentially, you push on the table
books.
to vault over the books, and instead of your legs going over the books, you basically put all your force into the books, and all the books go tumbling to the ground, as well as you. And you fall face first to the point that when you lift your head back up to continue to move back to Mud, you have so much grass in your mouth. And
I lay
stuck to
there.
your
I
face.
don't get up. I stay there.
It's like... so not so graceful as I think you were doing. I'm just imagining like the just immediate like Mud, and then just the boom. Just
I
completely
like to imagine
flies to
a
the
book
ground.
lands on her head as she like lifts her head back up and goes.
Probably, yeah. We could canonize
I
that.
mean, it's a 2.
Andromeda is just body comedy, like literally
Yeah.
physical comedy.
She
Like,
really is.
walking
She slaps
people.
that humor.
That's his D.
Yeah.
It's so wonderful. That's so true.
It's just D coming through in Andromeda. Where do you go from there, Andromeda? Do you pull
Majesta.
yourself together?
She kind of lays there for a second. Just kind of. This is probably her first taste of like public embarrassment. So
Oh.
it's not feeling so good. It's not, she's not feeling so good. And she kind of like lifts herself back up, wipes a small tear from her eye because that hurt. And she's like, if I'm as quiet as possible, no one will look at me. No one saw this if I'm quiet. And she just starts.
Theron is absolutely looking in horror at the pile of books.
Oh.
Oh. Arthros is
Looks
kind
back on the
of
table.
looking in horror too at the abuse done to the books here.
She stands up, wipes the dirt off her chin,
Spit some grass out.
spits some grass out. Turns to the rest of her friends and say,
I found mud.
And Mud
on the ground.
on the ground.
And also in real life.
This is him?
She points at the large orc in the distance selling wood carvings.
And as you point and look at him once more, he is now facing the entire event that happened, because he heard the commotion. And he's standing there with like his TCD in hand and his little wood carving, and he's just smiling and kind of just like. And he tucks his little wood carving and his TCD in his bag, and he zips it, and he still wears it on the front of him, and he starts like stomping over to you, jolly walking over to you.
Freddy Fazbear walking
Yeah.
over to you.
Yes!
Boom, 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 boom. And he comes over and sees you, and he doesn't really take note of the group. He's very much tunnel visioned on you, and he says,
Good.
"Andromeda, what a great trick! Never seen such skill."
Oh no!
It was not supposed to look like that, unfortunately, Mud.
Oh, well, it still looked pretty cool. Don't know how it was supposed to look.
I was supposed to jump over the table and then, the books would be fine, but it didn't really work out that way.
I think what you did was more of an event, we had more like action and drama, because the books fell and then you fell and then you had to put the books back, and it was more of an event, Yeah.
Spit out some
Oh, on the
grass.
edge of my sleeve.
Yes.
Is Arlo saying this? Mud turns and looks at Arlo, and Mud's just like, "Hello, fishman." Mud.
He's a fishman.
I am a fishman. That's me. That's
This
me.
is Mud. He's real. He's not fictional.
I thought you were actually Mud, but it's great to know that you're an orc. I know this about you.
Yes, I mean,
With a
to be fair, I am
We
technically
can smell
Mud
it,
because
too.
I was named after Mud, but I'm not like the mud that you find on the floor or on your boots. Yeah.
Put it there.
He shakes it very aggressively. He towers over you guys a little bit. Except I think he's about your height, Theron, so he's pretty mixed with you.
I was about to ask.
Yeah. And he turns to like the rest of the group and he's like, "Oh my god, are you in a gang now?"
Yes.
Is that what having a group of friends is like? A gang?
It depends on what you do together.
So we get coffee together, and we have class together, and we shop together.
Oh, and I have the Little Mermaid.
Oh.
And we're gonna watch it together.
Yes.
And do our nails.
And do our nails.
And you're invited.
The rest of the stuff didn't sound particularly gang activity, but fish napping a Little Mermaid might be in the gang territory. So maybe you guys are pretty much a gang.
Ooh.
Actually, about the fish napping thing, I'd like to correct you there. It is kind of like a moving picture situation in which it is not real. It's just for fun, and it's fake. And then when you're finished with it, you can just play it again from the beginning. Like if you're looking through like a book, but the book moves for you. So the Little Mermaid actually doesn't get kidnapped. Does she get kidnapped? No, she doesn't get kidnapped. Wait, does she get kidnapped?
I've never,
Yeah,
you're the
I've never
only
seen
one.
it.
I mean, a little bit.
He's
So
just
you're
kind of
Mud.
like nodding, and then he looks at you, Aria, and he says, "Yes, mud, like mud on the ground, mud. Spelled the same and everything."
Ah, wonderful.
Yes.
So I have a question for you. And she kind of
Oh,
like
no.
walks a little toe to toe with him. And how tall is he in comparison?
He's like 6'3", 6'4",
Okay.
I imagine.
Okay, she's 5'9", so she's looking up,
Yeah.
but not looking up.
But not too much.
So it seems like you're plenty nice guy. But I have a question for you. Andromeda thinks that you both are getting married. Is there a reason for that?
I mean, I wouldn't be against it, but it wasn't particularly my idea.
Sorry. Sorry.
It's exposed.
It wasn't. Okay. How did she get that idea in her head then?
I don't know, maybe she likes me. And then he kind of like looks at you and he's smiling. Looks at Andromeda, sorry.
She pauses. She was gonna say something, but she's like beat red now. She's like,
I thought that's what roommates were for.
No.
Oh, not
No.
quite. I roomed with a man once, and I wasn't really, we weren't betrothed. That I know of.
Oh my god, hold on, I gotta take a.
So this isn't a betrothal gift,
and she like raises up the
So much.
tree necklace. This
It could be, if that's the direction you'd like to take, but I'm not pressuring anything.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
No pressure.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear. That's good.
choices.
Yes. Choices.
You always have a choice, Andromeda. Never give up your choice.
Okay. Okay.
Strange tree noises.
Well, it's great to meet you.
Okay.
Mum.
So you all know Tree then?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he kind of looks
From
amongst
class.
all of you, and his eyes fix on you, Julien. And he sees the glasses that you're wearing, and he kind of looks at them. He's like, "Wow, cool specs. You know, I actually made glasses once out of wood, and I put them on my face. I couldn't see anything out of them. But they looked pretty cool.
Do you have poor eyesight?
No. I did when I put the glasses on, though. I'll tell you that.
Were they
Not
covered?
Yeah.
He looks at Julian's glasses like a little bit more intently. He like kind of takes a couple steps forward, and he's like, "Though to be honest, it's maybe because I didn't cut a circle out of them. So potentially that was the flaw in my carving there. But you know what? You learn from your
Try again.
mistakes."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Julian's so dumb.
This is like, this family makes me want to murder people.
Yeah.
Oh my
This
God.
family makes me want to murder people. And he continues looking at Julien, and he sees Silky just chilling on his shoulder. And he's like, Julien, you have a strange thing growing out of your shoulder right there.
Oh God.
Hey.
That's actually our friend Silky.
Oh,
And
a friend.
his roommate.
Roommate. Oh, tiny roommate. Hello, tiny roommate. And Silky kind of looks at him and is like, "What did you just call me?" And he's like, "Tiny roommate. Or to me, more so. You're like the size of my hand." And Silky's just like, "What did you call me?" and Mud's like, "Tiny."
Now, can we stop? Can we stop?
I don't think she likes tiny.
I'm hiding behind Nari. I'm like hidden behind Nari. I am so socially. I have had so many.
And
It's about to be like a hold me back scenario.
yeah, yes. Silky's kind of like
between the two of them.
Silky's like, and she starts kind of going
Andromeda
like
jumps
this.
in front of Andromeda. Jumps
Okay.
And she's like kind of like going like
Stops.
this against Julian's hand.
Puts the hand in the way. Right. Oh.
And Mud's like,
Okay.
I was like, those are some weird dance moves, but you know, to each their own. And then he looks at Andromeda. He looks at Andromeda and he's like, Andromeda, you buy anything fun today? Silky's like seething basically on your shoulder, Julien. She's just like taking a breather. She's avoiding
Julian's
eye
gonna walk
contact.
away. He's gonna take a walk.
So valid. the dumb is too much
Walk
for
it
him
off.
at this point.
Cool down, you know.
So Julien, you just walk away, and Silky's very, very grateful. And Mud is just kind of very intently looking at you, Andromeda, just kind of awaiting. Buy anything? You buy anything fun today? Yeah.
I did.
What'd you buy?
Surprise. It's a surprise.
Right.
Oh, did I get anything else? What did I buy? Ooh. Oh, that's a surprise too.
Oh,
I didn't buy anything.
you didn't buy anything.
Mm-mm.
Remember what I said,
That we can
Andromeda?
move just yet.
It's okay to lie as long as you tell the truth shortly after.
Yeah, it's a gift
Told
for you.
her
I bought a gift for you.
Oh, for me? Oh, well, that's wonderful. I look forward to seeing what it is.
It's not made yet, so
Oh,
you have to wait.
you're making me something.
Like you made me the dragon of friendship, and then also this maybe betrothal necklace.
Oh, yeah, well, it can be a betrothal necklace, should you like it to be, but no pressure. Would any of your friends
think on
like
it.
to
It's
buy
kinda
something that I've made?
Oh yes, he makes wood. Would you like to buy it?
He makes one.
Mud unzips his backpack and takes out like the couple that he has. He has like a little horse carving, and he takes out another one that's like a little pig carving, and then he like puts both of those in his hands, and he like digs into his bag again, and he takes out like just like another like dragon carving, but it's less extravagant than the one that he gave to Andromeda. It's very much just like a smaller little dragon. And he looks at all of you and he's like, I have so many things, so many, and they're not very pricey at all. I can give you them as a sweet deal. I have a sweet deal going on, should you like them.
What's your deal?
So,
What's your deal?
So typically,
What is your deal, Mud? That's a
what's
good
your
question.
deal? He turns to Arlow and
Artist
he
is
like
yeah, what is?
he gives you his full attention, and he's just looking at you, Arlo, and he's just like, so they're usually 1 credit, but because you're all my friends, I'll give you them for 0 credits.
For free?
For free?
No, 0
Sounds
credits.
good to me.
Oh, then yes.
0 credits, not free.
Yes, I'll
Not
take
free.
one for 0 credits.
All right, and he kind of grabs in his bag. And he's like, "Is there any that you would like particularly?"
Surprise me, Mudman.
Okay. And he digs into his bag, and he takes out, it's just like a ball, essentially, like a sphere. Like he's tried to carve a ball, but it's really hard to get it super smooth, so it's kind of a little bit jagged. And he just like hands it to you, and he grabs out his TCD and he types in 0 credits, and then he like holds out his phone to you and taps his phone. He's like, all right, thank you for the transaction. Here's your gift from me. And he hands it to you.
Thank you.
He says, you're welcome. Anyone else? The silence of like, I don't want one.
Nudge Aria a little bit. Like, I freaking would.
Why don't you pick for me, Mud? Why don't you pick something out?
Yeah, all right. And he digs into his bag, and he looks at Aria, and he says, he's like, you seem like you might like fruit.
Do you actually like fruit? I do like that a lot. My favorite is a
Perfect.
strawberry.
You're like
All right then. And he like digs into his bag and he takes out a wooden strawberry, but it's literally like the size of a strawberry, so it's nothing too extravagant. It's just the size of a strawberry. And he puts it in his hand and he says, "An even bigger deal for you. I'll give it to you for free."
Oh, that would
Yeah.
be wonderful. Thank you. That's so
You're
kind
welcome.
of you, Mud.
And he like hands it over to her and gives it to you.
Really so sweet. Thank
Yes,
you.
no
I
problem.
will
Yes.
treasure this.
I'm so glad. Right. They don't have any sort of healing qualities or any magic to them whatsoever. I would like to make that very clear.
Oh,
Sir, yes, sir.
I didn't think that they would, but okay. Thank you for telling us.
Good. And he kind of like zones out for a moment and his eyes kind of gloss over for a second. Like he's kind of sunk into his mind. And
Mud?
he's just thinking.
Mud.
Tree?
You okay?
Yeah. You alright?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
I fell.
When?
Just now.
Sorry. I didn't even realize that I said when, but it worked really well.
It was so good.
And he kind of looks at you and he's like, "Yeah, that wasn't falling, that was flying."
with style.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
with style. Yes, right. Well, I'm gonna get back to selling my things.
Okay.
I'll see you later, Tree.
Mm-hmm.
For when we sleep.
She comes in for a hug.
He's just like,
But,
he
like-
doesn't really know. He's looking at like the wide stretched arms and he's like,
She's just slowly
Can I,
moving
like,
closer.
Push her back a little bit, just like the center of her back towards him. Like, okay.
and he's like, right? And he just does the same thing, but he doesn't move.
And she like
You're like
like,
squaring
slowly
off.
closes her arms
Oh,
around his
no.
She
middle, but
puts
she
her
does, like,
head like in his backpack.
Oh,
in his backpack
it's like a pillow,
and-
but it's not very
and
soft.
pats his back.
Full of
He's just
wood,
like,
sharp.
"Oh, thank
Full
you,
of wood
Tree."
carving, so it's kind of uncomfortable.
And he moves and he slowly just like wraps his arms around very, very slowly. And he stands like very straight. And he pats her a couple times. And he's like, "You smell so bad, I love it.
You smell bad too.
Thank you."
I left the.
There-
Oh, so there's that white Oh, the big basin in our room
The
that has
bowl,
water coming out of it.
the
Yes,
giant
the,
bowl.
the bigger one.
Yes. Oh, the
The big-
bigger
yes, the big one.
bowl. Yes.
Yes, I left it on.
You left it on.
Yes.
I'm trying not to laugh. He kind of looks at you. He's like, "Right. Yeah. Okay."
I was going to turn it off, but the water was so pretty, and then I forgot and had to leave. So
Did you leave it on for me?
yes, I did, Mud.
But you know I don't bathe.
That's the bathtub you're talking about.
You don't bathe.
Yeah, it's the big,
He doesn't
the
need
big
smelling.
bowl.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Well, I thought you would find it very pretty, so that's why I left it on for you.
All right, I'll look at it when I get back to the dormitory. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
It's like a waterfall.
Oh, really? I love waterfalls. Have you seen the other bowl though? It's like a whirlpool. You ever seen a whirlpool? Yes. Yes. Back where I'm from, we used to have this small little pond, and it had a sort of whirlpool, and I used to call it my jacuzzi. And I was sitting there sometimes, even though it was mostly mud, but I felt at home, you know, because my name is Mud. So I sat in there a lot, and
Yes.
that bowl reminds me of home.
I will turn it on for you then.
Thank you.
Like I will.
Yes, it's like a switch.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, it's like a switch. Okay.
Yeah.
well, back to sales, I guess.
Yes, I'm gonna get back to selling my things. Maybe I'll
Okay,
make some credits today.
Goodbye, betrothal partner, maybe.
Yes, goodbye, potential betrothal partner. I'm going to go sell my things because I'm saying, screw this society. I won't buy anything. I'll sell things. And he kind of lifts up his little backpack and he's like, right, wish me luck. Into battle then.
Luck.
Good luck.
Yes. And
Great
he's just
to meet
like,
you, Mud.
Bye-bye, Mud.
and he goes, bye, fishman.
Oh.
Goodbye, spectacles. Goodbye, strawberry. And big dragon of friendship. Farewell. And he's and then he kind of looks at Andromeda.
Say that like across the crowd as
he says it at normal volume in your direction. So you probably don't hear it at all. And he turns specifically to Andromeda and he goes, goodbye, tree. And then he starts to walk away towards where he was standing before.
I think he likes you.
As soon as I see him walk away from me.
I don't really know
Aria's
what
mouth
you
is
were
just-
saying. But that was great for you. I don't know how it was for me. I didn't really know what happened, but that was great for
I
you.
also don't know what even happened. What is going on?
As soon as she walks away from the
comment.
group, Julian's gonna come back and say, knowing from the little I've encountered of that person, I probably missed a lot from the little time I wasn't here, but I do not want an update.
I don't think I could give you one.
Don't think we could.
Me neither.
But it feels like you two are on the same page, which is what's important, right?
I also agree.
And I'm happy for you.
I felt the same way when we met last night. I was confused and excited and deeply fearful at first, but now I'm okay.
Did you think that everyone was betrothed to their roommates, like including
Yes.
all of us?
Oh, that's okay.
Me and like Nari look at each other like
Nari's like,
gay and lesbian.
I thought that's kind of how it worked, and I was very concerned because I don't know how that works for me currently because it's back home. Oh no. But you know I'm not home now, and that's okay.
As you're saying this, Nari slowly leans over to Arlow and just goes, Arlow, I think it is a good time for me to tell you that I like girls.
Works out great because I only like guys.
And she's like, and she extends her hand. And
I love that.
And
You're very
Julien. So are
You're
you.
very pretty.
You're very handsome. And then
I didn't catch any of that.
no, you're good. You're good. Julien, Silky on your shoulder looks at you and is just like, "Don't you dare."
No, I wasn't thinking of it.
And then Silky's like, "Glad we're on the same page here."
Yep.
And then
Andromeda calls over. Andromeda's gonna call over to Theron and be like,
What about you guys?
Arthros
This
kind of
whole
is
time they've just been picking up the fallen books and helping like the shopkeeper like put them back in order, and then like we've been like looking through them, like, oh, this one, and then, like, you know, just rearranging them.
And Arthros kind of turns when Andromeda says something, and she's just like, what?
Are you two betrothed to each other?
I'm like grasping for life.
Arthros like blinks and then like looks at Theron and looks away, and she's like, to be fair, I have never given marriage much thought. So I don't
Same.
quite know on that front.
I think it's safe to say that we are not currently betrothed.
And she's like,
I thought you were
okay.
saying with child.
Oh god,
I was in the
I mean, it's early.
that'd be interesting. Interesting child.
child.
And she just
No, that would.
I don't think that'd work so well. She just kind of like nods at you and then I imagine that you guys kind of rejoin the group at this point. And you've been in the market for a good amount of time now. The sun is kind of starting to set. It seems like it's
No polish? Did we
polished.
say no
Yes.
Did we get
I
books
imagine
or coffee?
it's up to you. Arthur's probably bought 2 or 3 books, for probably around like 5 to 10 credits each. So she probably spent a few credits, maybe 30 credits or so on some books. What happened? Are you okay?
I wrote, I think I need a cigarette after that, because just like, because of the meme, after the whole mud conversation,
Jesus
and
Christ.
the Zophiel conversation, and then Julien said, I think Julien actually has cigs in his backpack.
Oh my god.
I do not, and Aria does not smoke. It was a
Valid.
haha laugh.
It was a haha meme.
Julian doesn't either. It's
He
just
just
in
has
his
them.
backpack.
He just has them.
It's a backpack. Oh, wee.
It's just a part of the starter backpack that we chose.
It was part of the little starter
right.
backpacks. Yeah.
Oh my god, I forgot about that actually.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. You know what I mean? You gotta need, you grow any,
Six
those
of the
mushrooms.
earth.
Oh my lord.
It's a
Andromeda.
very pretty leaf, and it has,
You know that
Special
Mud,
plant.
if Mud found out about this, probably.
Club.
The gardening club. They're growing weed in the gardening club.
Arlow
I mean,
smokes pot.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I imagine that Arthros probably bought a couple books. Nari at some point probably ducked out, and she wanted to get all of the polish for you guys. She didn't want you guys to spend any money on the polish. She wanted to get it herself because she wanted the polish anyways. So she spent quite a few credits on some polish, and you guys noticed that like it's dusk is kind of starting to roll in, and you guys are aware that you have a curfew, and it seems like
Sorry, did I get my coffee?
Did you get your coffee? Oh no, you
Did I
haven't gotten your
get like,
coffee
a
yet.
bag of coffee?
Get a bag.
Grab that real quick
You
on
have
the
to.
way out or something.
It works.
It's fine.
It works. So on the way out, there are a couple more booths that are around, and as you start walking forward, you see a booth that kind of has like a few like treats and things of that nature. So there's like little snacks, cookies, boxes of cookies, things of that nature. They have coffee there. They have more tea there. They have like water bottles, things of that nature. They have yeah, it's almost like a little snack stand essentially. Water bottles. And I assume that you go and you buy your coffee from that stand. Yes. And as you go to buy your coffee, Arthros kind of sidles up to you and walks next to you, and she goes, can I get you the coffee as a thank you for the day?
You may if you would like to.
And she like nods, and she's like, yes, yes. And she turns to the seller and she goes, can I get this bag of coffee for my friend Raffles? And she gets her phone out and she gets everything done, and she like scans it, and then she kind of like, they put it in the little baggie for her, and she holds it and she like looks at him and she goes, for you. And she hands him the bag.
You can have some any time you would like. I'm gonna be making it in the mornings.
Oh, that'd be wonderful. I would love some. Thank you. I don't sleep much, so that would be great.
This helps.
Yes, yes. This helps from what I've noticed. How are you guys all feeling? Are you all feeling okay? We're very close to the end, I promise you. I'm so sorry. So
No, we're good.
okay, I feel so bad because
This is us fucking around.
we've been going for so long. I feel so bad.
Literally, we are all fucking, so we're good.
I love you guys.
Actually, can I
Yes.
buy fairy lights really quickly?
Yes.
I saw that.
Yes.
Yeah, they need it.
You can buy fairy lights.
Yeah.
Don't try me, Theodore and James.
What?
Can I take off credits for just getting a water bottle so I have that now? real
Yes, water bottle probably would have been about 5 credits, so you probably have about 5 credits left in your bank account.
quick? I have 5 credits.
Oh,
No, can I get it for him? Can I get it for him?
Do you want to buy it for
He's
him?
trying to be good.
Oh,
Sure.
sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll get matching ones. So
Okay.
it'll be 10 credits for me.
Okay. Okay, so
I need
Aria,
water in my backpack. So
Aria
I'll
and
do
Arlow
that.
get matching water bottles, reusable water
Aquafin,
jug
I'm assuming.
things. Very Aquafin of you. Yes, they have. Well, they have the ones with the crests would be in the merchandise shop. They have just generic kind of water bottles, but they
Like
do
the
have
water bottles?
they do have two
We should
blue
get-
ones.
We should get generic ones and we can like paint them or something.
All right, that sounds great. Let's do it.
Oh,
All right.
Perfect. I like it.
Okay.
High
So
five.
you guys both get your water bottles. Aria pays the
all
10 credits for you,
Gotcha.
and Andromeda. I assume
I
that
have
you
82.
maybe are like, I'm gonna get fairy lights, and the the group probably will lead you. That's so fair. That's so fair.
Are they real?
You guys you go back a little bit into the market. It's not fully closed yet, but it seems like some of the booths are starting to clean up a little bit. And you purchase your fairy lights. They are 10 credits. And they throw in a little packet of batteries as well and tell you that they're basically interchangeable batteries for the fairy lights. And as you guys are kind of walking, you have, since you went back for fairy lights, you're kind of walking out. I assume you're all a big group now again. And you're kind of walking towards the exit of the market. And you notice that there's a couple more booths. And as you're walking towards them, and you're not quite yet at the last couple booths, a woman stands out and walks towards you. When you look at her, you can't entirely tell that she is human or outsider. She doesn't have any specific look to her that would say she's an outsider, but she also doesn't have any specific look that says that she's not an outsider. So it's very possible that she is human, and it's very possible that she's an outsider as well.
So she's not wearing like a uniform, right?
She's not wearing a uniform. She is dressed in a dark purple blouse. She's got a long jacket, a long black jacket that covers, kind of goes down towards like the middle of her thighs, kind of down her torso. And she's also wearing black trousers, very much like slacks, kind of like a little bit businessy looking. And she's got very long black hair that spirals down to like middle of her back. Looks very soft and very like well kept. And her eyes are a deep set black. She doesn't have like too much of a color. Her eyes are just very, very, either very, very dark brown to the point that you just can't see the pupils really. So they just look like jet black eyes. And she walks up to the group and she kind of eyes you for a moment, and she looks around very, very like casually, and then walks kind of up towards you guys, and she says, hello friends. And she like eyes you all, and as she looks at you all, she kind of doesn't really pick anyone in particular, but the first one and the closest person that she sees is Julien. And Julien, she kind of turns to you and she like extends her hand to shake your hand. Do you shake her hand back? Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. She shakes your hand. And she just says, I hope you all enjoyed the market, and I hope to see you again. And then she retracts her hand, and then starts to walk away. And Julien, as she retracts her hand, you feel something on the palm of your hand. And when you look, there is a crumpled up ball of paper. Do you open it?
I'll open it.
All right. And on the paper,
Are we all
it
just
reads...
milled around him right now?
Yeah, I imagine you all are kind of just like...
Like, what?
What's that?
Did you know her? It reads Sin Shadow, Cardinal Alley. And that's it. No other context. It simply says Sin Shadow, Cardinal Alley. Sin is spelled S-Y-N. Shadow is spelled shadow. And there's a comma, Cardinal Alley.
Is it like...
Cardinal Alley.
Are we
So it's like an address?
That's what it
Is it
seems
like where you take all the words and you switch them all up?
I'm not saying anything to you guys.
Someone type it in the chat.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah, I can send it.
S-Y-N Shadow
Yeah.
Cardinal Alley.
I can send it as well.
Looking back up, are they just gone?
Yes, she is gone. That's that. Moving on.
Very peculiar.
We can't like call after her and be like, hey, what's up?
She's gone. You have no idea where she went. She's disappeared into the crowd.
So weird.
Andromeda sniffs the paper.
Valid.
What type of tree was it
Does it
from?
smell like anything?
The
Can I tell what type
paper-
of tree it was from?
You can't tell what type of tree it was from, but you smell what it smells like, and it smells like charcoal, and it smells a little bit like there's almost like a spoiled smell to it, like spoiled food almost. It doesn't smell particularly good, and it smells very almost damp, like how damp air smells if you leave something wet for too long in a room. Musky, yes, very musky smell.
Like old books.
Kind of, but stinkier essentially.
Less nicer.
less nice.
Wet
yeah.
old books.
Yes.
Julien-
Wet old books.
Julien will fold the paper up and then pocket it.
Okay.
Did we
I'll
also
look
look
into
into
that for the
Where are you?
different time.
Valid.
What?
Do you know what that means, Julien?
Not particularly. My first hunch is that it's possibly an address.
Huh. I
Should
wonder
chase
why.
it down?
We should definitely keep it just in case something.
Faye.
Oh, Faye.
Oh, Faye.
It's just like camera.
You're good. No, you're good.
It's
You're good.
Oh,
Hmm.
Sussy baka.
Cardinal.
Do we have a Google Maps app?
No, you do not.
That's hilarious.
And you do not take none of this. It doesn't ring a bell to any of you. So it's not any
Sure.
inside thing to any of you guys or anything to do with any of you.
Okay.
It's very much a
Mm,
absolute not connected to any of you in any way. You don't know what the hell it is. Yeah. So sussy baka. So Faye's back almost. Hey.
There you go.
Hey, yo.
Hey yo.
Hey, yo, Veo.
So chat's like creepy.
yeah, I also finished.
Creepy.
I know. They would.
You vanished just like she did. You guys are walking to the edge of the market. Julien, you have put this paper away for something for another time. And as you walk towards the end of the market, you see that there is one more booth. And in big letters, the booth states, Sports Festival and Team Tryouts. In bright, very bright, bold black letters. And it's kind of like it's got like a little awning thing. It looks very much like how a homecoming committee would have set up their little like booth. And they're all kind of just, there's 2 people standing there. And, well, technically 3 people. Essentially, what you see when you look towards this booth, you see behind the booth, working there, is a tall, muscular female. And she looks to be a half-elf. And she has white hair, which is short on one side and very long on the other side. And it's kind of like a little bit cropped, not necessarily shaved, but just kind of short, like kind of like how my hair is, and long on one other side. And
Wow.
and she has
Call me out, James.
her hair on that one side is in a braid, and she has bangs that rest atop her forehead. And her eyes are a bright bluish purple kind of color, very indigo kind of vibe. Next to her is a tall, muscular centaur man.
Amazing.
He has short.
Sorry.
He has short,
I was a
cropped
rat.
brown hair. So very short brown hair, and many freckles. And his horse end is brown as well. And his eyes are bright green, and they seem very friendly, but very strong. And he talks very strongly and confidently, and you see him currently talking to a very familiar face, Aria. You see Big Lion Man standing at the booth. What's
He's
up?
like deep in conversation with this person.
He is having a pretty like substantial conversation with the centaur, and he's kind of like he's nodding his head, and he's like, and they kind of point towards something on the table, and 𝐸 nods and then quickly writes on one of the papers, and then he folds the paper and he drops it into a large, big globe that they have sitting on the booth, and it seems like just a huge, like almost like a fishbowl type thing that has a bunch of papers in it. And 𝐸 with his big hands, he plops the note in the globe, and he kind of like smiles at the centaur. Do you do anything, either as a group or Aria? I feel like probably.
I think after he drops it in the bowl, I think she's gonna kind of like look at, like, I'm assuming that Andromeda's standing next to him. She's going, oh, 1 second, and she's gonna kind of like jog up, kind
Andromeda's
of
like
behind him, but not like on him, and she's just gonna be like, oh, hello, 𝐸. So good to see you out and about.
And 𝐸 turns around
with the shirt on.
𝐸 turns around and sees her, and he goes, Aria, hello.
Hello, it's so good to see you.
He says, good to see you. How has your day been?
Oh, it's been pretty good, I think. These are
Wonderful.
all my friends.
So many of them.
Julien. Yeah, we kind of made a big group on
Yes.
yesterday when we met. So
Right.
a little bit, I guess. But yes, so this is Julien. This is Silky, his roommate. We have Arthros and oh my gosh, Theron. That's his roommate, of course. We have Nari and Arlow, and then we also have Andromeda.
Hi.
And 𝐸's kind of taking it all in. He's like,
Whoa!
I'm like, Andromeda. I'm like trying to get her to say, and she's saying,
Andromeda's slowly starting to hide behind Arlo. She's like,
I'm literally like, I have her, and I'm like,
Andromeda.
it's okay.
Oh, good. Just like with Nari, come on.
Arya's gonna kind of turn back to 𝐸 and say,
She gets really anxious around big people. Big personality.
and 𝐸 nods, and he's like, don't worry, I get anxious around everyone. And he just kind of looks at Andromeda, and he goes, hello. And he turns back
He's
to
very
Aria.
nice.
He
This
turns
is
back
my
to.
roommate, 𝐸.
He's just nodding.
Not betrothed.
My betrothed.
Not betrothed.
Okay, let's start talking about betrothals again. Please, let's not bring this up.
Nari's like so over this. Nari's like looking over at Andromeda, probably being like, bitch.
And he's like,
bitch.
and I'm sure Nari would be simping for 𝐸, but because she is very aggressively a lesbian, she's not interested. So,
right.
so 𝐸
There's probably
𝐸
some,
kind
like,
of,
I don't know.
yeah. 𝐸 is kind of trying to like nod to all of you, but he's a little overwhelmed to kind of talk directly to any of you. So he turns back to Aria, and he just kind of says, he's like, I've been signing up for the and he kind of like starts to go into a bit of a daze.
Poor beanie baby.
And he's like frowning, and it takes him a moment, and he's kind of like, sports. I've been signing up for the sports. Yes.
she kind of like was about to put her hand on his shoulder, but then he said it, so she kind of like pulled it back real quick, like.
Valid.
Sports.
And he kind of turns and he says, yes, these nice people have been telling me about the sports. And the centaur and the half-elf, they kind of like look at you, and they like nod their heads at you, kind of like wave a little hello to the entire group. And
Hello.
𝐸 turns around, he's like, oh, are you going to sign up for the sports festival?
Oh, me? Oh, I don't. I'm not very good at sports. I tried it at one point, but I'm not. I've got 2 left feet. Really, I'm not very good at.
Oh well, the sports sports festival is less of a everyday sport and more of a event. They do sports from our realm, less human sports, and you get credits if you do well, and you also get to skip class. So I thought it sounded like a pretty fun experience. It is also random, So you might not even get chosen should you sign up. I hope I get chosen, but you know, that's fine if not.
I'm sure you're going to get chosen. You're very. I mean, they would be silly not to be able to
I
choose you,
hope so. I did also sign up for one of the human sports as well. I was talking with this one man in my I take gym as an elective, and I was talking to an orc in my gym class, and he seemed very excited about doing the sports festival. So I felt.
Did you catch
Did
his
he
name?
smell bad?
Or that?
I don't particularly remember either of those facts about him.
That's alright.
I'm
That's
afraid
alright.
it slipped my mind.
No, that's totally fine. What sport did you sign up for, if you don't mind me asking?
I signed up for the humans call it rugby, and I signed up because the name and the word is quite funny to me.
That is completely valid. It does sound like kind of a weird sport. Rugby?
Rugby. Rugs and bees don't
Bee
normally...
Rug of bees!
Yes, right. It's not normally found in the same room together, so I thought that was interesting.
You're right. You're very right there.
Yes.
Well...
He turns to Julien. He's like shocked that another voice has piped up, so he's like...
Could you elaborate on the possible events of the sports festival?
Yes, so
Theron would also like to know.
oh yes, so the horseman has been telling me that the sports festival is essentially a 3-day part event, and it is a competition, and we go with our sports team against other sports teams from other schools around the country. So, and other countries, apparently. They said other schools with people like us. So, essentially we do sports, and in a competition type scenario. And, should we win...
Are all the teams outsiders?
Yes. They are outsiders, and we play sports that we are familiar with. So some of them are from Ostradel.
How do we sign up?
So right here there is a piece of, and he's like pointing at this like small little card type piece of paper. Do you say paper, Theron? Yes. Okay, 𝐿 turns to you and he's like, paper, and you can write your name on the paper, fold it, and put it in the globe. And when they choose the teams, it is randomly chosen. And so you might be lucky to play in the sports, should you like to.
There is a very strong hint of excitement that just smirks across Julian's face that you haven't really seen.
Yes!
I think sort of just starts. He steps forward towards the sign up area.
And 𝐿 kind of like steps aside because
Theron
𝐿
also signs up.
Okay. 𝐿 kind of steps aside because he's very large and he's taking up a lot of space. And so he kind of like steps back so you guys have the range to go there. And he says, I signed up as well. I hope that we will be on a team together and that we can win credits and win for our own sake to feel good on in the inside.
And skip class.
And skip class.
And skip class is always fun too. And then he kind of looks at you, Arlow, and he's like, would you like to sign up as well, Fish?
No. Absolutely not.
All right.
I mean, it sounds awesome. I'll come to your games, but I will not be good at
Yes.
that. That's not
Yes,
for me.
I will definitely be coming to support
Aria,
you.
you're not going to...
I want to play.
Oh, all right. And he kind
I
of...
like games.
He moves more and he kind of like points to the thing, and he stands a little bit closer to Aria now. And he turns to Aria and he goes, you do not want to sign up?
I'm just not very good at things like that.
Sometimes practice helps, though.
He nods and he says, yes, and they are games that you are probably familiar with, and also we have a week and a half of training before the actual event. So,
Week and a half? That doesn't sound like very much time at all.
well, they're games that we're familiar with, and it's not too dramatic an event, more supposed to be for fun. You seem very...
I whisper to Aria and I whisper to Aria and I'm like, it can give you two some space.
I fucking love you. Okay. Aria's just gonna look at Arlo and just say,
Share a room together.
okay.
Okay. All right.
That's true.
I
Sorry.
also know if do you really want me to sign up?
Ku's like, it would be nice to know someone at the practices. Someone whose name I don't forget often.
Oh,
I'm
you're
Andromeda,
I will try
and I'm
my...
not afraid of you.
I would... He looks at
You won't
you.
forget her name.
He looks at you and he's like, I will try my best to remember that, but I apologize if I do not.
It's okay.
Aria's just
Don't
kind
worry
of
about it.
looking up at Ku and is just like,
Oh, you're just so okay. Okay, all right, sign me up. Give me a pen.
And Ku kind of like smiles a little bit, and you see his little like lion teeth, and he steps aside. And I imagine Theron and Julien, I imagine you have put your names in there. Do you do anything to your papers as like a little bit of like a good luck kind of charm type thing? Do any of you kind of do the little like you get Aria to kiss it or something?
I have
Or
everyone kiss
Theron,
it.
you get fucking Arthros to
Pass
kiss
it around.
Okay. Theron just goes to Arthros.
Aria kind of looks at her paper and looks up at Ku and is just like,
I'm just gonna put it in the pen.
Julien, before you put your paper in there, Silky says, ooh, I got it works every time for me whenever I need good luck. Can I?
Sure.
And she takes the paper that you hand her and she just spits in it. And she folds it up and then hands it back to you.
Oh.
Hell yes.
Andrew also rubs a little mud on it too, on the ground. She,
Yes. Some dirt, some grass stains on there.
Dirt. Good old grass
Oh,
stains.
crazy.
Oh, crazy.
I just love the image of like Ku being like, welcome, and everyone's like rubbing, rubbing on the floor, rubbing dirt. His mouse is spinning in the paper. Everyone's like, and she's just like holding this like bucket, like
A mouse just
What the
spits
fuck?
into a piece of paper for Julia.
does Nari sign up?
Nari, you wanna sign up?
Yes. Nari kind of looks a little hesitant at first. She glances down at her nails for a moment, and she's looking at them. She's like, "Oh, if they get wrecked, I can fix them later." And then she goes up to the thing and she writes her name, Nari, down, and she kind of just like looks at it for a moment, nods her head, and then sticks it in the globe as well. Same with
Aria kind of puts her
Silky.
hand up to high five her.
You feel her little toe beans.
Oh!
Toe beans. And Silky also signs up, and she jumps off.
Yes.
Of, jumps off of Julien, writes her name on the paper, climbs up, tries to kind of struggles a little bit. Yes.
Theater is
do,
not.
do they need a water boy?
We literally the water boy.
You could
Manifest the water boy.
you could ask the
Ask him.
the half elf or the centaur.
Ask him. Ask him.
Hey,
Hey.
Hey.
I've been looking for a job. I asked the coffee place if they had a job. They did not. But I am really good with water. And people need to drink water. I can get them their water for them. So if you need like extra, and I'll just.
He is very good at staying hydrated. He
I
is
look
the
watch-
most hydrated person I know.
And when we're playing, I can just run up to people and like.
The half elf is kind of looking at you a little bit like frowning a bit, but the centaur steps in. He's like, well, "What's your name, Fishman?"
Arlow.
And he says, "Hi, Arlow." He's like, "Can I get your friend code? Maybe we can get in touch with you about that."
Yeah, let's go.
And so, yeah. So the centaur gets out his TCD and he grabs his friend code really quick and puts it into his phone and then puts his TCD back. And he says, like, "Yeah, that'd be pretty awesome. I can't say for sure we could give you that many credits for it, but like, we could work something out with you, I'm sure." Yeah.
You'll do it for free.
I'll do it like Mud. I'll do it for 0 credits. Not for free, but for 0 credits. And so they kind of just like look at you, and the centaur kind of like winks at you a little bit. He's very much a Chad. And and he goes back to helping another guy. Arlo leaves with his like TCD like
Literally, yes.
Okay. And so I assume then Aria, Julien, Silky, Nari, Theron,
Everyone.
everyone.
Literally all of
Arthros
us.
does
Literally all of
not.
us play.
Arthros does not
That's
sign
why
up.
I did.
Arthur.
Okay, Arf.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. That's why
Arthros
I'm
is kind
shocked,
of
like, everyone
eyeing the
knows.
table and looking a little nervous, and she kind of turns to you, Theron, and she's like, I hope you get it."
I hope so too.
She's like,
You could always come to the game, maybe.
she's like, "Oh, yes,
What?
I'll definitely try to come watch and support."
Yeah.
For
If
sure.
you have time, and if you would like.
"Oh, I always have time for you." And then she kind of realizes what she said. She's like, and because you're my friend, and friends should make time for each other."
Arya kind of bumps into Ku and kind of like looks at him and goes,
Sorry, I got a text message. Give me 2 seconds.
Andromeda's talking to a nearby bush.
also.
I thought you said they were not
question-
even conversationalists.
Yeah.
You take your
Is-
conversations where you can get them.
Is Ku
So
Not from your
person-
friend group, but from a nearby
Theron?
bush.
Theron?
Ku is
Okay.
6'1".
Somebody else in chat.
So
Okay, so
he's-
Theron,
Oh,
I think
Julien
Theron
is
is
shorter.
slightly bigger than him.
Yeah.
Oh,
Slightly taller.
okay.
Theron's like 6'3", I think, right? Or like 6'2".
Let me
I thought he
I'm
was
pretty sure. I know he's
thought,
smaller
No,
for a
6'2".
dragonborn. 6'2"? Okay.
6'2".
Yeah, so he's an inch taller than Ku.
They're basically
Basically the same height, yeah.
Fair enough.
they looking in each other's eyes.
Yeah, essentially.
What lovely guy.
Yeah, honestly.
As you guys are
do
doing
have a lovely
this,
eye.
your conversation is quite abruptly interrupted
Oh.
by a noise to kind of the side of the market. And most of the market is kind of closing down at this point. You see a lot of the tents being folded up. You see a lot of the booths being closed. You see people putting their things away and packing bags. And you hear yelling from across the field. And when you turn, you see an outsider, much like you guys, being led out of the market. And by led, more so being held very tightly by several guards. And he's very much not going smoothly. He is pulling his arms and he's like yelling at them, and he's yelling things in common that you guys recognize as pretty extreme insults. Things that you would not want children to hear, essentially, or things that you yourself probably wouldn't say even that much. So essentially,
Aria has her hands over Andromeda's ears. She's like,
very aggressive expletives. And
Theron is impressed.
you can't quite tell what this outsider is. You don't really know what race he is. He looks quite different from a lot that you have seen. He's got piercing yellow-green reptilian eyes, very slitted. And across his face, on his skin, and across his forehead a little bit and beside his eyes are scales. But he still looks humanoid. He doesn't look in any way formed to look any sort of type of way. He just has a lot of scales. James is like, I know. And you can see that he's wearing his uniform. He is part of Ignis Ember. He's wearing an Ignis Ember tie. And he has short black cropped hair that kind of folds from the middle. It's a middle part, and they fold down. His strands fold down. And one side of his hair has a white streak through it. And he is yelling, and he is angry. He is beyond angry. And he's trying to get his arms out of the grip of these guards, and they're essentially kind of dragging him at this point. And he's trying to keep up with them with their walking pace by lifting his feet so they're not dragging as much. And you see them guide him towards more guards who have kind of formed by kind of the corner of the field, trying to be a little bit more out of view to not bring too much attention to the scene. And you see Arter Chiron, the assistant to the dean, who you guys saw the first day that you were there. And or yesterday, essentially. And you see Arter standing there, and he's scowling. He looks very angry. And as the outsider, as this man is dragged over towards Arter, he is basically being held by the guards and face to face with Arter. And it seems like Arter says something to him, and then reaches down and pulls a mound of jewels from the outsider's pocket. And it's very clear from what you guys can take from this that the outsider was probably pickpocketing a lot of these things. And you see Arter look at the jewels and then look back over at the outsider, and he's looking at him with so much detached emotion. It seems like maybe Arter has gotten to a point where he himself doesn't even empathize with outsiders. He's been so kind of exposed to human ideals and human outlooks that he doesn't really have any sympathy for his own kind at this point. And you can tell this in the way that he is glaring. He's looking at this outsider like he is positively just absolutely beneath him. And the outsider, he seems to say something under his breath towards Arter, and in a moment he spits in Arter's face. And Arter kind of flinches, and as he spits and does this, the guards that are holding him, one of them grabs something off of their belt. They hold it to the outsider. You see him kind of jerk, and then his eyes go shut, and he kind of slumps over in their arms. And you see Arter kind of like say something to them. He makes kind of an order with his hand, and the guards start to drag this now unconscious outsider away from the field. And as they're doing this, Arter kind of like turns back, and he's standing there by himself, kind of. He has two guards behind him who are just, in general, his detail almost. And Arter stands there, and he pulls out a handkerchief from his pocket and kind of wipes at his face, and like turns back to one of the guards and like hands the guard his handkerchief, and the guard like looks at him a moment, takes the handkerchief, and just holds on to it, doesn't know what to do with it. And Arter turns briefly, and he sees the group of you standing over by the Sports Festival booth, kind of meets all of your eyes, looks at you. His face is very void of emotion, and then turns away and follows the guards who are dragging away the outsider. So, from there, I assume that you all probably getting pretty tired. You know that your curfew is getting close. It's probably in about an hour or so. And essentially, I was very open to the idea of you guys being able to venture off wherever you should like, but of course we went a lot longer than I expected to. So that's not really necessary now.
Yeah.
So I imagine that most of you head back to your rooms. Those of you that have seen your roommates, Aria, I assume you probably walk back to your dorm with 𝐂𝐩𝐢𝐬𝐸.
Yeah.
Theron, I assume that you walk back with all your new purchases with Arthros, and she's probably blabbing on to you about the books that she just bought and telling you about how excited she is to read them and to start dissecting them essentially and translating them. And Arlow, you also have Nari at your side, so I assume that you walk back with Nari too, and she seems much more open now with you than she was the first day. She can tell that you are she can tell that you mean her no harm. She can tell that you don't intend to be rude to her, and she's very aware of this and takes this in stride and kind of has come to this. Are you okay? Are you okay?
Everything's fine.
I thought you spilled your drink, and I was like, oh no.
No, just the light fell.
It's very in character of you. And so
You're good.
Why do you think I play this character?
you all start to walk back to your dorms, and Nari has kind of gotten to the point where she's like, you know what, I don't really have much of an option. I'm kind of stuck with this guy, and you know what, I think I got lucky, essentially. That's kind of the ideal that she's taking on now. And Julien, you and Silky have already bonded much more than you had the first day. Silky is still sitting on your shoulder, and she seems very comfortable there. And as someone who doesn't quite like to take a helping hand or be looked at as any smaller or different than many others, she seems pretty content there. She's starting to her eyes start to drift a little bit, and it seems like she's starting to kind of fall asleep with the sway of your walking and the movement of your shoulders and the cool air outside before you walk towards your dormitory. So she's kind of snuggled a little bit in a ball there, and she kind of told herself she wasn't going to fall asleep, but it seems like she's starting to get to that point. Aria, you and 𝐶, you're walking back, and 𝐶 is asking you about how your first day went. He tells you about how in gym class, him and this orc man, they got along really well, and he really wishes he remembers his name because he doesn't have that great of a memory. And he asks you kind of about your friends, and he tries to remember the one that looked like a tree, but he doesn't. And he simply says the one that started with an A, and it's not much help to you because you have two friends whose names start with A's. And he tries to kind of dissect it and explain who he's talking about, and he asks you a little bit about them. He asks if you had a good day all around. He kind of asks if you're like happy here or if you feel kind of
What a good friend.
Yeah, he's a good boy. And
He's a good boy.
after he asks you these questions, you kind of talk about this together. He explains to you that he's very excited for the sports festival, and he really hopes that his name gets chosen because he feels like he finally has something to look forward to that isn't just the everyday grind of classes and new different things on Earth.
Oh, he's so sweet.
Andromeda, I imagine you still see Mud, kind of. He's been not very successful with selling his wood products, and he starts walking. I assume you guys kind of walk back to your rooms together, and as he's walking back, he kind of looks at you and tells you about how he didn't sell as much as he expected to, and he said that he thinks that his father would be pretty disappointed in him with how little he did today in terms of selling his product. And I imagine that Andromeda just kind of is taking this in, not really sure how to respond.
She would actually look at him and say,
My father would be pretty disappointed in me too.
and that's all she says.
Okay, and that tracks. Wasn't sure if you wanted to throw that in there. So
She would.
Okay, so you guys kind of bond after that a little bit and walk back to your room, and essentially the conversation probably drifts back to lighter things, possibly the subject of the waterfall that is currently happening in your bathroom that Mud is very excited to see. So as you all walk back to your rooms, I imagine it's been a very taxing day for you all, a very long day. You've had so much going on in your classes, and so much new information has been thrusted at you. You've met so many new people. You can barely keep up. And before I read you guys Claude's speech, is there anything you would like to do when you return to your rooms? Yes, Arlow.
I would like to charge my phone.
Me as well. I would like to do that as well.
I would also like to charge my phone.
Actually, you can't send pictures on the messages, right? Okay, I didn't think so.
No.
But I would like to message Claude.
Okay.
But I just want to say, I want to say something like coffee was good! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Come next time! Exclamation point! Exclamation point!
That's so soft.
And he means it like he's just like, oh, I forgot that he couldn't come, because he probably hears him over probably just right after his little voice thing, and he's like, oh, like, what a shame, he didn't come, like, let's let him know that, like, he can come next time, whatever, like, very, like, pure. Yeah.
Valid. Does anyone else have anything specific they would like to do? Aria, yes.
I just have a question. So
Yes.
for the person that got taken away, did any of us recognize him from like any of our classes?
No, you do not recognize him. He's not someone that you're...
Did any of us recognize what race he was by any chance? Could we do a roll for it?
You could roll for it, yes. If you think you know as you can roll for it. For those of you who don't think you're too sure.
I think that she might
You think that Aria might know?
Ooh,
Okay.
Actually, no.
No?
Because she has that spell.
Valid.
I think. That's Grand Mysteries of the Known World.
She does. Mm-hmm. So she would
Wait,
probably...
you think our characters might know?
If you think your characters, based on the way that they kind of grew up and how many different races they were exposed to, if you feel that they might know what this race is, you can roll for it if you would like, for wisdom, I
feel
assume.
like because of having like a tavern, I've seen a lot of people.
You've seen a lot of people.
And especially because I feel like for Arlow, like his family was particularly loving towards all types of people, and there was probably always like race issues with like taverns and stuff, so that was always a safe spot. He probably is very aware of
Valid.
You know, in minuscule concept of like, this is a tavern and some people are allowed in other taverns and people are allowed in this tavern. He understands like people are
that
cruel in that way. That's kind of the whole thing for him.
Okay,
I think.
then you can absolutely roll as well.
Likewise, I think Theron would probably have a good idea of like a wide variety of.
You can roll as well, Theron.
Andrew,
I got
no fucking idea.
Then I realized.
Do you
That
want
tracks.
to-
That tracks.
Do you want us to roll a specific stat?
Yes, I would roll with your wisdom modifier. Just roll a d12.
It just
your
did a
wisdom.
d12.
I don't know. So.
Oh yikes! I
So
feel
I
like
have
I don't think my wisdom is pretty high at all.
That's okay.
I don't have a modifier.
So I have a dirty 12.
Dirty 12.
What is that?
Okay.
The dirtiest little 12.
What is a
Valid.
dirty 12?
So you rolled
It's when I
11
have
or
11
Okay.
plus 1.
Oh.
Okay.
A nat 12 is just I rolled it naturally.
I
But
have
dirty 12
a natural 11.
Okay.
And no modifier.
Delicious.
And you have no
Is this
modifier.
grade 12?
Yes, d12.
I don't think so.
I can double check real
And
quick.
I'm flavoring it that it's
Oh, Arlo, I need to
she's
put
seen
your...
it in her travels before.
That's valid.
Similar and also same.
Valid. Yes,
I got the
Andromeda.
12.
Andromeda, you would definitely
Good
not have
job!
any idea.
Not a fucking clue. Probably not.
I asked because I think I know what it is, and I wanted for my brain.
That's valid.
I have no idea what it is, but I'm
I have no
curious
idea.
enough, and Darren would probably be like, huh?
Yours was a Theo. Your wisdom was pretty good.
I lied. You're right. I saw it and I was like, oh.
Yours would be.
I lied.
Sorry.
You told it,
I lied.
directly after, so you're good.
Yours
I
would
did it too,
be-
so you're fine.
Directly after.
I definitely think that Arlo probably had a conversation with Nari being like, I hope that's not what they do when we like are late for curfew. Like I hope that's not like the punishment. Like
Well,
that's
one way to find out.
Someone's
I'm
school
so
is like, I hope
scared.
that doesn't happen.
I think that Arlo is absolutely scared now.
Yours would just be, you don't have a modifier for it because it's just a 0. So yours would just be a straight roll.
Whenever it is.
Yes, and then Theron, you're rolling as well, correct? So yours would be.
I got an 11.
You have a 0 as well.
I got 12.
Okay. So You got an 11 and 12? You all rolled very high.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
But I think that fits though for
Yeah.
at least for what Theo was saying.
Yeah, no, it fits very well, all of you. Yes, Julien and Andromeda, I think probably wouldn't have much info on different races. So, just knowing what I know, so you guys recognized this creature after a little bit of thought. You kind of went back in your head as to creatures you've seen or maybe interacted with. You recognize this creature as a 𝑖𝑗𝐻𝑖𝑗𝐻 pureblood. And
Sorry, I got really excited about that.
𝑖𝑗𝐻𝑖𝑗𝐻 is 𝑌𝑈𝑎𝑁-TI. Pure blood.
Say that again.
They are
I got you.
oh yeah.
I'll spell it.
They are essentially
Say it again. Oh, okay.
part snake
Ooh.
in a
This
way.
is what Demetra is. This is what my other D&D character is.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's hence the very reptilian look about them.
Gotcha.
Yes. It's not in any
They
particular way very important to note about them, but 𝑖𝑗𝐻𝑖s are typically they're not
They're monster races.
yes, they're looked at very judgingly often, just in the same kind of way that tieflings are essentially. So not looked at with the best eye, so it kind of it's almost like it makes
𝑖𝑗𝐻𝑖s
sense.
𝑖𝑗𝐻𝑖s are basically the pureblood versions are 𝑖𝑗𝐻𝑖s that have been bred into being humans, and the 𝑖𝑗𝐻𝑖 as a species is just snake-like creatures, people, and they were monsters, and so they were kind of turned into humanoid snakes.
Jeez, okay.
And so they're monsters. Yeah. So
that's what you
That's
guys
rude.
recognize. Andromeda and Julien, you don't know what this man was. You just know that
Not a clue.
he was very clearly in trouble.
Cool looking dude. He's passed out now.
Cool looking guy. Hope he's alive.
we gotta go rescue bands, some pretty boys.
I don't know.
His
What
species is
it's still, but-
unconscious.
His species
I
is
don't know where to look,
unconscious.
but
That's actually how
He's asleep.
Valid. So Arlow, you message Claude. Aria and Julien and Andromeda and Theron. Is there anything you want to do before Claude's little speech?
Okay.
Go for it, Julien. Julien.
When he gets back to his dorm, he's gonna put oh my god, blanking.
Napoleon?
he said.
Teacups?
Napoleon?
Napoleon?
Mouse.
Oh,
Silky!
Silky.
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 Mouse.
He's gonna put
Mouse.
Silky.
She would be so bad.
Mouse.
I know she would be. Mouse.
Valid, Silky.
He's gonna put
It's okay, we're
Silky
learning a lot of names.
Yes.
in her bed.
It's true.
Okay.
Fair.
He's gonna put Silky in her bed.
Yeah,
He's gonna
she's
take out
passed
all
out
his
still.
tea stuff and he's gonna take all of his tea stuff and prep it in like the little dorm kitchen that they have.
Yes.
Just for
Wait,
ready
dorm
for the
kitchen?
next morning.
You have you have a dresser and a desk and stuff, so you could set it up in a way to make it
Yeah.
like you have the space for it, essentially.
And then he's gonna reach into his bag and take out Napoleon.
Napoleon!
Napoleon!
Napoleon.
He's
Fuck
just
you,
gonna
book.
say to this inanimate book, I don't know what's stopping you from being able to do what you usually can, but I hope that you eventually start working again soon. We've missed your conversation. He's just gonna place Napoleon on the
Valid.
nightstand.
As you
and he's
place
just gonna
as you place Napoleon on the nightstand, you see a slight type of shimmer across the book cover, but you don't hear a voice of any kind. But you see something, almost like a small spark. But that's it. Nothing more. Poor Napoleon.
So hard.
Book
I
friend.
believe in you, Napoleon.
Then
Book friend.
he's gonna take out the piece of paper that he got from that stranger, and then also place it under Napoleon. and he's gonna head to bed.
All right. Andromeda, Theron, Aria. Yes,
Go, Theron.
Theron.
Got it. So Theron gets in with Arthros and sets up this little coffee machine, Mr. Coffee. on
Mr. Coffee.
the desk. And says that he'll make some in the morning.
Arthros looks very excited about that.
And yeah, and kind of encourages her, like, you should get some sleep. And then he just like flops on his bed, plugs in his like phone thing,
Mm-hmm.
and then just passes out.
Valid. And
Does
Arthros
not
like
hear the announcement.
valid. Arthros kind of nods to his little thing about getting sleep, and she sees him kind of flop onto his bed, and she looks at him for a moment, and then she like slides into bed. She goes in the bathroom, changes into her pajamas and all that, and then slides into bed, and she doesn't quite sleep. She sits up in her bed and grabs one of her new books and opens it in her lap and starts to read.
What did I say? What did I say?
Andromeda, Aria.
Do I go first?
I can go first. Yeah, sure. Aria's gonna kind of, after they kind of like separate, she's just gonna kind of look at him, and then she's gonna be like, oh, by the way, I forgot to show you. I saw your rope that you got, and I was gonna go get one, but then I kind of decided I wanted to make one myself, and I wanted to show you the fabric because I feel like I got a little too much, and I was thinking about you this morning because, not in a weird way. Sorry, just heard how that sounded. Not in a weird way. I was thinking about you because I saw that your pillow was a little It didn't look like it was big enough for you, and your claws were going into it, and I didn't know if it was going to be good enough for your stature. So I was thinking,
Size.
and she kind of like goes and like pulls open the bag and grabs out the fabric. She's like, I got this pretty plushy fabric, and I thought maybe I could like I could make it like a little bit of a bigger case, and then if we ever find out how to get some stuffing or something, I could stuff it in and make it a bigger pillow for you if you'd like.
He looks kind of overwhelmed, but he's like,
I don't know. I just talked really fast. I'm sorry. I
it's
did not
okay.
realize how fast I was
It's okay.
talking.
He's like looking at you, he like nods slowly, and he's like, I think I got most of that, but essentially it seems to be that you would like to give me a gift, and I will never say no to any gift, especially from you.
Oh, good. Oh, yeah, that's very sweet of you. Anyway, so yeah, that would be something that I would like to do if you would like that.
And Ku like nods his head, and smiles, kind of just a very sweet, like kind of blank smile at you, but he smiles nonetheless.
Also, by the way, I didn't annoy you too much this morning, right? With my clumsiness.
Oh, no.
I know that you woke up, and I know that you said that it wasn't a big deal, but like it is a big deal to me. Usually I'm not seen by other people in the mornings, and so I was really uncomfortable.
No, you see, I take cat naps, so essentially I go to sleep, I sleep for a little while, I wake up again. I usually do something to entertain myself, and then I go back to sleep again, and then I wake up again, find something to entertain myself, and then I sleep again. It's quite good sometimes that you wake me up for just the morning in general, because sometimes I fear that I won't wake up. I sleep quite heavily.
Okay.
So you could be my own personal alarm clock, if you would like to.
I mean, I would not be upset because that way I wouldn't feel as bad if I do end up waking you in the morning. Because I fear I'm just as clumsy as I was today, like every day. Haven't really gotten used to everything.
And he just kind of nods, and he says, yes, it's fine. It's not a problem. Gives me more time to moisturize.
Oh, yes. Remind me one day when we're a little bit closer to ask you about how you moisturize, because it's an odd concept for me, and I don't really understand it, but I don't really want to ask right now because I know that might be a little uncomfortable, and I want to make sure that you're comfortable around me because I already feel like I'm kind of pushing some boundaries, and I feel like sometimes I look at you for far too long when I shouldn't, but I don't know how that makes you feel, so I'm just gonna stop talking. I'm just gonna stop
talking. Okay. Anyway, and she kind of like goes over to her bedside and she like grabs her pajamas and grabs her like blanket and she literally just wraps her head in the blanket. It just goes for where she thinks the bathroom is and just like into the wall. Like no.
𝐸 watches this happen. 𝐸 watches this happen. So she's still in the room technically.
Yes.
Okay.
No, she
and
definitely didn't get to the door with a blanket around her head.
Valid. He looks at her
really don't
for a
think
moment and he just says, you know,
he just hears her breathing really deeply underneath the blanket.
Valid. He kind of says, he says to the general room, I guess, for you to hear. He kind of says, you know, I don't remember anything, as I'm aware that you know. So I don't quite know what makes me uncomfortable. But nothing you have done has made me even slightly feel any sort of discomfort. So I think that you're completely fine.
She kind of waits a second and she kind of like uncurls her head. She's like
in a way that nothing makes you uncomfortable, so I don't make you uncomfortable, or in a way that I personally don't also make you feel uncomfortable.
I haven't learned my discomforts yet because nothing you have done has made me uncomfortable.
I have more questions, but I'm gonna stop asking them.
okay. And she kind of just like picks herself up and she walks over to the door and she's just like,
𝐸, I'm really, really happy that you're one roommate. I hope that you know that.
𝐸 just kind of looks at you and then looks down and then looks back at you and he says, yes, I think I wouldn't want anyone else.
Oh God, don't tell me that.
okay, so great to hear, okay, bye! And she kind of like waddles and she just closes
I'm
the
in
door.
trouble.
I'm in trouble.
I'm in trouble.
And we will jump to Andromeda. Is there anything you would like to do?
I feel like they go back to their dorm and they watch the waterfall and the waterfall in Andromeda's room for like in the bathroom for like
Absolutely.
Mr. Strawberry.
Strawberry.
I don't know why I said Mr. For like 10 minutes. And then they also flush the toilet a few times to get the cool whirlpool.
Cool whirlpool. God, the water
they're
bill
just like
is gonna
giggling
hate
and laughing.
Did not realize that.
The school's just gonna be like, oh fuck.
Hey, we're not paying the water bill, so it's not on us at all.
So
Amazing.
I have something to add for Andromeda and Mud, but it will come after Claude's little speech. So
A marriage?
a marriage.
A wedding.
A wedding.
Proposal.
Arlow, you messaged Claude. Yes, I wanted to make sure that we didn't miss
Oh,
you.
also I watched Little
Yes.
Mermaid all night long.
As you should.
On repeat?
As
Even
you
quietly.
should.
I don't know if Nori, like, I fall asleep to it, but like I make sure she feels okay about it though.
She's like watching it from her bed, but she falls asleep while she's watching it.
You hear like in the
That's
middle of the
so
night, you hear
cute.
that bitch, and it's Vanessa, Ariel's voice, and I'm like thinking about it.
It's Arlo at, oh man, Arlo at Ursula.
I'm so
I love that
We
video.
gotta find the Chicken Little movie for Arlo.
Yes.
Shut the
Oh.
We got it.
That's gonna.
Every episode, I'm going to buy a new movie, and then the next episode, I'll spend the whole time
For
referencing
30?
the movie. Like,
That's
making
your
jokes about
next.
the movie.
Your next.
It's like Sebastian.
Your next debate.
Who?
Your next debate is your
Incorrect
Chicken Little
references.
debate. In your debate
I'm so
class.
excited.
Or your Little Mermaid
That's
debate.
purchase, actually. Worth all of the credits for sure.
I will.
So I'm gonna give you guys Claude's little speech, quick. Hopefully the little voice thing will work again.
Hello.
Yes.
Sounds good?
Okay. So you hear the little intercom. You guys have had a very long day, obviously, and full of so much chaos and just so much in general. And you're all very tired at this point. You're ready to go to sleep. And you hear the intercom kind of crackle to life, and it's about 5 minutes before curfew. So it's a little bit before 10 o'clock when he comes on, and he says, basically,
Hello, students of Ravenwood Academy. Your first official day at Ravenwood has officially come to an end. And how do you feel? We thank you for a smooth day of classes and an all-around successful start to the academic year. Aside from a few setbacks in behavior, everyone was truly well-mannered and thought with good sense rather than impulse. Ravenwood appreciates your hard work and subordination. A few reminders before I bid you all good night and a happy curfew. The sports festival begins next week on Thursday. Those of you who put your name in the globe will find out soon enough whether or not you will be picked, so keep an eye out. The festival will last 3 days. 3 days will be followed by the celebratory ball. We recommend, should you attend the ball, to come dressed in your very best. Don't forget about your newfound freedom, and take a day out in the town. Humans have some pretty neat clothing options, and hey, maybe you can find yourself a special friend to take with you and dance the night away. That's all I have for you tonight. Good luck with tomorrow's classes, and be sure to be on your best behavior. Fly on, Ravenwood students, fly on.
And you hear the intercom.
We have a ball? Are you kidding me?
We have a ball!
A ball?
You hear the intercom kind of go as it fizzles out, and
Julien, I'm gonna make you dance with me.
I demand a dance with everybody.
Come here, pretty boy.
You hear kind of the lights go out in the dormitory halls, and as you guys are getting settled, for the night, you do hear at one point several small footsteps outside your door, and then several very large footsteps following those small footsteps outside your door. You hear your door handle jiggle, and then
All of us?
it passes on, and yes, all of you at some point in the night, or some point within like this amount of time, with like Claude's speech towards curfew, like right after curfew.
Ooh, creepy.
So you do see your door handles jiggle as
Staff
they
members.
get relocked, and you hear the same small little footsteps and several very large footsteps following behind. I'm still very disappointed that none of you have met Krekbrog, but it's fine. So,
Who is that?
Correct.
How are we supposed to-
Frog,
Frog.
bog. Next
Frog,
session.
Batbog. He's your dormitory manager.
Could we have done something this episode that we would have met him?
Um,
Or no.
Not entirely. You could have asked about him, I guess, but there's nothing really that like led you towards him, so not really.
Okay.
I just really want you guys
So
to meet him.
next session, we have to ask about the gay, if the coffee people are gay, and if who the hell Krekbog Batbog is. Those are our two goals.
To-do list.
Goals.
To-do list.
That's on to-do list.
Very quick before you guys kind of drift off into sleep. Andromeda.
I've already passed out.
That's so valid. Arthros is continuing to read her
Unless I
books. Nari has snuggled up to watch The Little Mermaid with Arlow and fall asleep watching it. And Aria.
Wait, they're snuggling?
No, like Nari snuggled up in her bed.
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
Oh,
Maybe they might get to that point.
Arm touch.
We don't know. Julien, Silky is still where you left her. She is curled up on her pillow, like out like a light. She has had such a day. It was probably so much exercise for her. And Aria, you and Ku kind of, you say your goodnights, little awkwardly after the conversation you've had, but in good spirits. And it doesn't take long before Ku is snuffling and purring and curled around his pillow once more. Andromeda, as the lights go out in your dormitory, you're kind of just laying in the dark, and I imagine kind of closing your eyes, getting ready to go to sleep. You hear Mud in the dark. He kind of says, Andromeda, tree. And he calls out in the dark and he says, I'm not sure if it means anything, but I know that I'm not your father, thankfully. I am definitely not your father, and I am very relieved by that fact, actually. Otherwise the potential betrothal would be very awkward. But so I just wanted to say that I am proud of you.
There's a little bit of silence on her end for a second, and she turns on her side to face him and she says, Mud, I'm proud of you too.
And as you say that, Mud is also silent for a moment, and then he clears his throat and he's like, yeah, I did a pretty good job flushing the big bowl, didn't I? Yeah.
It was so loud.
Yes.
Very spinny.
I think I made it louder because my flushes were so good.
You had force behind your
Yes.
flushes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty stinky too.
Mm-hmm.
I think sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah. That's okay.
All the time.
And he just kind of like clears his throat and says, right, just thought you should know that before I go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways.
Well, sleep well.
Thank you. Yes, Aria.
Before Arya goes to sleep, can she
Yes.
text Zoph good night?
Sure.
Oh.
And that she was happy that she met him today.
Sure.
Even if the just saying that.
You form a response in under
Just saying like
20
good night.
characters. Yeah.
Good to meet you.
And you get a response back from him saying good night.
He was not bad.
You just get a simple good night, and then
Night or good night?
good night.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Good
That makes sense.
Oh,
And
okay,
then-
it's good night though. That's a feeling. We got a feeling.
In
Ooh,
response
just
afterwards,
happy.
after the good night message, he's taken up a couple characters to hit enter a couple times. So there's like a big space. And then he says, remind me of who you were again.
She does not respond.
Aw!
Not tonight.
Left on red.
You gave, the thing is you got his friend code,
Oh,
and
bad.
he doesn't
Okay,
even,
okay,
he
okay.
probably didn't even remember your name, to be fair.
Okay.
So, with how
It would-
frazzled
yeah,
he was in the
valid.
moment.
Fair.
No, she just doesn't have the energy for it tonight. Tomorrow
Valid.
she will respond to him, but
Valid.
she's so exhausted. She's done. She's like, you know what?
Fair.
I tried.
We're still
Friendship.
And in
Plugs in her phone,
addition,
goes to sleep.
in addition to that, Arlo, your little TCD does a little buzz before you, just as you're getting kind of sleepy before watching The Little Mermaid, and or while you're watching The Little Mermaid, essentially, and
Absolutely.
the message just says, "Glad you had fun." Period. And next time, comma, just you and me. And that's all it says.
We all
It's
show
just
up
like-
anyways. We all show up.
No.
You're
The
gonna have
entourage.
to
Theron's
that
gonna have
attraction level, my
revenge.
king.
Theron's
You're gonna have
revenge.
to re-roll at some
Any
point.
of you guys are having a day, I will crash it.
We're a package deal
Theron
here.
will
We are a
have
package.
revenge.
We are.
Yeah.
Package.
You guys will
So
do
baggage!
no peace
Baggage!
today.
Yeah, he's like, just you and me. Oh, okay. Like he just.
Okay.
He said,
Wow,
really all he
okay.
sends back is, oh, okay.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Oh, also, one more thing.
Yes.
Before Andromeda goes to sleep, she looks at Mud and she says very quietly, she's like, Mud and Tree, the very best friends. And then she like throws her covers over her heads and like goes to sleep.
Love her. And then Mud kind of says, Tree and Mud, the very best friends. And then goes to sleep.
I love them so much.
And I think that's where we'll leave it for now. After
That was great.
so fucking long, I'm
was
so
fantastic.
sorry.
Oh
I love it.
God.
I had way too much planned for you.
Holy shit.
Justin,
I
That
apologize.
was
we
That was
had a
so
half
fun.
hours.
That was
It's
awesome.
fun. That's all that matters.
Wow.
That was so fun.
content.
Yeah, as long as you had fun.
That's so
I
much
hope.
content.
I'm so sorry.
I don't want to hear any, like, I don't think we have enough.
Yeah, I know.
yeah.
From now
No,
on,
we have
You
enough.
absolutely-
I'm so sorry.
Enough what?
So much content.
Content.
Like,
It's
I always get really
Well,
worried
because-
that I don't have enough
That's
for
a
you
good
guys.
amount of
Oh
content.
yeah, no, that's not true.
Yeah, I mean it's good to over prepare, I guess.
Yes. Okay.
Valid.
Then we can just move
It also
over.
doesn't matter if it's underprepared though, because it could be as short as you want.
As
Yeah.
long as
A
you
lot
guys
of
had a good
suspicious
time.
things happened this time.
Lots of
I
stuff
know.
happened.
We were like,
We were like, oh, this is gonna be a filler. It'll be fine.
Love.
no, this is
So much lore,
so
so much
much.
plot. I love
Honestly,
it.
so glad.
Lore drops.
It was so fun.
Also, somebody said you can't buy one banana. You gotta buy the whole bunch.
You gotta buy the whole bunch. That's what that's. Yep.
That's
why
you
I gotta
guys.
buy the whole bunch.
That's you guys some
We're
guy.
like friends from Friends.
Friends.
We're
We
the
made
friends
so many
from
friends. We're the best friends.
We
Oh.
You gotta
best
come up with a
friends.
name.
I love the Jenga.
Jenga squad.
The Jenga gang.
Jenga gang.
Jenga gang.
I
Jenga gang.
Jenga
I
gang.
love
Jenga
the
gang.
gang.
Gang gang.
So good.
Jenga gang.
Jenga.
You're gonna have to tell
Gang.
Mr. Wilson about that one for sure.
oh,
Got it.
I
About
love
the
him.
name of
Can
that.
you adopt me?
Claude hears about this. He's gonna be like, the worst day of my life. Yes, cool.
The
worst day of my life.
absolute worst day of my life.
So
Yes, glad you're memorializing the worst day of my life. But did you guys all have a good time?
Yes.
Okay.
That was so fun.
I'm sorry it was so
That was really
long.
fun.
I will make sure that next time I time it
Honestly,
better. And if it goes too long, then we can always cut it in half if we need to.
Sure.
But
Yeah.
I'm just glad if you guys had fun.
Yep.
I know there wasn't like as much going on. I wanted to keep it very like loose.
So fun though.
I'm so
No, it was so good.
somebody literally just
I
said
had a lot of,
a,
like,
a slice of life campaign, and I think that's perfect because I love that.
Yes.
basically
Yeah,
it is with
Exactly.
the story.
That was
too.
Alexi. I told him. I told him yesterday. I was like, it's like a slice of life
I
campaign.
like,
Yeah.
love
that tracks.
like a slice of life with like a really
Slice of
cool
life, it's fun.
under plot.
There
I think
is
that-
so much underneath, so I'm very excited for you guys to
I'm so excited.
find out more
Like,
about that.
characters.
I'm excited for you to find out more about your roommates and
So
everything.
pumped.
You all kind of got little bits, like
Yeah.
Yeah, little pieces.
I didn't really get to get, like, no Arthur.
you didn't get too much with
Which was
Arthros,
nice.
other than the fact that she.
I mean, it's the first day that we're actually like
Yes.
people, and
She was very nervous
It's
about
totally-
sports. That's basically it. And then Andromeda, you kind of learned a little bit more about Mud. Maybe Dirt was not
Daddy
so.
issues.
Yeah, maybe Dirt was not the best
Yeah.
dad.
Fuck dirt, honestly.
Fuck Dirt.
Worst
Oh.
father.
Barbara was right for leaving Dirt.
Barbara was right.
right.
Did Barbara leave Dirt? Maybe.
did Barbara leave?
I don't know.
Find out
Who
next
knows?
episode.
Find out next time.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Ba-na-na-na-na.
I had
It's
so
like,
much
All I
fun.
found out
you
about
guys.
Nari is that she's lesbian.
Yeah.
And
She came
likes
out to you.
nails.
And she loves her
Yeah,
nails.
I love her.
That's a big
She
thing.
didn't come out to
With
me.
nails.
I will die
She
for her.
came
She's
out
my
to you.
favorite.
And that
Oh.
she's really excited about having friends, and she.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love her.
And
I
she
really
likes
do.
tea.
She likes tea, and we
And
like
touch
Little
starved.
Mermaid
And
together.
she's touch starved as well.
That's true.
I did
She's
notice that.
shocked by any
Yes.
form of contact
Love.
of content.
And you guys also
Well,
learned
contact.
never to call Silky tiny.
Yes.
Ever.
I mean, we already knew. Mud.
We've been new.
Mud didn't pick up on context clues really. But it's
No, I didn't notice.
He's trying his best. He's trying his best.
Oh, that's so hard.
He's trying so hard.
It's fine.
But I love you guys. I hope you have fun. We can obviously
Don't even worry about it.
we can obviously talk about next session
We'll plan the
together
next
or
day,
whatever.
but we got
Yeah.
Yes, there will probably be a little bit of a time skip for some of it for the next session, but we
Ooh,
will
Yeah.
talk outside of session about what you guys want to happen, and we can role play it so that it happens essentially,
Okay.
and you guys
Love
get
that.
that experience, I guess. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Sadie.
I love you. I hope you all have fun.
I love you. Have fun. Don't
Let's
worry.
go.
Be
Love
proud of
you.
yourself. Just like
I'm
Yes.
so sorry.
Literally
It was so
letting you.
goddamn long.
Okay,
It
but
was
no.
longer than a
It was
school day.
No,
Perfect.
don't-
proud
It
of
feels
so
good.
glad.
It was a good run.
Fun.
I was very nervous because I didn't have as much planned for this because it was just like a basic D&D or a basic session, which I was really nervous about because I was like, introduction is like introduction. I get to introduce everyone. And this was just like, hey, we're just
Role
casually
play.
going about school. And I was like, fuck. But now I know what to look out
It
for
was-
and how to
Yes.
go about it. So
Yes.
have that in my
I'm
brain now.
mindful of, like,
I love you guys. Go get food and drink something
yeah. We're
and
gonna go
sleep
get food.
soon.
I love you.
lazy.
Good times.
I love you guys.
Bye.
Bye, chat. Thank you for being here.
Bye, chat. Farewell. I love you all. Bye bye.
Are they gone?
Are they going?
No, I have to say, I was gonna say goodbye to chat. Smiling wave, smiling wave. Farewell, chat.
Oh my god, my cheeks hurt.
My cheeks are burning.
My cheeks actually do hurt now. We'll be smiling so much as well. I can't close to my camera.
Chat, thank you guys for being here for so long. We had 63 viewers for 8 hours.
That's awesome.
Which is wild to me, and it differed. It went up too, but we had an average of 63 viewers for 8 hours. So wild. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for watching. I hope whoever's watching this back, this 8-hour stream back, I hope that you enjoy it. And thank you for being here for so long. And there is a Ravenwood Academy chat room in the Discord now, so if you guys want to talk about anything Ravenwood Academy, there's also really cute emotes, and I'm gonna make emotes for Helios and 𝐂𝐩𝐢𝐬𝐬𝐸 and Zophiel as well. So
yes, I need to meet him. Please.
You do need to meet. You need to meet him. I wanted you to meet him this session, and then realized that you and Arthros like went off, so I was like, fuck. So I was like, haha, next time. So yeah, thank you guys so much for being here, chat. Thank you for being here for so long. If you have any questions about anything, just message in the Discord chat room, and we can all yell about things in there. I will go in there for a little bit after we hang up call and ask how you guys all enjoyed it. So thank you guys for being here for so long. To whoever watches this afterwards, after the fact, thank you for watching an 8-hour stream. I really appreciate you. I hope you enjoyed the content that you got through this, and yeah.
Tell us your favorite moments in the comments below.
Tell us your favorite moments in the comments below. All right.
Tell us your theories in the comments below.
Thank you guys so much for the support. We love you very much. If you'd like to check out the merch as well, we have the jackets. Those of you who are still wearing the jackets, show off your jacket. Thank you. Yeah. If you want a Ravenwood jacket, they are for sale in the merch shop. And we also have mugs with the little house crests on them, which are very cute. And more will be coming soon, so keep a lookout. I plan on making jackets for you all that look like this, essentially, that have the house crest on them, and then have portraits of you guys on the back.
I would love a hood.
Yes.
So
That
I'm
would be
very,
so cute.
very excited for those. So you can have your favorite player as a jacket. But yeah,
Rep your
So-
favorite player.
rep your favorite player. But love you guys, Alexi. Lovely. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for
for
being
watching
here,
for so
He
long.
was here the entire time.
Thank you,
What
Alexi.
a trooper.
What a trooper. Simple Kiwi,
Bye-bye.
I know you were here like the entire time,
What a
and
party.
Sam, you were here the entire time. Thank you
And
guys.
Freza.
Freza, thank you for being here. Thank you guys for being here and enjoying, and we will talk to you next time in 2 weeks probably for the next session. Don't know when that'll be, but we'll figure it out. Farewell, farewell.
We'll figure it out.
Don't forget to check out the alerts below before
Farewell,
you guys
farewell.
leave. You can put them in the chat as the little goodbye screen is on the screen. So, yes. So, farewell, chat. Thank you for being here. We love you.